Renovation Spell. Magical Renovation Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Isabella Tugman. Chapter 1. Let's get some things straight. First off, I might be a witch, but I don't use my powers often, and I definitely don't use them for evil. Now, I might use them against evil people, but that's just how the penny rolls. Who can say I'm wrong in doing that? Well, you might, but I would heartily argue with you. The second thing that I want to get straight is that yes, I might be keeping a certain wizard from remembering who he is. But if you were in my situation, I'm pretty sure you'd be doing the exact same thing. Wouldn't you? You would. We can discuss this at length some other time because we need to get on the third thing, which is that I never meant for my dog to start talking. Yep, that's where we are. I've just arrived home and found that lady, my dachshund, had broken a mason jar with a spell in it and wolfed down the magic. Lucky me. Lady, you can't talk. I told her this as if it would make a difference. I must have gotten hit in the head on my way home. I mean, you don't speak. Lady's nails clacked on the wooden floor as she padded up to me.
Clem, I've always been talking in my head, but now I can do it out loud. It's great! Now, instead of thinking that you're about to make a bad decision, I can tell you when you've made one.
I chewed on the fleshy inside of my cheek for a moment, thinking, how exactly is this about me?
I've been waiting a long time to communicate with you.
Lady tapped her nose against my leg.
There's so much to talk about. I can let you know when I want to play fetch and when I'm hungry, which is now.
I rolled my eyes. Lady, you're always hungry.
Ain't that the truth?
She smacked her lips.
I think I would like some fried chicken. Do you have any of that? Or some bacon. That sounds delicious. This is even better than I imagined. Now I can tell you what I would like to eat. You don't have to give me boring little crunchy rocks anymore.
I placed a fist on my hip. I'll have you know that those are not rocks. That is expensive dog food, which I buy to make sure that you're healthy.
Well, it don't taste expensive.
Lady padded off toward the kitchen and sniffed.
Now let me smell around and see what I want to eat.
I pressed my fingers to my temples. What was I going to do? My dog could now talk, and she had attitude, like she was sassy even. It was one thing to discover that Lady could talk, another to find out that she was chock full of fire and vinegar. Why, she'd be running my entire household if I let her.
I don't see you in here, Clementine,
she called.
I don't have opposable thumbs. These cabinets won't open by themselves.
I groaned. I have created a monster. Lady stood in front of the refrigerator wagging her tail. What happened to wanting something from the cabinet? I asked. Her tongue lolled to one side.
Everyone knows the good stuff is in the fridge.
She was right about that. Lady, listen, I hate to tell you this, but you ate a spell, one that made you talk. There is no telling how long it will last. You might stop talking any minute now. Alarm filled her dark eyes.
In that case, we'd better skip the food. You better sit down and we can go over all the problems in your life. I'll tell you how to do better.
Before I could argue, she started spewing off her issues.
First off, you need to stop eating chocolate for breakfast. Everyone knows that chocolate kills.
That's dogs, I said. It kills dogs, not humans.
Do you realize there is a type 2 diabetes crisis in this country? I watch the news.
I rolled my eyes. That's not completely related to diet, lady. Some of that has to do with genetics.
All I'm saying is that you should skip the chocolate. Secondly, I would like a friend.
So that you can talk them to death? I muttered. Lady's eyes narrowed. I didn't know dogs could do that.
No, not so that I can talk them to death, but so that I have a companion. Clementine, you need a friend too. From what I've seen, that John fellow seems to be a really nice guy. After all, he helped you renovate Old Man Hutto's barn. I think you should date him. Because let's face it, Clem, you're not getting any younger. The sooner you pick a man and start having babies with him, the better you'll be.
Whoa! I nearly shouted. You can stop it right there. I wagged a finger at her. Lady, if this is what you're going to say now that you can speak, I will leave right now and find a spell that will shut you up forever. Her lips clamped in worry, as they should have. Okay, so Lady's been my pet ever since she was a pup, but I never knew that she harbored so many opinions about my life. Heck, I don't even have that many opinions about what goes on in my day-to-day routine. It made me think I was really doing something wrong in my life.
Clem,
Lady said, sulking.
like you said, there's no telling how long I'm going to have this superpower, to be able to speak, and there's a lot to say.
I raked my fingers through my red hair. Well, how about we simply start off with the basics? I will gladly give you something to eat from the fridge after you've eaten the good dog food. Regarding your personal feelings about the choices I make, only after we've had a few starter conversations about my life are you allowed to start judging my decisions. How does that sound? Lady sat, her tail sweeping the floor.
Seems to me that I've been in a position to judge your choices for a while now, but
She lifted her nose.
if you don't want to hear what I have to say, that's fine. I'll just be quiet.
She laid down and blanketed her nose with her paws. Great, now I've hurt her feelings. I sat, legs outstretched, beside her. She glanced up but said nothing. I sighed. Wow, who would have thought having a talking dog would turn out to be so difficult? Lady, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. It's just, you've never spoken before. And I think it's fair to say that this is an adjustment for both of us. It's one thing to have you talking, and another to get used to you commenting on me. Don't get me wrong, I added quickly. I love that you can communicate with me right now. It's just that maybe we should take things slowly. Let me get used to your outspokenness for a while. Lady lifted her nose.
You mean you're not angry that I can talk?
I laughed. Of course not. If anything, I'm shocked, and I certainly didn't expect you to be so opinionated. I guess that I don't mind having you tell me what you think of my choices so honestly, but maybe you could tone it down a bit? Wait for me to ask your thoughts before telling me that I'm eating the wrong food for breakfast? Lady pressed her nose to my knee.
I guess that I've been thinking all this for so long that just saying it made the most sense. Now that I can speak, I guess I've got to learn how to talk.
I smiled and rubbed her head. Trust me, it's a talent that plenty of folks lack. I'm not so great at it myself either, but I try. That's all that any of us can really do. Lady sighed.
Well, okay. I tell you what, I won't offer my opinion unless you ask.
Like I said, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
You didn't.
She sat up, tail flapping.
Now, how about some food? All this talking has made me hungry. Nobody says that when you first learn to talk that you'll be starving after.
I laughed and rose. All right, let's see what I can make you. Even though she wanted more, Lady ended up with dog pebbles and roasted chicken for lunch. I felt that it was a decent compromise. After all, she wanted the entire chicken. For a small dog, she certainly had a big appetite. I was about to have the let's not talk in front of other people conversation with her when the doorbell rang. Lady immediately jumped up from her doggy cushion placed beside the couch and charged for the door.
Who is it?
She rushed to the curtains, bouncing up and down, trying to see who was outside. Shh, lady, I said. We can't let people know you talk. That could be a big problem for us. She stopped, stared at me.
What do you mean, Clem? This is the best thing that's ever happened to this town.
People might not understand. Between panting, she replied,
Okay, I promise. I won't speak.
Relieved, I unbolted the door and opened it. Malene Fredericks stood on my porch. Her gray hair was pulled into a bun, and wire-rimmed spectacles hooded her nose. She rested one hand on an ample hip, and in the other she held what looked like chocolate pie. Lord, how I loved this woman. Clem, I just came by to make sure you're doing okay, Malene said. I opened the screen for her to enter, and she barreled inside my house like a storm. All that fuss about possibly losing your renovation business and everything. I'd almost lost my business, Magical Renovations, to the Wizard Mafia. Don't ask. But a knight in shining armor, who also happened to be my old enemy, Rufus Mayes, had found a way to save it. I waved away her concern before taking the pie and thanking her. Malene, if you ever wanted to bribe me, you know how to do it. She adjusted the bun of blue hair that sat like a knob atop her head. Ha! If I ever wanted to bribe you, all I'd have to do is say I'll withhold my treats or else. You've got me there. But yes, everything worked out with my business. That was when Malene reached down and gave Lady a pat. And how are you, Lady? Lady spoke.
I'm just fine, Malene. How are you?
Malene threw her hands up, screaming. Then Lady started to scream because Malene was yelling, which made Malene shriek even louder. I covered my eyes with my hand. Oh no, here we go again. Chapter 2. You can talk? Malene said, gasping. When did this happen?
Just today,
Lady replied before I could stop her.
when I ate that colorful ball.
Oh, crap. Somehow, in all my brilliance, I'd forgotten to tell Lady that we didn't need to let folks know how she'd been magicked. Now an entire can of worms would be unleashed. Malene's eyes widened, her gaze cut to mine. Clementine? She folded her arms. Exactly what magical ball is Lady referring to? I tried to wave off her concern. She's mistaken. It wasn't a ball at all. Lady jumped up and down with excitement.
Yes, it was. You remember, don't you, Clem? You put the ball in that glass jar.
Double crap. Malene scowled. Did you ask John to find a spell for you? One that would make Lady talk? Okay, so in case you need some help catching up with what's going on, let me sum it up for you. John, known only by me as Rufus, is a wizard who showed up in town a few weeks ago. Rufus, or John, is suffering from amnesia. And yes, I know who he is, but I'm not talking because he has a dark past. And I'm not convinced that he won't revert to his former evil ways once he remembers who he is. So, Rufus is searching for a memory spell. I own said memory spell, but he doesn't know that. Turns out, magical spells were hidden from the townsfolk of Peachwood, where I live. The spells look like orbs of light. Ironically, only Rufus and I can see them. Well, folks know that he can, but they don't know about me. To make matters worse, Malene is all up in Rufus's business. She adores him, maybe because she used to be a spell hunter, which is what Rufus is, a spell hunter. And now it appears that Malene has just discovered my secret, that I too can see spells, which makes me a spell hunter. Malene folded her arms. I will repeat my question since it appears that a cat, or dog in this case, has gotten your tongue. Clem, did you ask John to find you that spell? I shook my head. Time to fess up. No, I didn't ask him. I found it myself. My gaze cut to hers. Malene, I can see spells too. Her eyes narrowed. Now I was in for it. She would say that I had lied to her, that I'd kept things secret. She would be disappointed in me, and worse, would probably take away my pie. I really, really hoped that wouldn't happen. I closed my eyes, waiting for the onslaught of her attack. Next thing I knew, Malene had clasped my hands. My eyes snapped open. Clem, do you know what this means? Her voice filled with happiness. You are a spell hunter! Oh, what an honor this is! She slapped my back. I lurched forward. I always suspected you had it in you, but one can never be too sure. Wait a minute. This was not what I expected. Shouldn't Malene be angry at me for holding on to such a powerful spell? For hiding it and letting it fall carelessly into my dog's mouth? You're not angry? Wasn't this the exact conversation I had just been having with Lady? No, I'm not angry. I'm excited. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I pulled away. What does that mean? Malene quickly shook her head. Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Forget I said it. She clapped my shoulders. This is great news. Just wait until Erlene and Norma Ray find out. They're going to be so happy for you. Malene started ticking off her fingers. First, you'll need to team up with John to find all the right spells. Oh, you'll have folks coming out of the woodwork wanting to hire you. So many spells to hunt, such little time. Whoa, horsey.
Yeah, Clementine,
Lady added.
You're going to be busy. You'll be a busy little bee hunting spells.
Wait just a moment, I said. Both of y'all can calm right on down and out the door. I am not going to take up spell hunting. I swear that Malene's wrinkled face became more puckered. No, I didn't think such a thing was possible, but it was. She adjusted her glasses and sniffed. Exactly why not? Well, for one, I have a renovation business. I am not about to give it up to become a full-time spell hunter. Malene opened her mouth to argue. I lifted my hand for her to stop. Before you say anything different, it's simply not something that I'm interested in. Malene's back straightened and her chin jutted out. Need I remind you that the people of this town have been waiting for years for those spells, the ones that were hidden from us, to be resurrected? My shoulders sagged. Man, did I hate disappointing people. I know that. And are you going to stand there and tell me that you're going to keep this gift to yourself and not help the witches and wizards in this town find that magic? Before you argue, I'm not saying find the evil spells, the ones that are bad. I'm saying the good ones. You're just going to keep those from decent folks? Well, when she put it that way. Listen, Malene, I haven't really thought about it. Maybe you should think about it, she snapped. I don't understand why you're so angry with me. Because, girl, you have a gift, and people need that gift. She pointed toward the door. For too long, the magical people of this town have been denied the ability to use their powers because they didn't have the spells they needed. Now they have that ability, and you're just going to keep it from them? They have John, I said, meaning Rufus. But they need you, she replied. I slumped into a chair. Boy, you really know how to make a person feel bad, don't you? Malene smiled tenderly, and her voice softened. Clementine, this town has been void of its magic. You can bring that back. Help the witches here use the magic that is their right. Do you know how much joy you would be giving them? I thought of Rufus, of how, in the past, he'd tried to take my power from me. There is evil in magic, too. Malene considered this. There can be. But if you only pluck the good spells from the air and offer those, you'll be in control of what magic people have. You can keep the bad away from them. She gripped my shoulders and stared down at me. You have a responsibility, not only to yourself, but to the people of Peachwood. I really hated it when people had good points. I sighed. I'll think about it. She nodded. That's all you can do. Now, I just came by to drop off that pie. I've got to get home. Willard Gandy's been up to something lately, coming home in the middle of the day and shutting all his blinds. She got a glint in her eyes that made me nervous. Malene, I said, drawing out the word. Tell me you're not about to do something bad. She shrugged. Of course not. But if you happen to find yourself an X-ray vision potion, can you swing it by me? I need to know what's going on with that man. I don't trust him. I hid a laugh behind my hand. Just then, I got a look at the time on my watch. I bolted from the chair. Oh no, I'm nearly late. I've got a meeting at my next renovation project. Malene opened the door. Before disappearing outside, she said, You think about what I said. I will. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, stopping. Lady sat on the rug, tail sweeping back and forth. Ugh, normally she would come with me. But with her talking, could I risk Lady's secret being discovered? Whatever. She was my dog, and I didn't like being without her, even with her new opinions. I patted my thigh. Come on, girl. Let's go talk over some plans. With that, Lady launched herself at me.
I never thought you'd ask, Clem. And for the record, I think you've made the right decision about bringing me.
Let's hope so. Chapter 3. The house I was renovating happened to be a craftsman cottage built at the turn of the century. Not this century, the last one. It sat only a block away from downtown on a cherry tree-lined street. I helped Lady into my old pickup and headed over to the construction site. My partner in crime, Liam, couldn't be there, but I planned to tell him everything that the owner and I discussed.
I hope there are some mice or rabbits inside the house somewhere,
Lady said. I arched a brow. Why's that?
I'm getting hungry again.
Oh, goodness. Listen, do me a favor, and besides not talking, try not to get into any trouble. She panted, gaze glued to the window.
I'll do my best, but I can't make any promises. I am a dog, after all. I work on instinct.
Remembering the fact that she ate a magical ball without knowing what it was, I said, Yes, I know. As soon as we pulled up, I spotted Harlo Owens, the new owner. Harlo's long dark hair was pulled into a high ponytail. She held her own small dog, a Maltese, on one arm and waved at me with the other. I parked and helped Lady out onto the ground.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought Lady,
Harlo gushed.
Now Gina will have someone to play with.
She put her dog down and each sniffed the other, tails wagging. I kept my fingers crossed that Lady would remember not to speak, and luckily she did. The fact that the other dog was there to play with helped, I was fairly certain. As the dogs rolled around on the grass, I turned to Harlo. She was stunning. Curvaceous with glossy hair and with bright eyes the color of walnut. Men were lining up to date her, but she was more interested in renovating the house she had just purchased than in settling down. I gestured to the cottage. Shall we go inside? I have lots of ideas to show you.
You go ahead. The house is undergoing a cleansing spell.
Cleansing spell? This was the first I had heard of that. Right now? I asked. She nodded.
I asked my cousins to come over and do one. You know, just to make sure that everything is in line in the house.
Harlo shrugged.
You can never be too careful moving into a new place. I'd hate for there to be any bad juju existing from the previous owners.
Bad juju? Okay. I nodded and smiled. Sure, I totally get it.
I don't think you do.
Harlo's voice was surprisingly cutting. In all the dealings we'd had, she'd been nice, kind. Now she was snapping at me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. She lifted her nose to the air.
You didn't. It's just that unless you've lived in a house with an issue, then you don't understand what I'm trying to do.
Clearly, Harlo had suffered some trauma in the past. Her eyes clouded, and her face twisted into a grimace.
Let me just say that I'll feel much better once the house is cleansed. I don't want any residual anything hanging around.
Me neither, I murmured. It wouldn't make the renovation easy to do. Her voice turned to stone.
You have no idea.
This was my cue to leave. I thumbed toward the house. I'll go inside so that when they're done, we can get started.
Thanks,
she said without looking at me. Whoa, talk about doing a complete 180. I swore when I drove up that she was in a good mood. But boy, had that shifted, and fast. I also hadn't taken Harlo for the superstitious sort. Do you mind watching Lady? She shook her head.
I don't mind at all.
I hoisted my bag higher up on my shoulder and headed into the house, glad to be out of her company. What was going on? Harlo had been such a pleasure to deal with all this time. Had something happened to make her on edge about the house? I hoped not. From past experience, dealing with someone who was prickly about their home often made them prickly with me. It made my job harder, and I didn't need to make my job any more difficult than it already was. So now I was walking into a cleansing of sorts. To be honest, I had no idea what to expect. I didn't know if these folks would be sweeping sage across the doorways or doing a full-blown seance. Personally, the seance would have been much more interesting than the saging. Not that I needed any more drama in my day. Coming home to a talking dog was quite enough, thank you very much. Voices sounded from the kitchen. As I followed them, I studied the interior. The house was small and had been in need of fixing up for years. Parts of the walls were crumbling from old water damage. The windows had been painted shut to keep out the cold, and the wiring was so outdated it had to be brought up to code to keep the place safe. Yes, it was a job, but once the small cottage was renovated, it would be a beauty. "Hello," I called out. "We're back here," a man's voice replied. I wound my way to the kitchen and found 2 men and a woman standing in the center of the faded yellow linoleum floor. They all wore black and held dark purple candles. A robust man with inky hair oiled back from his forehead caught my gaze and smiled. "You must be Clementine." "You can call me Clem." He placed his candle on the counter and slid over to me, hands outstretched. Before I could speak, he gloved my hand with both of his. "Not Owens," he said. "Harlo's cousin. So pleased to meet you." He gestured to the other 2 people in the room. "This is my brother, Payne, and my sister, Lynn. We're triplets." "Wow," I said, not bothering to temper my fascination. "I don't think I've ever met triplets before." Lynn, a bony woman with bleached blonde hair that was also slicked back, making her look like a late-night television monster movie hostess, glided forward. I couldn't help but think of her as a blonde version of Morticia Addams. She took my hand that Knight so kindly offered her. "Well, now you have met triplets," she said in a throaty voice. "We may be related, but we're all quite different." Payne sauntered over. He was built, handsome with spiky brown hair and a teasing look in his eyes that suggested he had a way with women and knew it too. He took my hand from Lynn. "Don't let my sister fool you. We're as close as siblings can be. Isn't that right?" Lynn glanced over at Knight and sniffed. "If some of us would share the wealth, we might be." Great. I'd left a traumatized Harlo to meet up with a band of sibling rivals who also wanted to do a cleansing spell. Yay me. I pulled my hand from Payne's and tucked it behind my back before any of them had the idea to take it captive again. "I understand that you're going to cleanse the space." Lynn rolled her eyes. "Yes, well, we would be doing that, but the spell hasn't arrived yet." She tossed Knight a dark look, and he laughed nervously, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and sopping up sweat on his brow. "I told you that I'm not in charge of that. The spell hunter should be here sometime soon. I can't control when he arrives." Payne smoothed his hair and flashed me a devilish smile. "I say we enjoy this lull and take a few minutes to get to know Clementine here." He cleared his throat. "Tell us, what do you like to do in your free time? Do you enjoy music?" My stomach turned. I quite literally almost groaned aloud just to let this guy know his attention was a major turnoff. But instead, I smiled. "I do, but I'm so busy with work I barely have time to get any in." "We should change that." His eyes turned wolfish. "How about this weekend?" My gaze cut to Knight. I needed anything, anyone to help me escape Payne's attention. "Did you say something about a spell hunter?" There was only one of those in town, which meant that, of course, it was Rufus. "Yes, I did." Knight mopped up more sweat. "Like I was telling my dear, sweet sister, he had to find the spell first. That can take time." Lynn scoffed. "I don't have all day to wait for it. Some of us," she glared at Knight, "have jobs that we go to." She worked looking like Morticia Addams? I can't imagine many places needing a Morticia look-alike, but you never knew, now did you? And also, ever since folks realized that Rufus could hunt spells, the town had slowly started becoming more and more magical. More witches and wizards were moving in, which was a good thing, I supposed. It was good for local businesses and the economy. "He'll be here," Knight argued. "He said he would be, and he will." Lynn scoffed. "Didn't you tell him just to look for a basic cleansing spell?" "No, Harlo wanted a deep clean." Lynn slapped her thigh. "Of course she does. Great. We'll be lucky if he can swing that." I lifted an eyebrow. "A deep clean? What's that?" Knight tucked his handkerchief back in his pocket. "A deep clean is just that. A very deep dive into the bones of the house, just to make sure there aren't any little pests hiding in places that a basic clean might miss. They're practically impossible to find," Lynn explained. "At least, that's what we've always been told. Given Harlo's past with spirits, I thought it necessary." Knight glanced out the window. "I want to make sure she's safe." "And what about the rest of us?" Lynn said. "You don't want to make sure the rest of us are safe?" Payne said smoothly, "Course he does, sis. It was just an expression." Lynn studied Payne before snapping her head in the opposite direction. "You always take up for him." I had pretty much seen and heard about all I wanted to in this sibling rivalry, so I started to back toward the front door. "Listen, I'll just wait outside with Harlo." "Don't go," Payne called. I could come back tomorrow once the house was cleansed. No big deal. Maybe then Harlo would be in a better mood and we could get down to the details of my plan. But just as I was about to open the door, the handle turned and it swung open. Rufus Mayes stood before me. He was back in his usual outfit, leather pants and a dark shirt. His ebony hair hung in front of his eyes, and I swear his shoulders had doubled in size since I'd last seen him. Which had just been this morning, by the way. My throat shrank as our gazes locked. My heart drummed against my chest, and my mouth dried to a desert. One side of Rufus's mouth coiled into a devilish grin. "Clementine Cook, come to partake in the cleansing spell?" Before I could even think, I whispered, "I don't mind if I do." Chapter 4. "Here is the thing," Rufus explained. "To do a deep cleanse, you need 2 different spells." "Well, John?" Lynn asked impatiently. "Did you find both of them?" Rufus, or John as they knew him, pulled a leather bag from his shoulder and settled it on the kitchen counter. He unbuckled 2 straps and pulled out a gold mason jar. The jar had come from Erlene Crenshaw, one of Malene Fredericks' friends and quilting bee partner in crime. Erlene had also been a spell hunter back in the day, as the women had explained. Rufus smiled, but the warmth didn't touch his eyes. He was as annoyed with Lynn as I had been. "In fact, I did find both spells." He tapped the glass, and through the golden haze, 2 orbs of light bobbed. Knight rubbed his meaty hands. "Great," he said with relief. "Let's get started. Release both spells and let's get the cleansing over with." Rufus shook his head. "You'll have to wait there. The spells work best at night." Payne straightened his black belt buckle. Clearly, he was not used to taking orders from handsome, if a bit gothic, men like Rufus. "What's all this about doing it at night?" "Well," Rufus slowly turned the jar 360 degrees. "As experienced house cleansers, surely you know that most houses, if they have any activity, it will be more prominent when it's dark. Something that might not appear during the day will come out then." The triplets eyed each other skeptically. I swear a small smile twisted Rufus's lips. After a brief pause, Knight said, "Of course we know that. We'll return at 8 o'clock sharp to do the cleansing. In the meantime, I would like my spells." He reached for the jar, but Rufus slid it away. "And I would like my payment." Knight fumbled in his pockets. "Of course, let me just see what I have. Oh, looks like I didn't bring any cash with me. I'll have to deliver it tonight." Rufus eyes him steadily. Fine by me. Don't worry, I'll keep the spells safe until then. Knight turned to his siblings. Well, can I see you out? Lynn strode past him. I can see myself out. A blink of an eye later, she was through the door. Clementine? Payne asked, gesturing that ladies should go first. I shook my head. I have some business to discuss with John. Total lie, but I was not about to wind up talking to Payne. His smile faltered. See you tonight, will I? Oh, I don't think so. Your presence will be useful, Rufus said quietly. He wasn't looking at me, so I couldn't tell if he actually wanted me there or not. What else did I have to do? Eat chocolate pie and watch a movie? Let Lady talk me to death? Oh, heck no. I'll be here. Payne brightened. See you then. He strode out of the house, closing the door behind him. A troubled look crossed Knight's face. Listen, Rufus, do you take checks? We agreed on cash, he answered. Knight tugged his collar. Oh, right. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I just remembered that I have my checkbook with me, and in case you'd like your money now, I could just write one out to you. That way you wouldn't have to wait. Cash, Rufus repeated. Of course. Knight gave him a strained smile. You did get the right spells, didn't you? If I didn't, you don't have to pay me, but I know what I'm doing. You have amnesia, right? Knight asked. Uh-oh. He was suggesting that because Rufus had amnesia that he didn't know one spell from another. Was Knight trying to get out of paying? From all the hints that Lynn had let slip, it sounded like Knight had plenty of money. Rufus's eyes became flint. I do have amnesia, yes, but I know how to read spells, which is more than I can say for most people. Meaning Knight. After all, Rufus continued, if more people could see and read spells, then they wouldn't need me, would they? Knight's face turned crimson. No, I suppose they wouldn't. You might be a spell hunter, but my siblings and I are experienced cleansers, though this is the first time we're using spells to do it. Usually we just pray and use sage, but since the option of a stronger cleansing spell was available, we thought that we'd go your route. I hope, John, that what you're offering works. If it doesn't, he said, spittle flying from his mouth, then the whole town will hear about how you swindled me and my family. He saw shade toward the door, opened it, turned around, and added, and I certainly won't be paying then, not one dime. With that, Knight stormed from the cottage and slammed the door, leaving Rufus and me alone. We exchanged a look before I burst into laughter. Rufus chuckled. I'm sorry. I wiped tears from my eyes. You should have been here earlier. Lynn was about to tear his eyes out, and Payne wanted to take me to a concert. Trouble filled Rufus's eyes. What did you say? Not that it's any of my business, he added quickly. I scoffed. That I'm busy for eternity. He chuckled harder before sobering. Knight doesn't have the money to pay. Flashes of light blinked from the opaque jar. That's so strange. His sister was basically suggesting that he's rich. Rufus tipped his head. When he commissioned me, I asked for a down payment, and he didn't give it. That's why I told him that the spell had to be done at night. I didn't believe that he'd brought the money, and I was right. You are a liar, I teased. He shrugged before placing the jar back in the bag. I'm a businessman. One indebted to the wizard mafia. He shot me an amused smile. No one's perfect. As I mentioned earlier, Rufus had pledged his spell hunting abilities to Sykes LaFoon in order to help me out. Right, now you think I'm a bad person, don't you? You think that I should hand Rufus the memory spell. Well, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Anyway, Rufus took the position with the mafia because my old business partner, Sadie, owed them money, and my business was the collateral. Since I didn't have the cash to pay back what was due, Rufus offered to work off the debt by finding spells for Sykes. Yeah, I know what you're going to say. He was a good guy. So far he was, but we would see. Rufus latched the satchel and studied me. Heat flamed on my cheeks, and I could feel my heartbeat fluttering at the base of my throat. He spoke, his voice rippling. The sound was like listening to liquid velvet. Speaking of nobody being perfect. What is it? You should work on your magic. My nervousness disappeared, overtaken with annoyance. What I do with my magic is none of your business. No, it isn't, but it will keep you safe. I crossed my arms. And what if I like my magic just the way it is? You like being a bomb filled with static electricity? I scowled. Maybe I do. So, my power is strange. It's like he said, my skin gets charged up over time. If someone touches me and I release the pent-up power, then bam! The person winds up getting blown back by my magic. You can like being a bomb all you want, Rufus said. But it would help that instead of walking up to someone and using your magic, you were able to actually cast it and throw the power at someone. It's much more efficient. As of a couple of weeks ago, you didn't even remember how to use your power. He shrugged. It's coming back to me. A chill swept down my back. I took a deep breath. It was okay for Rufus to remember about his magic, as long as he didn't remember how he used to manipulate it, to steal others' powers. And so because your power is coming back, you want to help me? Haven't you done that enough? His words clipped the air. You don't owe me anything, if that's what you mean. I didn't say that. His voice hardened even more. You shouldn't think it, because if you do, you're wrong. Look, I only offered because you helped me when I first arrived, in case you've forgotten. And now you're paying off a debt that I owe. His jaw clenched. I'm not the sort of man who thinks that because I'm doing you a favor, that you owe me something. You once were. I shook the thought from my head as soon as it formed. We stood in the kitchen, scowling at one another. Rufus sighed, dropped his gaze to the floor. He placed his hands on his hips and said quietly, I was only trying to help you. With more spells floating about in the air here, the witches and wizards in this town will become more powerful. Some of them might become dangerous. It would only behoove you to be able to do more than what you already know. I'm offering my services to assist. Simple as that. He had a good point, which made me feel like a butthead. Okay, I'll gladly accept whatever help you're offering. You don't have to if you don't want to. No, you're right, I argued. I need to learn how to protect myself. If you can help me do that, then so be it. We started walking toward the front door. When should we start? Whenever you'd like. We can meet up before everyone shows up for the cleansing tonight. Here? I said. He opened the door before I had a chance to and gestured for me to go first. Or somewhere else. We can practice outside if that makes you feel more comfortable. I always felt safest at my house. How about we do it at my place, say around 6? Since he was offering to help, it only seemed fair to feed him. Should I bring supper? He asked, smiling. Maybe I'll cook up a little something. Rufus's brow rose. Will it be chocolate-based? I do actually require more nutrients than sugar. Was he flirting? I laughed. No, it'll be real food. This I would like to see. We headed down the steps and found Harlo playing with the dogs. Nat said that the spell has to be worked in the evening. Rufus raked his fingers through his silky hair. We're returning tonight and should have the cleansing done so that the construction crew can start in the morning. I wish we'd had a chance to go over my ideas in the house, I said. Harlo plucked Gina from the ground and stroked her head. We can go over them first thing in the morning. The crew will have started by then, I pointed out. It'll be okay. I trust you. Rufus ran his fingers down my arm. I'll see you later. His gaze shifted to Harlo. Don't worry about your home. We'll have it cleansed and ready to go tonight.
Thank you, she said. I should be going too. I patted my leg. Lady, you ready? Lady patted up to me, tongue looping from her mouth. You look like you had a good time, girl. They did, Harlo replied. Listen, Clem, I'm sorry for the way I acted earlier. I waved her concern away. No big deal.
But if I had to deal with your cousins daily, I would probably act like that too.
It's just that I had a bad experience once, and my cousins are great, but they can be a bit much.
You can say that again.
And, she continued, I'm sure you could tell that Nat used to be in the theater. He's very dramatic. They were fine. Trouble filled her eyes. I just hope they can get along to do the cleansing. I'm sure they will, I said with a smile. She shook her head. I don't know. The last cleansing they did, someone got hurt.
Oh no, who was it? Such a look of anguish filled her eyes that when her gaze met mine, my throat shriveled.
Me, she said. I almost didn't make it out alive.
Yippee for me. Something not to look forward to tonight. Chapter 5. The first thing you want to do is let go of your inhibitions.
I don't have any inhibitions, I argued.
Rufus gave me a pointed look. I beg to differ.
We had swept the living room furniture to the walls, leaving the very center open for us to work.
I stood in the middle of the room while Rufus perched against the door, his arms crossed.
Lady lay on the couch, her eyes sparkling as she watched.
I had the feeling she found this extremely amusing. We might need to have a little talk when it was all over.
No, she hadn't spoken to anyone since earlier in the day, but it still made me nervous that she could talk. Yet I didn't think finding a reversal spell and yanking the gift away from her was the right answer. Unfortunately, I didn't know exactly what the right answer was for this particular predicament. Rufus took the golden mason jar from his satchel and brandished it before me.
I have a theory.
I would love to hear it, I said with bite. He sighed.
Is this actually something that you want to do? Learn to use your magic?
I stiffened. If I'd known how to use my magic better, maybe I could have stopped Rufus in the past. Maybe I could have prevented what happened to me. I could have hurt him. Lady cocked a brow at me as if to say, but then you wouldn't be here, would you? You wouldn't have the chance you've got now to get to know him, to allow him to redeem himself. Were some people unredeemable? I didn't know the answer, but Rufus had shown growth since I'd known him, but he also suffered from amnesia. I guess I waited too long to answer him because Rufus repeated his question.
Do you want to learn how to use your magic?
Yes.
Then would you like to hear my theory?
I shrugged. I guess so.
You're not making this easy.
How about I'll try? He placed the jar on a table and sauntered over to me, hips swinging. Yes, that man could work his hips like a rock star, all sexy and stuff. It annoyed me. Rufus stopped inches from me. I could smell his cologne and feel the heat wafting off his skin. If I touched him, his furnace of a body would sear my flesh. I thought I might enjoy it.
How about,
he said,
you do more than try.
I tipped my chin up to gaze at him. Fire burned in his dark eyes. It made my chest constrict, stopping the breath from entering my lungs. Words disappeared from my head as if they'd been yanked out by an invisible hand. He continued to study me, and my head fogged, thickening.
Clementine, are you all right?
Nothing a kiss couldn't solve. What was wrong with me? I hated Rufus Mayes. Hated him. Didn't I? No, maybe I didn't at all. I'm fine, I finally answered. Yes, I'll give this 110%.
Great.
He turned and strode back to the wall. Then he unscrewed the cap on the jar. 2 spells zoomed out, circling the room.
My gaze darted to Lady. Since she ate one spell, she might eat another. "What are you doing? Isn't that dangerous?" He shook his head. "They'll settle down in a minute. As I was saying, I have a theory. This town had all its spells hidden, and with it, much of the magic of the people. These are actually the real manifestations of an individual's power, just compartmentalized, as it were." "Intriguing," I said, not sure if I followed. "It is. The more spells I find and give to witches, the more powerful they'll actually become. The spells themselves may wind up unlocking their latent magic." "Fascinating, but what does this have to do with me?" Rufus snapped his fingers, and the spells stopped circling and zipped down to hover in front of him. He plucked them each from the air and dropped them back in the jar before capping the lid. "You, Clementine, have magic already charging within your veins. It manifests as a sort of explosion, but I think that's only because you don't actually know what to do with it." "Haven't we already covered this ground?" He wagged a finger at me. "I'm getting to the important bit. I have the feeling that your magic itself is a spell, like these. You only have to figure out how to break it free from the way it's confined. Once you do that, you can shape the spell into anything you want." Ah, so this was why Rufus wanted my power all those years ago. He had already figured this out. Did it mean that he still wanted my power for himself? I stiffened. "And what sorts of things would you do with it?" His gaze filled with hesitation. "It's not my gift, so I don't have an answer for that. It's yours to do with as you please. But you live in a magical town and you renovate houses, so the sky is the limit." I felt like I had a devil sitting on one shoulder and an angel on the other. The angel said, "See, he doesn't want the power for himself. You're worrying about nothing." The devil answered, "Don't trust him." I was in bad shape, y'all. This was a new theory to me. I am a spell. Or my magic was a spell that could be shaped and formed. I studied Rufus's expression to see if any trickery lay in his eyes. But the honesty that stared back at me made me ashamed that I questioned him at all. "So what do I do? How do I shape this spell?" He paced. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. Perhaps you can start by taking the charged magic and manifesting it into something." "Like what? An orb?" He shook his head. "No, nothing like that. I was thinking more along the lines of something that could ward off an attack." "What do you mean?" I asked. He rubbed his jaw. "An apparition, perhaps. Something that is frightful to others but helpful to you." I'd never considered using my power in that way before. "It's not much different than what I do now," I replied, tossing the idea in my head. "You're saying find the physical manifestation of a protector." He snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Find what that is to you and turn it into a spell that helps you." Okay, I was all in. I'd never even heard of any magic like that, and it amazed me what Rufus had thought up. Truly, he was a wizard like none I'd ever met, challenging and creative. "What do I need to do?" I asked. "First, close your eyes. When you open them, you will be afraid, and that's when I want you to throw out your power." I frowned, and a wormy line formed between my brows. "What do you mean I'll be afraid?" "You will know fear, but to know fear is the only way to succeed in this," he said in a soothing voice. "Do you trust me?" It was the hardest question I'd ever been asked. My instinct was to say no, I did not, but my gut said something else. "Yes," I murmured. "The fear will not last long. Use it to create. You can do this, Clem. You're very powerful." I exhaled a deep breath. If I was so powerful, how come I felt so weak? "When you're ready," Rufus said, "close your eyes. When you open them, you'll know fear. Use your magic." How hard could this be? How bad could it be? I'd faced off against fear before and won. It could be done again. After a few seconds, I did as he asked, closing my eyes. I focused on my breathing, using it to center me and sharpen my focus. There was no telling what I would see when I opened my eyes, and I knew that the longer I waited to move forward, the more built up the fear would be. So I let my eyes pop open. It was dark and cold. I could hear water dripping as it hit a stone floor. I shivered as a finger slid under my chin. I will have your power. Rufus stood before me, not the one I knew now, but the one from years ago. His face was paler, his eyes dark and full of ice. I will have what should be mine, he said. Then I felt it, the cold suction of my magic being yanked from me, pulled away. I felt a scream begin in the back of my throat. Through all the agony, through the ripping as my power was being torn from me, I felt my throat open, but nothing came out. Poor little Clementine, he said. No one can hear you scream. He moved around me, his eyes dancing with enjoyment. He liked seeing me in agony. He liked watching me be afraid. The present and the past collided, and even though I knew the man standing before me was a vision, a mirage, part of me believed that John/Rufus was mocking me, striding in front of me, and that he knew the truth, that he wanted to watch me writhe with anguish and pain. Rip! That is your power, he mused. Soon it will all be mine. Then the realization that I would die here overtook me. That was when the fear struck. It wormed its way into my head, telling me that I would never survive, that I had been abandoned, tricked by Rufus. The words sharpened, telling me that he had done exactly what I always knew he would, lied and used me. You will die here, he said. The words drummed in my head over and over. No, I screamed back. I can't die here. It hurt to breathe. It hurt to think. What was I supposed to do? I had to cut through the pain that threatened to beat me down, that wanted me to wallow in fear. Fear. That was it. From deep within me, I pulled out my anger, my frustration, my will to survive. I stared at Rufus, who looked exactly like he had the day he'd chained me up. Then I threw out my magic. The power flew from my body, taking my breath with it. A golden spear was launched through the air. It pierced Rufus and shattered him like a mirror. Suddenly, I looked up and saw that I was back in my house. Lady watched me, her tail flapping against the couch cushions. My breath returned and I collapsed to my feet, sinking onto the floor. From beside me, Rufus clapped. Bravo! His hands wrapped around me. I pushed him away and staggered back. The vision and the present collided again. I couldn't get the snaky sound of his voice from my head. You will die here. I gasped for air, and he sank to his knees. Clem, it's over. Whatever you saw, it wasn't real. I pushed the heel of my hands into my eyes and gulped down several large mouthfuls of air. It wasn't real, I reminded myself. It wasn't real. That Rufus isn't here. This one, the one everyone calls John, is. He gently touched my shoulder. Clem? Then, the dam of stone that had wrapped itself around my heart broke. I flung my arms around Rufus and shoved back the tears that threatened to come. What? What did you do? You created that? He stroked my hair, soothing me. After a moment, he gently untangled himself from my hold. His eyes filled with concern. First, know that you were never in any danger. I never would have hurt you, ever. I stared at him, not sure what to believe. What was it that you used? It's a personal fear spell, one of many outside of town. It's not real. I pounded my fist to his chest. I felt like I was going to die. He took my face in his hands. "You were never in any danger, I promise you. But if I had told you what you would face, what would you have done?" The realization sank into me. I would have been prepared, I think. It wouldn't have worked. "You wouldn't have created the spear, the manifestation of your magic." He sighed. "I wouldn't have let anything happen to you, I promise. I wouldn't have left you there alone. If it looked like you weren't going to be able to use your magic and make it manifest, I would have pulled you out and saved you, I swear." He pressed his palms to my cheeks. I took his wrists and stared into his eyes. They searched me, worry brimming in them. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I want to be sure. I don't want you to leave this situation traumatized and unable to trust me. I never wanted to do that to you. It would hurt me more knowing that I've lost your trust." But how could I not? Rufus dropped his hands from my cheeks, leaving imprints of heat on my flesh. He straightened. "How could you not trust me?" he said weakly. I shook my head. "You're misunderstanding. You gave me my power. Well, I mean, you didn't give it to me, but you helped me find and use it." The words didn't want to come. They wanted to stay hidden deep in the well of my heart, but I forced them to the surface. How could I not trust you? Because I do. I did, and I still do. Relief flooded his face. "You're one of the few people I know here, and you know me better than anyone. I don't even know myself." And there, I held the key. All I had to do was hand Rufus the memory spell, and he would discover who he was, learn about himself. Then he would know the truth. He might have helped me, but I wasn't prepared to face Rufus when he discovered who he truly was. "Thank you," I said, "for releasing me." He shook his head. "I didn't do anything. It's your power. You're the one who used it. But without you, I never would have been able to do that." Rufus shook his head. "You're giving me too much credit. Now," he rubbed his hands, "care to try that again? Make sure it wasn't a one-time event?" I shook out my hands. "Yes, let's try it again." So we did. We worked the spell again, this time without the fear part. Since I'd been able to manifest the spear once, Rufus figured that I should be able to do it again without having to conjure up something for me to be afraid of. Turned out, he was right. The spear came quickly and easily. I was working on instinct, and it was cool. After about 30 minutes, I looked at Rufus. "You hungry? I got some chicken and vegetables fixed." He patted his stomach. "I thought you'd never ask." Lady jumped up from her spot on the couch. She padded onto an ottoman, and then I helped her to the floor.
"Clementine, I thought you'd never say anything about dinner. I'm famished. I thought we discussed this, that I'm always hungry. Let's go chow down."
Rufus's gaze glued to mine. "Is your dog talking, or am I going crazy?" I rubbed the back of my neck. Please don't let him ask where the spell came from. "Yes, she's talking." "Where did you get the spell?" "Crap." I smiled widely. "It's a funny thing about that. Why don't I tell you over supper?" "Yes," he said slowly. "Why don't you?" Chapter 6. Over dinner, I explained to Rufus when and where I'd gotten the spell. "Remember when we went to Dooley Hutto's farm? That's where I found it." He lifted a brow. "And you didn't tell me?" I pushed peas around on my plate. I didn't think it was important. He chuckled. "You wouldn't also happen to be holding onto a memory spell, now would you?" "Of course not," I snapped. I said it too quickly. He would become suspicious. It was best to keep him away from thoughts like that. "What I mean is, I would never keep a spell like that from you." I hated lying. I felt like such a bad person. He smiled. "It's unfortunate that a memory spell is so rare. I search for one every time I go out, but still no luck." "You'll find one." Guilt churned in my stomach. maybe it would be best if I released the spell, didn't hold on to it. How horrible would I feel if Rufus discovered that I had been keeping such a thing from him after all he had done for me? The man had personally taken on my debt and had showed me how to use my magic. It was almost as if he cared deeply for me. The realization flooded me like a wave, washing down my face and creeping to my toes. I stared at my plate before slowly lifting my gaze to meet his. Rufus studied me, his dark eyes full of concern. "Are you all right?" I tried swallowing down the knot in the back of my throat, but it didn't want to budge. I sipped some water, and that seemed to help. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just, you've done so much for me. Thank you." "Isn't that what friends do?" He said the word friends, but in his eyes something more shone. "Yes, it's what friends do. I only hope that I can repay the kindness that you've shown me." He smiled. "You already have. Now, how about we get ready and head on over to the house? Don't forget, there's a cleansing that needs to happen." Lady patted over.
Can I go too?
"I don't know about that. There will be lots of folks, and you might talk." "Yes," Rufus said. "What are you planning to do about that?" I cringed. "I don't know."
Y'all are talking about me like I'm some sort of problem,
Lady said with sass.
I'm not a problem. I'm a dog.
I stroked her head. "Of course you're not a problem, but if you start talking—"
Then what? The world will explode?
Lady asked. Rufus shrugged. "For some reason, I get the feeling that talking creatures aren't as strange as we might think." I gestured toward the door. "But out there, in town, there are some humans." "Humans who, according to the older population, remember magic," he corrected. "You might be surprised how they'll react. They could be elated to talk to a dog. It might not be such a big deal." I highly doubt that. I've seen too many conspiracy movies to believe that her little secret will stay confined to our town. Lady tapped her nose against my hand.
I, Lady the Dachshund, do solemnly swear that I will only speak in front of other magical people.
"She did swear," he teased. I sighed. "Okay, come on. You can attend the cleansing." I wagged a finger at her. "But you have to promise to mind."
I promise. I won't get into any trouble.
"We can only hope," I mumbled. Rufus winked at me. "That's all we can do." Rufus drove us over to Harlo's. It was late summer, and the last of the sun's fading rays burst into lemon limes and magentas. Harlo sat on our porch, swinging back and forth on an old bench that I planned to take down and repaint. "They're all inside," she said, stroking Gina. "I'll come in when it's over." I placed Lady beside her. "Now you stay here, Lady." My dog glared at me, but said nothing. I knew she wanted to be in the middle of the action, but staying out of the way seemed a better option. I shot her a smile before we entered the house. "All I'm saying is that you should spread the wealth around," Lynn said sharply. "It's not fair to the rest of us." Rufus coughed into his hand, and the three triplets turned. With them stood an older woman, her gray hair swept back. She wore a long black tunic and a bright turquoise necklace that dangled down her chest. She extended her hands in welcome. "You must be the renovator, Clementine. And this," her eyes sparkled when they landed on Rufus, "must be the spell hunter." A jolt of jealousy rushed through me. I nearly scoffed at myself. What was wrong with me? Was I really jealous of an older woman showing Rufus attention? I must have lost my mind. "I am he," Rufus said kindly. I did not like his tone. "I'm Martha, the mother," she said, head tipping toward the triplets. "We're so happy to have you." She directed her attention back to the trio. Now, kids, let's put our anger aside and do what we came to do. Cleanse the house with the help of this handsome spell hunter." I openly scoffed. Rufus coughed into his hand, I think to cover up what I'd done. How rude of him. Knight moved toward Rufus. "You have the spells?" Rufus patted his satchel. I had the feeling that he wasn't going to bring them out unless Knight flashed some cash. I couldn't blame him. When Rufus paused, Knight's cheeks flushed pink. "Of course," he mumbled. He pulled a wallet from his black suit jacket and thumbed through a stack of hundreds. He pulled several out and handed them to Rufus. "Here you go." Rufus tucked the money in his pocket. "Let me give you the spells. You'll stay and make sure we're doing them right, won't you?" Knight said with an edge of fear in his voice. "Of course." Knight shuffled closer as Rufus dug through his satchel. "It's so hot in here." "It is." Martha patted his back. "But don't worry, son. It'll cool off soon." He mopped up sweat from his brow and loosened his tie. "Now, where did I put my journal?" I glanced around and spied a leather-bound book on the counter. "Is that it?" Knight's gaze followed to where I was pointing. "Oh yes, that's it. Silly me. I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached." He palmed the journal and waited for Rufus to be ready with the spells. Realizing that I still had my shoulder bag on, I put it on the counter, where it slumped over. Of course, that was when Payne waltzed up to me, winking. "Hey there, fancy seeing you again." "Yeah, fancy that," I replied warily. "Nice bag," he said. "It's not one I use often," I replied, pointing to the worn-out leather. "It barely has anything in it but my keys." "Prove it," he joked. I laughed uncomfortably and sidled over, trying to stay out of his reach. I had the feeling that Payne was a handsy sort of man, and I didn't particularly want to get handed. But turned out that I didn't have to worry about it because Rufus said, "All right, we're ready. Everyone, let's form a circle." His gaze flickered to Knight. "Did you bring the candles?" Lynn spoke. "Of course he didn't. He's too cheap." She pulled several long purple sticks from her sleeve. How did she manage to hide them there? See, she really was a blonde Morticia. "I brought them," she declared haughtily. Knight looked embarrassed. Payne pulled a Zippo from his pocket and lit them. "Well, Knight brought the money, didn't he?" "It's the least we could do, pay, after what happened at the last cleansing," Martha said. "When you kids ended up destroying half a house, convinced that a spirit was hiding in the walls." "Mama, it did sound like it," Knight pleaded. "It sounded like a family of rats running around," Martha snapped. "If you'd called me to begin with, I could have told you that, and none of the rest would have happened. The wall wouldn't have fallen on Harlo and nearly killed her." Knight fell silent, scolded to scalding by his mother. As for me, I was ready to get this whole thing over with so that I could walk out of this dysfunctional family unit. The sun had finished sinking into the horizon, and it was dark outside. Cicadas chirped loudly, along with crickets and bellowing frogs. "Circle up," Rufus commanded. We made a ring in the center of the living room, all 6 of us. Rufus opened the mason jar and plucked a blue orb from it. "Everyone needs to hold a candle," he instructed. Lit candles were passed around until everyone grasped one except for Rufus. "I need those of us who are here to concentrate on this spell. If there is any evil or trickster spirits here, they will be found. We must focus on searching them out, on them being revealed." He gazed at each and every one of us in turn. "Do you all understand?" We murmured in agreement. "Ready?" he asked. We nodded. "Then go." Rufus told the spell. "Seek out what must be found." The spell zipped around the room before floating out and away. I held my breath, unsure of exactly what, if anything, would happen. Would the spell come back and make a ringing noise to indicate that a spirit was present? Or would it do nothing? Turned out, I was completely wrong. A loud bellow sounded from the back of the house. My gaze flew to Rufus, who turned one ear calmly in the direction of the sound. Everyone's faces were illuminated by the candlelight. The glow flickered under Knight's round cheeks. "What was that?" he asked. The bellow sounded again. It reminded me of an old man groaning in pain. Suddenly, the back door flung open, and a strong wind blew through the room. Knight screamed. Rufus spoke harshly. "Everyone calm down. We must remain unified." He plucked the second spell, a green orb, from the jar. "Banish what your kin has found. Banish it back to where it came from." The orb rose into the air before zipping through the house. The bellow sounded again. "Leave," something said in a low, gritty voice. Knight's teeth chattered. "I think we should do as it says." "You are such a coward," Lynn snapped. "Y'all just calm down," Payne said. "That spell hunter will take care of it. You okay, Clementine? You need to stand closer to me?" I nearly vomited. "Everyone be quiet," Martha said. The house rumbled. "We're going to die," Knight shrieked. I could nearly hear Rufus's eyes rolling as he said in a voice tempered with patience, "No one is going to die. Let's stay calm." A shriek came from the very bowels of the house. The back door slammed open and shut. A great gust of wind blew into the room, killing the candles. Knight screamed. "Oh, for goodness sake," Lynn snapped. "Stop your whining. You're such a baby." Then the house went silent. The back door creaked. Rufus pulled another spell from his satchel. It was golden. Our candles flickered back to life, but only 5 of us were standing. Lynn gasped. "Oh no!" There, lying on the floor, his face drained of color, lay Knight Owens. Chapter 7. Lynn kicked his shoulder. "Get up!" Payne chuckled. "Good one, buddy. But you can get up now. You've given us all a shock." But Knight still didn't move. Annoyed that no one was taking him seriously, I crossed to him and knelt. Remembering CPR, the first thing I did was check for a pulse. I pressed my fingers into his doughy neck, but I couldn't find anything. "He doesn't have a pulse." I pointed to Lynn. "Call an ambulance." "You've got to be kidding." "We have to start chest compressions," I said. As I moved to do chest compressions, one of Knight's hands fell away from his stomach, revealing a knife stuck into his gut. I gasped. A high-pitched scream split through the house. The back door opened with a bang. A gust of wind swept through the room, and thunder clashed outside. At the sight of the knife, I jumped back as the candles snuffed out once more. Plunged into darkness, I knew my first and only job was to help Knight as quickly as possible. I slid forward, my fingers searching the floor, expecting to bump into him, but where he had been, I only felt cold floorboards. "Knight?" I said. "Where'd he go?" The lights clapped back on. Not the candles, this time the overheads. Rufus stood at the light switch, his lips drawn into a firm line. I turned back toward the floor, fully expecting Knight to be lying there, bleeding out, but his body was gone. I rose quickly. "Where did he go?" My gaze flickered to Lynn. I must have looked confused and angry. "Where is he?" She scoffed. "How would I know? I didn't do anything." I turned to Payne. "What happened to him? Where is he? Knight?" I called, half hoping he would answer. "Who stabbed him?" They all looked at me, their faces full of confusion. I pointed to the floor. "Maybe you should settle down," Martha said. "Have a sit. Take a breath." "I'll call the authorities," Rufus said. I pointed to the floor. He was right there, with no pulse and a knife sticking from his belly. He was dead, and now his body is gone. Dead bodies don't just up and disappear. Worry filled Lynn's eyes. "A knife? I didn't see that." "Neither did I," Payne murmured. "Well, I'm not lying," I snapped. "He was lying there with a knife in him." Behind me, the front door opened with a bang. I jumped, a squeal expelling from my throat. Harlo strode forward. "Is everything okay? I heard screaming." Martha crossed to her and patted her hand. "My dear, it seems your cousin is playing a trick on us. He pretended to be dead and has now disappeared." He's not playing a trick, I argued. Someone in this room stabbed him. Martha's eyes narrowed. My dear, none of us stabbed him, and you don't know Nat like we do. Lynn nibbled her bottom lip. I didn't see a knife. Payne reached for me, and I shrank back. Let's not jump to conclusions. In the distance, sirens rang out. Rufus emerged from the kitchen. The police are on their way. His jaw clenched, and he said sternly, In the meantime, I suggest we split up and search for Knight's body. If Clementine said he was dead, then he was, and if his body is missing... His eyes filled with anger. That means someone here is responsible. Chapter 8. Chief of Police Tooney Sluggs showed up in his robe and cowboy boots. He was older than dirt, with stubble sprouting from his chin that sounded like sandpaper when he ran his hand over it. We stood outside. There was no wind, and the humidity had seeped in, making the air so thick you could swim through it. Sluggs eyed me skeptically while his deputies stood off to the side, shooting the bull. You say that this fellow here was dead, and then he disappeared? Yes, I said, trying to get him to believe me. He was dead, had a knife in his belly and no pulse. Then his body disappeared. And who else saw the knife? I cringed. No one. I was the only witness. His brows shot up. And y'all were working some kind of seance? He glanced over at Rufus as if he were guilty of a crime. A cleansing, Rufus confirmed. We were all in the room together. Sluggs ran his fingers through his hair. Well, we'll take a look around, but it sounds to me like this fella just up and ran out of the room when no one was looking. I shook my head. There was no way. He had no pulse, Chief. I swear, I was about to do CPR on him. He cocked a brow. And you're suggesting that a man with no pulse up and left? No, I said, frustrated. I'm saying someone did something. They got rid of him in the dark. Why didn't he believe me? Having someone be able to move a body in the dark made much more sense than a body getting up and walking out the door. I knew what I had seen. There was no way that Knight was getting up to do anything. He was dead, darn it. Deader than a doornail. And someone in that room had used magic or some other means to move his body. But if they had used magic, how had they done it? I hadn't seen another spell get cast. Rufus was the official spell hunter. How could someone else have managed that feat? Sluggs patted my shoulder like a father placating a child. Like I said, we'll take a look. Then he turned away as if I was dismissed. Boys, let's search the area. Then he strode off, bathrobe and all, into the night. I turned to Rufus. He doesn't believe me. I believe you, he said gently. If Knight's body is out there, his men will find it. Now, he might not, but the men will. I laughed because Rufus was right. Sluggs couldn't be trusted to find a woman in a room full of men, so I certainly didn't think he'd find Knight. After all, when my best friend, Sadie, had been murdered, he declared her death accidental. Who trips and falls into a slab of wet concrete and doesn't get up? Right, Sluggs wasn't a police officer who could be trusted with discovering the truth. At least, not when it came to murder. I nibbled my bottom lip, trying to figure out if there was something that I was missing. Something that I'd forgotten to tell them. Oh, I'd forgotten to tell him about people's positions and how someone could have killed him, dragged his body from the room, and then returned. I nearly smacked myself on the forehead. That even sounded stupid to me. There was no way that someone could have done that in the moment or two that the lights were off. Like I thought before, they couldn't do it physically, but maybe they could have done it magically. I'll be back, I said to Rufus. Oh no, he said, following me. What are you doing? I just want to let him know who was standing where. It might help them when it comes to a list of suspects. Rufus took my arm, stopping me. I suggest you let the police do their job.
I only want to help.
You're probably going to yell at them.
I scoffed. What makes you say such a thing? But you're right. If Slugs decides this isn't a crime, then yes, I probably will yell at him. Rufus's lips quirked into a smile.
See, you don't trust him or his men.
I took a step closer and lowered my voice. You and I both know that Lynn had a problem with Knight. She could have done something.
Rufus's eyes filled with concern. I don't think it's wise to run in and start accusing specific people of murder, not without evidence.
He was right. I was jumping to conclusions, but I still wanted to see what was going on. You don't have to come with me, but I'm going, and I'll be nice. Without waiting for Rufus to reply, I charged toward the house, heading around back to the kitchen. From the window, I could see the police inside, talking. Slugs was pointing, they were nodding. Earl Granger, his one and only smart deputy, studied the scene as if trying to puzzle it out. The chief said something, and the other men laughed. I groaned. Great, they weren't taking me seriously. Then I spied something on the counter. Knight's journal. There was no way that he would have left it on the counter. I slowly opened the back door, hoping to hear a little of what the police were saying.
Well, boys, Slugs said, it looks like this is a simple case of a man wanting to disappear. I guarantee that he'll show up in a couple of days, unharmed.
The men made murmurs of agreement. If I wanted to know the truth about what happened tonight, I would have to figure it out for myself. Quiet as I could, I slid the journal from the counter and tucked it into my purse. Then I sneaked from the kitchen with the intention of discovering exactly what had happened to Knight Owens. Because whoever had thrust that knife in his belly and made his body disappear was dangerous. I was convinced of it, and Tooney Slugs wasn't going to convince me otherwise. Chapter 9. Rufus drove me home. We rode in silence. I stared out the window, trying to puzzle out what had happened.
You're not going to let this go, are you?
He asked. How can I? Slugs thinks Knight disappeared. You seemed convinced that something had happened. Why didn't you say anything to him?
Because there isn't a body, Rufus said, and I didn't sense any magic being used.
I rubbed Lady's back. She was asleep and snored soundly. You mean extra magic?
Right,
he clarified.
Extra magic.
I considered this. Was there another possibility? I curled one leg under the other and turned to face him. Do you think it's possible that one spell could have been hidden under another? His gaze flickered from the road to briefly lock with mine.
Are you, Clementine, embracing the witchcraft within you?
I rolled my eyes. I've already embraced some of it. Or have you already forgotten about the spear?
I haven't forgotten.
He stared ahead, and I studied his profile, noting how his cheekbones glowed from the halo of light emanating from Dash.
But if you're asking if I think that someone threw out a spell while the others were whizzing around,
he paused, considering it.
Then I would say that it could have been possible for someone to sneak another spell under the others, I suppose. I didn't feel it, he said quickly, but I'll freely admit that there was a lot of chaos in that room.
And a dead man.
And no body, he said.
We pulled up to my house and Rufus put the Range Rover into park. His body sank onto the seat and he glanced up at the ceiling and exhaled.
Look, I'm on your side. We both saw what we saw, but we can't go around accusing people of murder, not without cause.
I nodded. But with a little digging, I could find the cause and discover what really happened to Knight's body. You're right, I said, pretending not to be interested in the mystery. I should let this lie.
But you're not.
I scoffed. Of course I will. I can. You just watch. I'm going to forget all about this and let it go. Rufus's eyes filled with warmth.
He reached out and, with his knuckles, brushed a strand of hair from my cheek. I started to stiffen, but then relaxed into his touch. I closed my eyes and exhaled. I wanted his arms to fold around me, to fall into him. I wanted to exhale and drink in his scent and feel his lips on mine. Y'all, this was a complicated relationship we had. No doubt about it. I didn't want him, but I did. I didn't want to trust him, but I did. Maybe this was one of those situations that would be helped by time. It would smooth out the wrinkles in my mind, and eventually Rufus would prove once and for all who he was. Then, and only then, would I give him the memory spell. It was decided then. He would get the spell when I knew who he was in his heart. When I was convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was truly a good person, and that who he had been in the past was no more, that it was erased from his past, then I would tell him the truth. I would tell Rufus everything that I knew about him. Until then, I would keep my secrets and his stored safely away. "Can I see you to the door?" he asked. "Sure." He got out and I waited for him to open my door. I gently woke Lady and she yawned.
What did I miss? What's been going on?
"Not much," I murmured. Rufus opened the door.
Hey, John,
Lady said.
have I said that you look handsome tonight?
Rufus replied.
Well, if I didn't, I sure think so, and I'm pretty certain that Clem thinks so too.
I covered Lady's mouth with my hand. "Oh, Lady, you're so funny." Rufus raked his fingers through his hair. Yes," he said, his voice filled with unease. I did my best to laugh off my dog's horrible sense of timing and let Rufus escort me up the stairs. We stood under the single light and I smiled. Well, this night didn't end up the way we wanted. It certainly didn't.
Oh, that's right,
Lady said.
That one guy died.
Okay, time to put Lady away. I unlocked the door and was about to usher her in when my little dog said,
John, do you want to have a sleepover? We can make popcorn and watch old movies. We will have so much fun. You can see what Clementine looks like before she puts all her makeup on in the morning. Ew, well, maybe you want to rethink that. You might not want to see what Clem looks like first thing. Trust me, it can be bad.
Okay, I said loudly. Time to go in. Rufus glanced at me shyly. I'll call you tomorrow. See how you're doing. Oh, I said, not hiding the surprise in my voice. Sure. With that, he walked down the steps and disappeared into his vehicle. I exhaled, sad and surprised by that emotion. Lady called from the living room.
Come on, Clem, get in here. I'm starving.
I was just about to go inside when a crash sounded from across the street. I glanced over and saw an entire bush by Willard Gandy's house collapse to the ground. What in the world? I'll be right back, Lady, I called. And check your food dish. I'm pretty sure that you've still got some food left over in it.
Well, all right,
she called. I tossed my purse into the house and shut the door before sprinting across the road. It wasn't storming, so there was no reason for that bush to have fallen over. I hadn't seen Willard Gandy all day, but it wasn't unlike him to be doing something in his yard. Maybe not this late at night, but you never knew about a person. The bush, of the azalea variety, had sat like a mushroom, fat and squat against the side of his home. Now, the top half was broken off and the inside was mashed down, as if someone had been trying to climb it. A groan came from the middle of the greenery. I pulled my phone from my back pocket and aimed the flashlight on the shrubbery. I gasped at the face staring back at me. "Malene Fredericks," I hissed. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Malene sat in the middle of the bush wearing nothing other than her floral housecoat and bathroom slippers. Leaves stuck from her hair and her glasses sat skewed on her nose. She sputtered. "This ain't what it looks like." "It looks like you were spying on Willard Gandy and ended up breaking the bush." She scowled. "Okay, so this is what it looks like. Help me out of here before Willard comes out and gives me a paddling." I hid a laugh behind my hand. The idea of old Willard with a school paddle in hand telling Malene to bend over just about cracked me up. She huffed a lot as I tried to hoist her from the bush, but in the end I freed Malene from the azalea's grip. "Help me make this look like nothing happened." The bush sagged to one side. "That's going to take a miracle." Malene scowled. "Just do the best you can. I'll call John in the morning and see if he has a spell that can help." She pumped her eyebrows at me suggestively. "Unless you want to go spell hunting tonight, that is." "No way. I've already dealt with enough this evening." "What are you talking about?" I shoved a handful of broken branches back into the shrub. "Let's finish up here and I'll tell you." We did the best we could to patch up the shrub. It was a wonder that Willard hadn't heard, because y'all, that crash had been something else. "He's sleeping probably," Malene said. "That man can sleep through a tornado." "How would you know?" I asked. Her gaze quickly cut away from mine. "Just anybody can tell that about Willard. He's a mouth breather after all." "No, he's not." "You just never noticed." She jabbed her finger in the air. "Next time, you watch. See what you see about that old man." When we were settled at Malene's house, she put on a pot of coffee and buttered thick slabs of banana bread before heating them on the stove. "Crystallizes the sugar. It's better that way," she explained. She poured me a cup of coffee and settled a plate of bread between us. It smelled like freshly baked bananas. My stomach grumbled, and I realized that I was honest to goodness starving. Okay, maybe I wasn't really starving, but I felt fairly close to it. "Thank you for helping me," she said. "Why are you spying on him?" "I told you," she snapped. "That man is up to something, and I aim to find out what it is." I'm not trying to be rude, I'm really not, but how is that any of your business? What Willard does? She jutted out her bottom lip. "Because what Willard does might affect me since I live next door to him." "What, do you think his house is going to explode?" "Maybe," she said in a dark voice. I shot her a skeptical look, and Malene threw up her hands. "Heck, I don't know. But what I do know is that if he's up to something that's no good, I don't want to wind up being the last person to find out what it is." Wow, Malene had more issues when it came to suspecting other people of things than I did. This made me happy to know. "But enough about me," Malene said. "What's going on with you? What happened tonight that's got you up in a tizzy?" I sighed and massaged my face with my fingertips. "Well, I witnessed a man with a knife in his belly up and disappear." Malene's eyes widened with interest. "Tell me more." So I told her everything that I knew, down to the last detail, including how Knight had been fighting with his siblings. Malene listened quietly, her head bobbing and her gaze staying glued to mine while I spoke. When I finished explaining my theory that everyone thought was crazy, she said, "So you think someone there murdered him and then used magic to cover it up?" I nodded. "Yes, I do." She rubbed her chin. "This is interesting. We haven't had a case like this in ages." "Who's we?" "Why, the quilting bee ladies and me." I frowned, unsure where Malene was going with this. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that first thing in the morning, I'll get the ladies together and we can help you with this. Help you figure out exactly what happened tonight." Malene believed me. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I should thank her or run away scared. But before I could make a decision either way, she rose. "Yep, first thing in the morning, we'll start sniffing around, see what we can find out. Don't you worry, Clementine, we're on your side." Great. The person on my side was also the lady who tried to scale an azalea bush to spy on her next-door neighbor. What was I in store for now? Chapter 10. The next day, my doorbell rang at precisely 7 a.m. When I answered it, Malene stood with Norma Ray and Erlene flanking both sides. Malene blew right on past me. Okay, ladies, we need to get to work. The floorboards creaked as she strode through the living room into my kitchen. You got fresh coffee? I hadn't expected the ladies to actually show up to my house, and I certainly hadn't expected them so early. Well,
I'll make some, Norma Ray said. Don't you worry about anything, Clem. You just sit down and tell us everything that you told Malene.
Lady padded in from the bedroom to see who was visiting. She took one look at Erlene and Norma Ray and said,
Oh, are we having a party? I love parties.
Erlene walked over and patted Lady on the head. It's about time we got a talking dog in this town. I've always thought that's what Peachwood was missing.
Me too,
Norma Ray said. Why weren't they surprised, or worse, scared? I mean, if a dog simply started talking to me, I would be screaming. Something smelled fishy. Malene, did you tell them about Lady? She pulled out a chair. I may or may not have said something. Gosh darn it! I raked my fingers through my hair in frustration. I don't need the whole town knowing about Lady. Don't get your panties in a wad, she said. They're the only people that I told. It's not like I drove through town screaming it out the window. Well, at least there's that, I said, relieved. She patted a spot beside her. Come and sit. Let's figure this out. After I relayed what had happened the previous night to Erlene and Norma Ray, the ladies began to form a plan. Erlene cradled her coffee cup in her hands. Clem, you're going back there today, right? I nodded. Yes, we'll have to start on the renovation. Norma Ray huffed.
That was some renovation spell, wasn't it? The thing that was supposed to cleanse the place ended up killing Nat.
I stared at her. Is that what you think? I hadn't, not even once, thought of that. You believe that the spell killed him?
Well, what else could it have been? She said. I've seen enough of those ghost hunting shows to know that you don't fool with spirits. Y'all were trying to cleanse the place, and it backfired. Isn't it fair enough to say the spirits did it?
Malene scowled. Norma Ray, I think that Clementine and I are of the mind that one of Nat's siblings may have worked some foul play on him. Besides, I've never heard of a spirit stabbing anyone in the gut. I tapped my finger on the table, trying to hit my point. Exactly, spirits don't stab people. Suddenly, I doubted myself. Do they? Norma Ray spoke slowly.
They do.
Oh, crap. I did not need to fall down this rabbit hole and start thinking that a spirit pulled a knife from a drawer and thrust it into Knight's belly. Erlene came to the rescue. She patted Norma Ray's hand. Norma Ray, if you want to investigate the spirits, you go right on ahead. But I think the rest of us will be trying to figure out which flesh and blood person is the culprit. Norma Ray folded her arms and huffed.
I'll bet you that the spirits had something to do with it.
Malene poured herself another cup of coffee. We need to be betting on which one of us finds Knight's body first, and not on whether or not ghosts from beyond hurt him. Norma Ray's eyes twinkled with delight.
I'll bet you my grandmother's banana pudding recipe that I'm right, that the spirits are involved.
Erlene sucked air. You have got to be kidding.
I'm not,
Norma Ray said.
I told y'all that I watch all those ghost shows. I can smell a ghost working in the background. If I'm wrong, y'all can have the recipe. But if I'm right, y'all each owe me $20.
You know that I'm on a fixed income, Erlene replied, shaking her head. That won't do. If you're right, then I'll give you something else.
What's that?
Malene asked. Norma wants money. What are you gonna give her that'll make it worth her while? Erlene considered this. I'll give you Grandma Crenshaw's red velvet cake recipe. Norma Ray's fingers flexed.
You're on. I've wanted that recipe since we were kids.
She turned to Malene.
What'll you give up if you're wrong?
Nothing, she said flatly. I'm not betting on this. We need to focus on the truth, not on who's right. Norma Ray pouted.
But it makes things more interesting.
Malene rolled her eyes. What makes things interesting may be what actually happened. I'd had enough of the bickering and wagering, so I rose and washed my coffee cup in the sink. I tell y'all what, you spend time figuring out all that, and meanwhile I'll be at the site, seeing what's going on there. Malene shot Norma Ray a dark look. See, you upset Clem.
I did not,
Norma Ray said.
If anything, I made things better.
Malene scoffed. Sure you did. I flared out my arms. Ladies, y'all can all stop right now. I appreciate your help, and I need it. So if y'all want to do your own investigation, maybe we can meet up later. It'll be suspicious if all of us go over to the house. Erlene shouldered her purse. Good point, Clementine. We'll go into town, see what we can find out. We'll get back with you later.
Shouldn't we go to the house?
Norma Ray whimpered. We will go when Clem says we can, Malene said. And not before. Meanwhile, we'll do as Erlene suggests. See what folks in town know. I appreciate y'all's help, I said with a smile. I really do. I ushered them toward the door and picked up Lady, who was right on my heels. Come on, girl. Let's get to Harlo's and see what's going on. I had not spoken to Harlo since before all the craziness happened. Guilt twisted my gut. How careless of me. I should have spoken to her right after. After all, she was the person who wanted the cleansing spell. When Lady and I rolled up to the house, the only car in front belonged to Harlo. Liam and his crew wouldn't arrive for a few more minutes, and for that, I was glad. I wanted a little time to speak to her alone, gauge how she was feeling and see what she thought had happened. Figuring that she'd be huddled inside her car, I inspected it first, but she wasn't there. She must be in the house, I murmured. Now, when Harlo and I had first looked for houses, she'd had no trouble going inside any of them. It wasn't until yesterday and the whole cleansing thing that I'd seen her have any fear of the cottage. It was definitely strange, but I honestly hadn't thought about how weird and coincidental it was until I was standing at her front door, knocking. Harlo answered, her cheeks glowing red and a touch of perspiration on her forehead. It looked like she'd just worked out.
Oh, Clem!
She dragged me inside before I could say one word and wrapped me into a hug.
I'm so glad you're here!
Now I really didn't know what to think. Why was she acting so happy when her cousin was presumably dead, his body stolen? I was almost afraid to ask. Are you okay? I mean, with everything that happened last night? Harlo spread her arms and glanced at the ceiling.
I've been traipsing around the house all morning. Do you feel it?
My gaze darted right and left. Feel what?
Him.
Him who? Harlo laughed and took me by the hands, swinging me around in a circle.
Why not, of course?
Was that a trick question? I'm not sure what you're talking about. She inhaled deeply and smiled, her lips spreading from one ear to the other.
Last night, when you did the cleansing, it worked. It cleansed the house. The bad spirits are gone.
Okay, I said slowly. Harlo released me and glided into the kitchen. I glanced down at Lady, who looked up at me and rolled her eyes. I had the feeling that if she could have, my dog would have circled her finger around her ear, indicating that Harlo had lost her mind.
The place feels so clean now, don't you think?
She said. It felt the same to me now as it had before. I had no idea what she was talking about. Harlo, I wanted to talk to you about what happened last night. I'm such a jerk for not checking in with you. I glanced around the kitchen. It was scrubbed clean, the old Formica counter practically glistening, as if Harlo had spent the last couple of hours madly making the place shine. She waved her hand in dismissal.
It's fine, Clementine. A lot happened last night. I didn't expect you to seek me out. After all, my family was there to see me.
I bit the inside of my lip. It was time to bring up Night, but Harlo wasn't acting concerned. It's your cousin that I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh?
Harlo opened the cabinets and ran a rag over the shelves. I had no idea why she was cleaning. Liam would arrive soon to create a mess.
What about my cousin?
Well, last night, during the cleansing, Knight fell down. When I checked, he didn't have a pulse, and then I saw a knife sticking in his belly. He'd been stabbed. Harlo shot me a sympathetic look.
Now, I know you think you saw what you did, Clem, but no one else saw the knife.
I was there. She nodded, but the look in her eyes suggested that she doubted my story.
I know you believe it. If it's important to you, then it is. But yes, I know that Knight collapsed. I was so worried about it last night.
And then the lights flickered off and he vanished. His body, Harlo, vanished without a trace.
Yes, I know that too.
Well, you don't seem too concerned about it. I was worried. I am worried about Knight. He was bickering with his family just before he disappeared. Harlo, I dropped my voice. I think someone may have done something with his body. I think someone killed him and then made him vanish so that all evidence of their crime was destroyed. Harlo laughed.
Oh, Clem, that is the craziest idea that I've ever heard.
So she was going to be on the Toony Slugs side of things, wasn't she? Believe that our cousin had simply walked away, even though I knew that wasn't possible. Didn't I? Didn't I know that? I felt it so deeply in my bones, but maybe I was getting ahead of myself. No, I knew what I had seen. I know it's crazy, but it's true. Harlo, I think someone did something to Knight's body. Harlo flicked dirt from her towel into the sink. She dried her hands and pressed one palm to my cheek.
Clem, all this worry, you don't have to have it. There's nothing for you to be concerned with.
Oh my word, Harlo didn't care. Did that mean that she had something to do with Knight's disappearance? Maybe I had been wrong to blame everything on Lynn. Maybe the person that I should be looking at was standing right in front of me. I wanted to be cool and not put Harlo on edge. I cleared my throat and pulled sketches from my purse to show her what I had planned for the house. Oh, I said casually. Why don't I need to be concerned with Knight and what happened to him? Harlo lifted her hands and spun around.
Because, silly, the cleansing spell worked. Knight was taken by the spirits. He's here, now, in the walls of this house, looking down on us and protecting us. He wasn't murdered. He died of a heart attack, most likely, and then his body vanished to the other side. That's why we couldn't find it. I know you think you saw what you did, but it just isn't true.
I stared at Harlo, my mouth to the floor. It took a moment for me to wrap my head around exactly what she had said. So you're saying that Knight is where, exactly? She splayed out her hands.
Here, in this house. Last night he passed to the other side, and now he's watching and protecting me.
Holy crap, this situation just got a whole lot nuttier. Chapter 11. After realizing that Harlo believed her cousin had dissolved into the house, talk about loony, and wasn't going to change her mind, I showed her my ideas for the renovation. She loved every one of them, and when Liam arrived, I went over some of the plans with him. Liam tossed his blonde hair out of his eyes and nodded with admiration. I like what you've got planned. We're about to start doing a little demo. Want to stay? I shook my head. I can't. I've got some shopping to do. Looking for antique tile for the kitchen and trying to see if I can find an old cast iron tub for the bathroom. The house had been renovated once before. At least the bathroom had been, and a urine yellow plastic shower had been installed. To keep with the age of the house, I planned on buying a cast iron tub to take its place. I said goodbye to Liam and headed back to my truck, Lady following close behind. Harlo's car was gone. She'd left as soon as Liam arrived. To let him do his thing, she had said. I did not tell Liam that the house was now supposedly haunted with the spirit of her dead cousin, and that his body had gone through a portal, a la Poltergeist, to the other side. Y'all, some things were just too much to handle on a Monday morning. So I left, unsure of exactly what to think. Harlo did not seem to be someone who believed in strange, unexplainable supernatural phenomena. At the same time, I hadn't thought her to be the type to want a cleansing, but apparently she was. I'm sorry to say that I had a hard time buying that Night was now a spirit in the house. However, this was something that Norma Ray would love. Not wanting to give in to her ideas, which I considered to be just as crazy as Harlow's, I decided to head over to Bender's coffee shop for my breakfast of a chocolate mocha. I found Julie Bender, the owner, sliding a tray of blueberry muffins into the pastry case. "Morning, Clem." "Morning, Julie. How are things going?" Julie pushed a stray strand of dark hair from her face. Her light brown skin and eyes gleamed in the sunlight streaming into the shop. She beamed. "Things are great. It's a beautiful morning, and I'm blessed to be here." She had lost her husband a few years ago, and it always amazed me that Julie was so happy. Even though she'd suffered tragedy, she still found a reason to smile. "Is that for me?" I asked, nodding to the cup. "Well, it sure is. Want your usual mocha?" I clicked my tongue and said sarcastically, "Do you think I should switch to green tea? Only if you want to start being healthy." I'm really not in the mood for that. Not after the morning I've had. I'd rather open my mouth and pour all the sugar from the caddy in it. Julie dumped old grounds from the machine and filled the canister with fresh. "That bad, huh?" "Sure is." "Well, let's hope it gets better. Maybe this cup of coffee will be the start for you." I smiled. "Hope so. If you want to chat about it, I can sit for a few minutes." As much as it would have been good to discuss things with Julie, I hated to bring up death conspiracy theories with her. You never knew how someone who had lost a spouse would take listening to more death, especially the story that I had to tell. "That's okay," I said. "Maybe another time." I had paid for my coffee and turned to leave when the door opened and Rufus strode in with Willard Gandy beside him. Now, Willard was the town pharmacist, and folks went to him for all sorts of things, ailments and creams. On his off days, he could be found in a pair of dicky overalls, but when he was working, Willard wore usual pharmacist gear, a white shirt and tie. Today, he wore the dickies. I chuckled to myself, wondering where Malene was. Shouldn't she be following him to see what the man was up to? Willard saw me and broke into a smile. Honestly, I didn't understand why Malene had such a problem with the man. He'd been nothing but nice to me since the first moment I met him, which was years ago, when I moved to Peachwood. "Clem," he said, shaking my hand. "Good to see you. John here has been telling me what a great help you've been to him." "That John," I said teasingly. He might have tried to destroy me in one life, but in this one, he did nothing but praise me. He's such a great guy. Willard clapped Rufus's shoulder. "Seems to be." He turned to Rufus. "Let me grab us a coffee. I'll be right back." Rufus eyed me with worry. "How are you feeling this morning?" I laughed. "Great question. After last night, I feel confused. Harlo thinks that Night is now dead and stuck in the crawl space of her house." Rufus barked with laughter. "You're joking." "Wish I was." "Now that's a predicament. One that I'm fairly certain isn't right. This isn't the movie Poltergeist." "Oh my gosh, that's what I thought too." It was my turn to laugh. "That's exactly the thought I had." "Funny that I don't remember who I am, but I remember Carol Ann," he said, referring to the main character in the movie. "That is strange." Our conversation faded to a lull, and I was about to go when Rufus stopped me. "Listen, I have a little hunting to do tonight. Would you care to join me?" I hesitated. "I could use your help," he quickly added. "I'm searching for a mimic spell. I have the feeling it's not going to be easy to find." "A mimic spell? Is this for Sykes-LaFoon?" "It is." Rufus's eyes were full of so much longing that I hated to say no, but a mimic spell, if I understood the term correctly, was copycat magic. It doubled the image of a person. It was a spell that could be used in many situations, good and bad. I crossed my arms in a standoff. I thought that you said you weren't going to use your hunting abilities for anything malicious. I'm not, he said, jaw clenched. Somebody was a bit on the defensive side. I told Sax that I would be the one working the spell. I don't want him doing anything bad with it. I don't trust him. The first major encounter I had with Sykes LaFoon was in the back seat of a limousine. Sykes informed me that I owed him money or else I would lose my company. His cohort, Georgie Boy, a round-faced kid, kept an eye on the time because, of all things, Sykes and his mafia friends were unionized and could only work for so long before taking a break. Talk about a babied mafia. He's done nothing wrong with the spells I've already found for him, Rufus said. He might not be the most savory character, but he hasn't lied to me. Not yet, I said. You don't even know him, Rufus argued. I don't have to know him. What I do know about him is that he loans money to people he shouldn't, and he would have taken my business if you hadn't stepped in to help. Rufus nodded toward the door. Would you like to go outside and discuss this? I'm not sure this is an appropriate conversation to have with so many listening ears. There were a lot of people in the coffee shop. I lifted my palms in surrender. No, we don't have to talk about it. We can always discuss it tonight, he said. I smirked. What makes you think there will be a tonight? A slow smile curled on his face. I get the feeling you're not finished with me on this subject. But he was right. Not because I wasn't finished with the subject, but because I was indebted to him. I sighed in submission. Yes, I'll come with you. I'll pick you up at 8, he said. Willard strode up, 2 coffees in hand. There was something that I had to know. Did you happen to hear anything loud outside of your house the other night? Willard scratched his head. No, not a thing. But when I sleep, I fall into it deeply. Why? Should I have? I heard something loud in your bushes. I think a cat got into the azalea and broke the top half of it. Realization sparked in his eyes. Is that what happened? I saw my bushes, but I figured Malene probably had something to do with it. That woman's been snooping around a lot lately. And to be honest, I've been so tired at night that I haven't had a chance to confront her about it. You've been tired? Maybe Willard would tell me what was making him so fatigued, and I could tell Malene, which would stop her from snooping and keep her from getting into trouble. What's been making you so tired? Willard shook his head. Just a project I've got going on at the house. Oh well, at least I could tell Malene that I tried. I lifted the coffee cup to both men. John, I'll see you tonight. Rufus nodded, but hesitation filled his eyes. What could he be worried about? We'd gone spell hunting before and hadn't run into any problems. What on earth could we find while hunting for spells that would fill his eyes with hesitation? I didn't know, but now I was curious and wanted to find out. From the coffee shop, I made my way to Architectural Scavengers, the best place in town to search for the bathtub and a new mantel for Harlo's house. But of course, maybe I didn't need to go shopping at all. Perhaps Knight's ghost could just whip something up for her, since he lived in the house and all. Just kidding. Walking into Architectural Scavengers was like taking a time machine back into housing history. All different styles and colors of lamps swung from the ceiling. Glass and crystal in the shapes of tulips, rectangles, and long flutes. And that was just above. On the floor level, mahogany and oak furniture sprinkled the showroom. Tables, chairs, cabinets, wardrobes, dressers. Just about everything you could imagine was in the shop. Then there was the collection of hardware, glass knobs, iron hooks, anything you needed to restore a home. Past the bins of iron were the real masterpieces. The mantels and antique windows, solid oak doors and tiles. And in the far corner sat the old tubs and bathroom fixtures, sinks and more hardware. As soon as I entered, Lance DeWald greeted me, hands extended. "Clementine, darling, how are you?" "I'm well, how are you?" We air-kissed each other's cheeks before Lance dropped my hands. "Well, you look fabulous. That's saying something, after the night I heard that you went through." Lance's partner in business and love, Patrick, sailed into the showroom hefting a brown box full of house parts, knobs and lights. "Lance, dear, are you bothering poor Clementine about all that drama that occurred with the Owens?" Lance scoffed in Patrick's direction, giving what I would consider the love of his life a good once-over. Now, where Lance was lithe, blonde, and brown-eyed, almost boyish-looking, Patrick was dark-skinned with navy blue. Lance placed one fist on his hip and said with a huff, "I'm most certainly not giving Clementine a hard time about all that craziness. I'm just telling her how beautiful she is in her flouncy top, skinny jeans, and ballet flats. She is grace when so many are more outlandish than a peacock." "He's not bothering me," I said. Patrick settled the box down and crossed to Lance. "Are you sure about that? Because you and I both know how much my man loves to gossip." I batted away his worry. "I don't mind talking about it. I really don't. I mean, the whole thing is crazy." Lance grabbed my wrist and dragged me over to a coffee table built at the turn of the century. "Honey, tell me what you know and I'll tell you what I know." "Lance," Patrick scolded, "it's best not to gossip." "Of course it's best not to gossip, but I feel like doing it anyway." He turned back to me. "Don't mind Patrick. He's not one for a little tongue-wagging this early in the morning." I'd been wagging my tongue since practically sunrise, so a little more certainly wasn't going to hurt anything. "Oh, Patrick, it doesn't bother me." "If you say so," he said, a slight hint of judgment flashing in his eyes. When he had left the room, Lance swatted my arm. "He doesn't like a lot of gossip, thinks it gets people in trouble. I don't know why he would ever think that. I always say an ounce of gossip is worth a pound of the truth." I laughed. "Maybe if the gossip winds up being fact, but otherwise—" "Honey, there is no otherwise. Now dish. Tell me everything that happened." So I spewed the entire story again, by this time grazing through it as quickly as possible. When I finished, Lance fell back into his chair, his mouth gaping. "You are kidding? He just disappeared, and no one else saw the knife?" "Yes and yes." "Wow, that is something else. I suppose Malene is all over this, wanting to know what happened." "What gave you that idea?" "If there's one thing I know, it's that Malene Fredericks likes to stick her nose in everyone's business. If that's not the truth, may God strike me dead." I giggled. "Okay, I've told you what I know. Now it's your turn." Lance lifted from his chair and glanced around. "I have to make sure that Patrick doesn't hear. Okay, he's not around." "Seems like he should be used to you gossiping by now, seeing as y'all have been together for years." "Forever, darling," he said, his eyes smiling. 15 years might as well be forever. But anyway, let me tell you what I know. For years, Nat Owens has been a mooch, never able to make a decent cent of his own money. He's gone from his sister to his brother numerous times, bumming off them. Well, finally his mother got tired of all his begging and gave him a huge lump sum of cash. It was so big that it got a lot of folks' attention, including his siblings. So that's what the money discussion was about. Lynn, when she had been talking about sharing, meant the money that their mother had given tonight. If what Lance said was true, then of course Lynn would be ticked off about the cash. She would feel entitled to it, wouldn't she? Even though she had looked upset last night when Knight disappeared and had seemed confused, was it all an act? Could she have been behind the entire scheme? What about his brother Payne? I met Payne, but he didn't seem to have a real beef with Knight. Lance rolled his eyes. Oh, honey, let me tell you about Payne Owens. I cocked an ear toward Lance. I'm listening. Payne is just as bad as his brother, but in a different way. He married a woman right after college. She was rich, super rich. As soon as they married, Payne left town. But what do you know? 2 years later, he returned, widowed and rich. My jaw fell. What happened? Lance dropped his voice. From what I understand, she died in a fire in their house. That's horrible. Poor Payne, to lose his wife like that. Lance shot me a pointed look. Don't feel too badly for him. Apparently, from what the rumor mill had going around, he had a girlfriend on the side. Payne blamed the girlfriend for being jealous of his wife and setting the fire. Now she's serving 20 years and he's free as a bird living here. What about the money? Shouldn't he be rich? You'd think so, but Payne, that idiot, spent it all. Vacations and fast cars that he wrecked. He squandered what he had, and now he's poorer than a pencil lead. He uses his good looks to get by, and soon those will be gone. Trust me, all that man is looking for is his next meal ticket. Patrick waltzed in and placed both hands on Lance's shoulders. And we'll be looking for our next meal ticket if we don't do some work. Lance rose. That was all I had to say anyhow. I was still digesting everything that Lance had said when he asked me what I had come into the store for. Goodness, I'd nearly forgotten. Oh, I need to look at your bathtubs and mantles. Great, he rose. Allow me to escort you to the tubs. I slowly rose. I'm following you. Chapter 12. The rest of the day, I shopped for Harlo and returned calls from other potential clients. By the time my day was done, I was beat. Lady was waiting impatiently for me back at the house.
I missed you today, Clementine. Thank goodness you're home.
I gave her a hug. Did you have a good day?
There's a squirrel next door who I've been staring at through the window. It's been making fun of me, chattering and laughing. First chance I get, I'm going out there and biting him. First chance.
Wow, I didn't know you were so violent.
I'm a dog. It's instinct.
She had a point. Come on, let's get you some food. I poured her a bowl of dog pebbles and called Malene to see what, if anything, she had discovered about the Owens triplets. She didn't answer, so I set about making my own dinner and getting ready for a night of spell hunting. My heart sank at the idea of going. I would rather have been spending my time knocking on Tooney Sluggs's door and asking if he'd found Knight's body yet. As if. Tooney Sluggs was probably sitting at home, watching Wheel of Fortune and not thinking one iota about Knight Owens and his death and subsequent disappearance. But since I wasn't about to charge over to his house, I prepared to hunt, opting for a wardrobe of all black. Classy, right? When 8 o'clock rolled around, Rufus arrived, exactly on time. He, too, wore all black, donning his signature leather pants that made him look like a rock star and a dark button-down shirt. Are you sure you're not in a band? I joked. His dark eyes twinkled. What can I say? I have a flair for the dramatic. I may not know much about myself, including my name, but I know my style. I laughed. Do you mind if Lady comes? Rufus bent at the waist and wagged a finger at her. Only if you promise not to eat any more spells. There are a lot of nasty ones out there, ones that could do real damage to you. Lady batted her eyes. I swear she did.
I won't eat anything bad, Mr. John. I promise.
Then you may come with us. We piled into Rufus's Range Rover. He made a point to open my door, of course, and I thanked him. As soon as he started the engine and we rumbled down the road, I turned to him. Where are we going? It's a surprise. A bubble of worry worked its way from my stomach to my throat. Rufus was now throwing surprises into our relationship. I wasn't sure that I was ready for this. Am I going to like this place? He smiled. Don't worry. I discovered it the other night. What was there to worry about? If Rufus tried anything, which I doubted, I'd just blow him into next week with my power. Or better yet, I'd try to summon that magical spear and shoot a hole right through him. Wow, I had some really violent thoughts sometimes. And here I was worried about my dog and how she was reacting to a squirrel, while I'm planning how to wound Rufus if he tries to hurt me first. To be fair, at least the two of us have a history. We rumbled out of town and down a dirt road that I'd passed a million times but hadn't ridden down. "What's out here?" "Just wait," he said, his voice holding a secretive lilt.
Yeah, Clementine, Lady chirped. You have to be patient.
Rufus arched a brow. "You should listen to your dog." "Great, you're both against me." Lady yawned.
Honey, if the shoe fits, you should be putting it on and strutting in it.
I laughed. "That's not how that saying goes."
I can get away with it. After all, I'm a dog.
"Here we are." Rufus nodded out the windshield. "We have arrived at our destination." Shining in the headlights stood an old covered bridge. I could tell that at one time it had been painted a cherry red, but now the paint was faded and peeling in strips off the sides. A creek sputtered and coughed below. As I peered out the window, magic started to happen. Floating up from the creek came spells. They looked like a sea of dandelions lashed by the spring air into the wind. Hundreds of them floated, swirling in the sky. "Wow," I said quietly. "We've seen spells before, but there's something truly magical about this place." Rufus grabbed his satchel from the back seat. "I thought you'd like it." His arm brushed my shoulder as he pulled the pack through the slot between us. A jolt of energy snaked down my arm, and suddenly the air became thick, full of heat and humidity. I opened my door, releasing the tension into the sky. "So you're looking for a mimic spell?" Rufus got out, came around. "I am." He stood close to me, too close. Wind picked up his hair, and the scent of his cologne trickled up my nose. He smelled of the woods and coffee, two of my favorite things. I wanted to wrap myself up in him. The thought didn't surprise me, but it made me realize that I absolutely did not hate this man. I wanted him. Against every grain of sense in my body, I wanted Rufus to pull me into a kiss, graze his fingers down my flesh. I wasn't angry with myself about this, but it was time for me to accept something. I didn't completely trust Rufus, but I didn't hate him. I didn't feel that burning anger in my gut anymore. It had vanished, replaced with hesitation. No, I wasn't ready to throw myself at him, but I was ready to accept that maybe the Rufus I knew didn't exist anymore. He had become someone new. But who? And if I didn't know any better, as I stared at the dancing lights lifting from the ground and spiraling in the air, I would think that Rufus was trying to romance me, because the scene was hideously romantic. "It's breathtaking," I said. "I hoped you'd like it." He dropped his bag on the ground. "I was driving down this road the other night and found this little treasure trove. Of course, all I wanted to find was a memory spell, but ended up discovering several others to add to my collection." I arched a brow. "You have a collection?" "I am a wizard," he said proudly, hand to heart. "What sort of one would I be if I didn't have a collage of spells tinkling about my living space?" "How are you storing them?" "How do you think?" He pulled a baby-sized mason jar from his pocket. "Tiny glass containers." I giggled at the sight of the pint-sized container. And yes, I meant literally pint-sized. It was a wee thing. He slid the jar back in his pocket. "Shall we? Don't forget, a mimic spell." I nodded. Got it. As Lady bounced, snarling and snapping at spells, but not coming close to snatching one in her jaws, we strolled over the knee-high grass and took the slope down toward the creek. I plucked a spell from the air. I never knew that magic could be so beautiful. Did your parents teach you nothing? He said, sounding annoyed. Well, you know that they died when I was younger. They weren't magical. Rufus stopped, stared at me. I'm sorry. I can't imagine how hard it would be to grow up with parents who didn't know about how to use magic. I shrugged. I dealt with it. Just like I dealt with a lot of other things. I think that's one reason why I wound up throwing myself into the witching world when I had the chance. And that's when the bad things happened. His jaw clenched and his back stiffened. You should tell me who it was who hurt you. Why? So that, when I remember who I am, and how to use the power stored up in me to its fullest, I can find him and hurt him the way that he hurt you. I stared at Rufus, peering into a face that I could only see in profile. The bite in his words wasn't fake. He meant every word of what he said. But how could I tell him that he would only be hurting himself? John, I said quietly, it's in the past. But it's not, is it? His fingers squeezed around a crimson-colored spell. He inspected it before releasing it into the air. At least, not for you. I think less of it every day. Unless you count yesterday, for example, when I personally relived it. But you still think of it. Why do you want to help me? Because you've helped me, he said quickly. And you've already done enough for me, I replied. His face pinched in anguish, and he sighed, dropping his hand limply to his side. Have you ever met someone and, for some unknown reason, felt a connection? A line that joins the both of you? I paused before whispering, yes. He pivoted to face me. Light from a single lamp on the covered barn illuminated a face full of hope, full of longing. I feel that, between us, and I don't know what it is. Is it simply that you've helped me? I don't think so. Plenty of people have helped me since I wound up in this town by some chance of fate. But you're the one who calls to me, who I want to help. He strode forward, passion wafting off him in thick, rolling waves. My breath got knotted up in the back of my throat, and I stood, unmoving, as he approached like a storm. He stopped and we stared at each other. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't look away. He mesmerized me, this man, and the thing was, every part of what he said was true. I felt connected to him, had since the very first moment we met. There was a pull to him, and I felt myself falling, slipping forward. Rufus reached toward me, and I wanted to let him take me in his arms. All I could see were his eyes as I fell into his gravitational pull. Then Lady rushed up, barking. The sharp sound jolted me from the moment, and I slinked back onto one hip. Maybe we should search for the mimic spell? He nodded, his expression crestfallen. That is what we came for, isn't it? I turned away and searched, the entire time feeling as if my heart had cracked in two. As if not only had I hurt myself, but that I'd hurt him. And once again, my own gut tightened. There were two choices that I had been faced with, to kiss or not to kiss. And I felt that I'd chosen the wrong one. I'd let him down, and in letting Rufus down, somehow I had managed to let myself down. All those thoughts swirled in my head as we plucked spell after spell. Meteors unzippered the sky, revealing more darkness between the stars than I thought possible. The lack of light mirrored my heart and the dark pit that lay within it, a pit that might be ready to be filled by the man who had created it in the first place. Chapter 13. I found 2 mimic spells, I said to Rufus. He spun around, jealousy crawling all over his face. Perhaps you're the one who should be getting paid for this and not me. I shrugged. Let's call it beginner's luck. I can think of something to call it, he murmured. It seems more like destiny or fate than luck. I tisked. Now, are you seriously jealous that I found these before you? No. He took the spells gently from my fingers and slid them in the open mason jar. I'm not jealous that you found one. I'm jealous that you found two. Do you want me to help you find one for yourself? I teased. You jest. Yes, I do jest. After stowing the bottle in his satchel, he rubbed his hands together. Great, now that we've got the work out of the way, why don't we have a little fun? I eyed him skeptically. What sort of fun? Is this going to involve running and jumping? Because I don't consider exercise to be fun. No, it involves actual fun. He searched through the floating orbs, inspecting and gently batting them away when they weren't what he was searching for. Ah, there you are. Oh, and you too. I think the both of you will do nicely.
What did you have there?
Lady asked, bounding up. Rufus smiled at her. You shall see. Now step back. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I eyed him warily. What are you doing? Watch. You're going to love it. My stomach churned. I'm not really one for surprises. I promise you'll love this one. Rufus squeezed a purple orb, and suddenly the sound of soft jazz floated in the air.
That's a neat trick,
Lady said. It is, I murmured. I'm not done, Rufus said. He took a yellow orb that he held in one hand and twisted the top of it, creating an opening. From that opening, light shimmered up and down. And before I knew what was happening, I was looking at a shower of sparks. It was raining fireworks, y'all. They didn't pop or explode. Their sound was more like a wind chime blowing in the breeze. That, along with the sound of the jazz, stole my breath. Rufus extended his hand. Care to dance? I'm sorry? Would you like to dance? This was definitely turning into a date, but when in Rome, I slid my hand over his and let him pull me toward the shower. The lights fell like rain beside us, and I couldn't help but watch. This is a nice surprise, I said. All we need now is a picnic and a bottle of wine. Rufus groaned. I knew I'd forgotten something. I laughed. Tell me, was this your plan all along? To bring me out and woo me with music and fireworks? Is it working? I do like both of those things, I admitted. We were silent for a moment, and I noticed how his palms stayed stoically on my back, not daring to dip down below my waist. His large hand cupped mine, nearly swallowing my fingers in his hold. He spoke again. You know, I suppose this is where I tell you something about me. Something I've always dreamed or yearned for. But when you lose your memory, or at least in my experience of it, the only dream you have is of regaining that memory, of knowing who you were so that you can know your dreams and wants. Well, since you don't know what you're dreaming of, what is it that you want besides your memory? To be rich, he said with a laugh. No, I'm joking. What I want is to be able to know my magic and get to know you better. I clicked my tongue. You should aim higher. There's nothing wrong with simple wants. Most of the world is made up of people who only want simple things. To provide for their families, have clean water, be able to cross the street without getting hurt. The very act of survival and wanting that is not only simple, but powerful. I leaned back to stare up at him. You should speak in public. He chuckled, glancing down in embarrassment. I only meant to explain why I'm not shooting for the stars. I get the feeling that in my past life I did aim for them, and got much of what I wanted, but it still wasn't enough. I'd rather want less and have more than want more and have less. Seems the key to happiness is the former rather than the latter. And you make my dreams seem so simple. Take over the world, one house renovation at a time. People need a place to live. They do. I relaxed back into his arms and let my head rest on his shoulder. Lady padded over to a spot on the grass and plopped down, rolling onto her back to scratch it against the earth. I could stay like that all night, leaning on Rufus. letting him lead me in a slow dance as the sky went from deepest ink to bursts of orange and pink, while spells whizzed by, bumping into each other and bumping into us. The thought surprised me, and I acknowledged the worry that knotted my gut, letting it surface and then waiting as it dissolved away. "Should we head back?" Rufus said after a few minutes. I yawned. "I think so. I'm tired." He released his hold on me, and I instantly missed the comfort and warmth he'd given. He stared at me, and I stared at him, smiling. But it wasn't the right time for a kiss, so I turned away, calling to Lady. Rufus grabbed his satchel and took a couple of other spells before we hit the road. "What did you take?" I asked as we climbed into his Range Rover. Rufus smiled before settling down his satchel behind us. "That, my dear, is a surprise. It's always good to have a little insurance, and that's what I took." "Insurance?" I said. "For what?" His gaze darkened, but only for a moment. "You never know who might want to steal what a spell hunter has stored up. These will keep me and my spells protected." Worried, I said, "Do you think someone wants to harm you?" He stared out the window as we rumbled over ruts and holes. "Not yet, but soon word will spread about what I can do. And then yes, I'll have to watch out, because people always want what they don't have, and many are willing to do bad things to get it." Chapter 14. We didn't say much the rest of the way to my house, though we did say goodbye on my doorstep. I slinked inside before he could kiss or hug me, my mind still churning as a whole slew of feelings rushed through me. But I did want to kiss him, didn't I? The once predator was now a changed man. My gosh, what was wrong with me? Did I have a thing for going out with bad guys? The last guy I almost dated turned out to be a killer, and now I wanted to kiss Rufus. But he was different now, wasn't he? As soon as the thought left my head, the doorbell rang. He was back. He wanted the kiss too. Well, of course he did, dummy. That was obvious, wasn't it? Rufus wanted to smack some lips with me. But then, would I tell him the truth? Would I tell him who he was and keep the memory spell from him? Therein lay the problem. It was just my hormones, I told myself. Only my hormones making me feel this way. I had to stick to the original deal that I had made with myself, until it was obvious that Rufus had changed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, then I would keep the truth from him. The doorbell! I'd almost forgotten. In my deep thoughts, I'd forgotten that he was back, on my front porch. I jerked open the door. "Listen, John, I don't think this is such a good idea." "John? You've been going out with him?" Malene tapped her foot impatiently, glaring at me. "What's all this about John? You got the hots for him?" Crap, it wasn't Rufus at the door. It was Malene, and now she would tell half the town what I'd said. "No, Malene, I don't have the hots for him. I'd just done a little spell hunting with him, is all." She arched a brow. "A likely story," she said sarcastically, as if she was from a 1940s black and white movie. "But anyway, I came by because we've got to go." "Where? It's late." "Lynn left her house. We need to get over there and see what she's got stashed. Maybe a body." "Whoa," I said. "I think she's suspicious, but I'm not sure there's a body in her house." Malene folded her arms. "You didn't see what I saw, girlie." Intrigued, I replied, "Oh, what did you see?" "Erlene, Norma Ray, and me headed over to Lynn's house this morning and did a stakeout." I nearly slapped my face. "In broad daylight, you spied on a woman?" Malene shrugged as if it was just another day in the life. "Today wasn't an official quilting day, so we didn't have anything else to do anyway." Okay, as if that made sense. "What did you see? If I'm going to be dragged over to someone's house at this time of night, you'd better tell me everything." "I don't know how long she'll be gone, so I'm going to make this quick." You realize that you just could have called me on my cell. I ran out of power. I had a lot of Googling to do today. I was afraid to ask about that. Okay, what did you see? Lynn kept coming and going. Using a wheelbarrow, she brought in a huge steel barrel, and then she went to the store and brought back a whole bunch of chemicals. Malene lifted her brows. One of them was acid. Acid? I said skeptically. Don't you see? No. Malene threw her hands up in the air. For someone who's so smart, you sure can miss the details. I sighed. Okay, what am I missing? She's going to dump Knight's body in the barrel and then pour the acid over it to get rid of it. Ugh, disgusting. That's a long stretch, I think. Do you not watch crime shows? No, and maybe you should stop. Malene's face twisted, red and furious. Dagnabbit, don't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? If you think there's been a murder, it looks like we may have your suspect and be able to catch her red-handed. Now, if you just want to sit here and do nothing about it, then so be it. But I'm telling you that if you want to be more than a slug on a log, then you need to come with me, right now. Malene crossed her arms and waited. I considered all that was wrong with this situation. Spying, possibly leading to a legal entry, which might lead to an arrest, mine and Malene's. But if what she said was correct, then we might have caught our killer, because someone had offed Knight. Sighing out of fatigue more than frustration, I grabbed my purse and said to Lady, "Don't wait up, I'll be back."
Oh, goody,
she exclaimed.
I can't wait to hear about this train wreck.
I shot her a pointed look. Good night. With that, I followed Malene out the door and into the night. We arrived at Lynn's house a few minutes later. It was a sad-looking cottage with skewed shingles revealing bald patches on the roof, trim that needed a good painting, and a sagging front porch, suggesting that some of the boards had rotted. Malene parked and switched off the car. The engine clicked and chittered before dying completely. The barrel is inside. I don't see the chemicals anymore. She must have taken those in too. Malene peered through the windshield. The lights are off and her car's gone. I say we take our chance and get inside that house now. And how do you propose we do that? Malene tapped the side of her nose. I'm guessing Lynn's got a key stashed under a doormat or a rock. The neighborhood was quiet. Very few lights were on. Plenty of folks were already in bed, asleep. But then again, plenty weren't. We have to be quick. We start shining lights all over the place looking for a key, and we'll be in trouble. Then we'd better get going now. Malene opened her car door. Come on, chicken. Chicken? Was this some new nickname that Malene had come up with for me? I wasn't sure that I liked it. But before she could ask me again, I followed her from the car, walking slowly and glancing around as if I was guilty of something, which I was about to be. Malene hustled straight on up to the front porch as if she owned the place. My gut twisted hard, and I grimaced in pain. Apparently, I didn't deal with the stress of illegal activity all that well. Go figure. She stepped around the sagging boards and flipped over the mat. We got it! She brandished a key, grinning from ear to ear. I gestured for her to lower it. We don't want anyone to see us. Hurry up. Malene unlocked the door, and before I could utter a word, it was open and she was yanking me inside. She shut the door and we stood, plunged into darkness. A faint clicking sound came from Malene, and the next thing I knew, she was pointing a penlight in the room. Wow, I said, impressed. You come prepared. I'm not as prepared as Erlene, but I've learned a thing or two from her in my life. One of them is to always have a flashlight and pepper spray. You never know when you're going to need both, or either one. Come on, let's look around. I pulled out my phone and flipped on its light. The first thing I noticed was a cabinet full of crystal skulls. Malene surveyed it. Think she pulls them out and strokes their heads for luck? I laughed. No telling. Let's keep going. We picked our way around the house until we came to a door in the kitchen that was conveniently locked. That probably leads down to the basement, where the barrel is, Malene said with authority. How would Lynn get a barrel down to the basement? More than that, how would she get Knight's body down there? He probably weighed twice as much as her. Malene considered that. Good point. We kept searching until we came to the enclosed back porch, where we spied the barrel. Sitting beside it were 5 large gallon-sized plastic bottles. See? Malene pointed the light on the first label. It's a type of acid. Muriatic acid, I read farther. Says it's for swimming pools. Malene scoffed. And probably for disposing of bodies. Let's not jump to conclusions. What else does she have here? Ammonia and bleach, Malene said triumphantly. Everyone knows that if you combine those 2 chemicals, it can be toxic. Let me guess, to a dead body? Malene harumphed. Exactly. I don't know, Malene, I said uneasily. Let's get the lid off the barrel. That'll prove everything. I know it. The steel barrel's lid was pushed down hard. There was no way it could be opened simply with our hands. Got a crowbar on you? Oh, look, she said, flashing her light in the corner. There's one right there. There was. Sitting atop a stack of old newspapers lay a crowbar. Lucky us. Very lucky. She waddled over, grabbed it, and handed it to me. You get to do the honors. Why me? Because you're young and strong. I suppose you have a point. I turned off my flashlight and settled it in my purse. Okay, here goes nothing. I positioned the end of the crowbar under the rim of the lid and pushed down. At first, the lid didn't budge, so I pushed down harder and felt it give. Fear zippered down my spine. It felt like a tornado of butterflies zoomed about in my stomach. My fingers trembled. And for a moment, my mind clouded with fear of what we would see when we opened the barrel. You're taking too long, Malene snipped. Fine, I snapped. I'll open it up. With my eyes closed, I gripped the lid and yanked. Malene gasped. I opened my eyes and saw another pair of eyes staring up at me. I screamed and dropped the lid. It hit the barrel and fell off, clattering onto the tile floor. Malene screamed, throwing up her arms. Then a voice sounded from behind us. Find what you're looking for? I whirled around. Malene did the same, her light flashing on Lynn. She stood on the back porch. Lynn wore black from head to foot, and her lips were painted a deep red. She crossed her arms and glared at us. Well, did you? She repeated. Find what you're looking for? I pointed to the barrel. You're a murderer. I knew it. I knew you were a murderer. With trembling fingers, I pulled my phone from my purse. I'm calling Tooney Slugs right now. You're going to pay for killing Knight. Lynn scoffed. Then she reached between Malene and me and pulled the body from the barrel. I screamed again, and Lynn snapped. Stop screaming. Look at what you're yelling about. I leaned over to look at the thing, but couldn't. For goodness sake, Lynn said, revealing a large baby doll. It's only a doll. Now I think y'all need to explain what you're doing here. I shot Malene a worried look. Neither of us spoke. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops. Looks like we had some explaining to do. Chapter 15. We thought that you'd stuffed Knight's body in the barrel, I explained. Lynn's eyes flared. She stared at me for a moment, looking completely confused that I would think such a thing. You're kidding me. Malene shook her head. You were doing some suspicious things today. Lynn flipped on the back porch light before stepping past us into the house. She turned around. Well, y'all coming? Are you gonna call the police? Malene asked. Lynn shook her head. No, I understand that y'all are just concerned about what happened tonight. I'll tell you everything that I know. Just come sit. I'll put on a pot of coffee, too." "I'll be up all night if I drink coffee this late," Malene complained. I nudged her with my elbow. "I think under the circumstances, we should just do as she says." "Okay," Malene grumbled. We sat at the antique, kitschy, gold-flecked table while Lynn worked. She talked while she spooned grounds into the machine. "I have a collection of dolls that I decided to store away. Knight always joked and called them cursed, so I was just going to put them in a barrel and place them in the basement." Malene drummed her fingers on the table. "What about the chemicals?" "Oh, I bought the pool stuff for a friend who couldn't find any, and the others are basic cleaning chemicals." I hiked a brow as if to say, "See? I knew those chemicals didn't seem to be the sort for destroying a dead body." Was all Malene said. Lynn finished filling the coffee machine and she turned to us, resting her back against the counter's ledge. "But I suppose y'all want to discuss Knight and my problems with him." "You did a lot of finger-pointing the other night," I said. Lynn snatched a box of teddygrams from the counter and slowly started crunching on the little bear-shaped cookies. Or crackers, or whatever you want to call them. Graham crackers are called crackers, but they're too sweet to be real crackers. They're more the flavor of a cookie, so when Graham is molded into a bear shape, I suppose that's actually a cookie. Perhaps I am overthinking this. "We were arguing because way back in the day, I gave Knight a loan." She gestured to her house. "I mean, I'm not rich. I need a new roof and goodness knows what else, but I still gave him what I could and never asked for a dime in return. Then Mama gives him a huge wad of cash, and he won't pay me back anything that I did for him. Yes, I was mad." The coffee finished dripping, and Lynn poured 3 cups. She glided over and settled one in front of Malene and one in front of me. "I would like cream," Malene said. "We're all out." "How about sugar?" "How about you broke into my house?" Malene stopped talking and started sipping. Lynn continued. "But I wasn't mad enough to kill him, if that's what happened. No one but you saw the knife, Clem. It must have either been the angle that we were standing at or—" She eyed me skeptically. "The knife never existed in the first place." "I know what I saw," I said through clenched teeth. "There was a knife in Knight's stomach." "Everything happened so fast," Lynn remarked, uninterested. "I'm still not convinced that Knight didn't stage it all." "It didn't look staged." She hiked a shoulder. "I've had some time to think about it. Look, if Tooney Slugs doesn't believe that Knight was hurt, then why should I?" "Slugs doesn't believe anyone can be murdered in this town," I said. "It's a fault of his." "Still, I don't know. Look, I was angry with my brother, so mad at him about the money, but I didn't do anything to hurt him. I certainly didn't kill him and get rid of the body a few seconds later." Lynn narrowed her eyes at me. She was clearly annoyed by our presence, as well she should have been, but I didn't believe that she was a killer. Basically, seeing the vat of dolls had convinced me of that. The woman obviously had strange storage ideas, but it wasn't her brother in that barrel. That, plus the fact that she hadn't called the police on us, convinced me that she wasn't a bad person. For now, I was taking her off the list of suspects. We'd see if that winds up being a good idea or a bad one. We finished our coffee and thanked Lynn for her hospitality. She did not return our appreciation. Can't say I blame her. After all, how often is it that you find a strange person in your house and then offer them coffee? When we were at the door, about to walk out, Lynn held out her hand. "Can I get the key to my house back?" Malene's cheeks burned crimson. "Oh, of course, dear. Sorry about that." Lynn took the key. "Thank you. And if I ever catch either one of you in my home again, I'll have you arrested." With that, she slammed the front door in our faces. Considering, I would say that went pretty well, Malene said. I grabbed her by the elbow and pivoted her toward the car. Let's just get out of here. Malene drove us back toward my house, and on the way we passed Harlo's renovation. The lights in the front room had been left on. It wasn't like Liam and his men to be so careless. Can you pull over? I want to go inside and flip off all the lights, save electricity. Malene did as I asked. Want me to come with you? Return to the scene of the crime? See if we can find out what really happened? I shook my head. It's okay, I'll be fine. Malene pursed her lips, giving her a prissy expression. Well then, I'll just be here with the car running, waiting for you to come back out. Wow, did someone get their feelings hurt easily or what? There was no point dwelling on it, so I slipped from the car and headed up to the house. I unlocked the front door, expecting to simply flip the lights off and return to the car, but what I saw instead made me stop. The kitchen could be seen from the front room. Every cabinet door was open wide. Even the lumber that Liam had brought in sat disheveled, turned over. What the? I stalked into the kitchen. It looked like someone had been in the house searching for something. Liam and his crew wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have opened all the doors and just left them that way. Something was up. Deciding it wouldn't be a bad idea to inspect the rest of the house, I slowly picked my way through it and discovered the same scenario in all the built-in cabinets in every room that had them. Maybe Harlo had come back and opened them, airing them out perhaps. But why would she have done that? Remembering that Malene was waiting for me, I quickly shut everything, turned off the lights, and headed back outside. When I was in the car, I told her what happened. But I can't for the life of me figure out what was going on. Why would someone have done that? Malene shrugged. Sounds to me like someone was looking for something. What would they have been searching for in an empty house? She turned on her blinker to signal that we were pulling out of the parking spot, even though the street sat empty. Beats me. Maybe they're looking for the body. I scoffed. They're not looking for Knight in a kitchen cabinet. We were looking for him in a barrel. That's different. We arrived at my house a few minutes later. Malene switched off the ignition and started to follow me inside. Are you coming with me? I asked. Well, yes. We have to figure out who is next on our list of suspects. As much as I wanted to tell Malene that we should call it a night, she was always nice to me and generally gave me a new chocolate dessert to eat every few days. Come on in, I said. I won't be able to sleep, she said, strolling into my living room. I need to chat with someone. Across the street, I spied lights on in Willard Gandy's house. You could always ask Willard to join you for a nightcap. Malene jabbed her finger in the air. You keep talking like that, chicken, and I'll be giving you a nightcap. I cocked a brow. Is that a threat? It's a something. I hid a laugh behind my hand and plopped down on the couch. Malene relaxed into the recliner. Lady was nowhere in sight, which meant she was probably asleep in my room, curled up in her doggy bed. Some watch dachshund I had. She didn't even wake up when I got home. Malene rocked back and forth. Tomorrow I'll tell the ladies that we need to start investigating Payne Owens. He's the next likely subject, right? He is. I'll get Arlene and Norma Ray on him. If he's hiding something, you can be sure that we'll find out about it. We didn't speak for a moment, and drained from thinking about Knight and all that mess, I changed topics. Malene, how'd you learn about magic? She pulled off her glasses. After searching through her purse, she pulled out a cleaning cloth and wiped the specks clean. I was lucky. I had a parent who was magical. She taught me just about everything that I knew. My children didn't have any power, but that's sometimes how it goes. The magic skips a generation. I know you had a son, Matthew. You have more than one child? She sniffed. Yes, 2 of them. A daughter and a son. My daughter and I had a falling out. We stopped speaking ages ago."
"I'm sorry." She waved her hand.
"She said I liked to meddle too much. When she had her own child, I wanted to be there to teach the magic. But my daughter was convinced the child wouldn't be magical, and she didn't want to open, as she said, a can of magical worms. So I stayed out of their lives."
My heart ached for her. "I'm so sorry. I can't imagine anyone wanting to keep you out of their lives. You're a kind, generous person. Okay, maybe not to Willard Gandy, but you're still kind. At least to me you are." Malene wiped moisture from her eyes. I handed her a tissue and sat back down.
"Well," she continued, "you didn't know me back then. I may have said some things that were wrong and hurt some feelings. I wasn't always the best mother."
I tugged at my fingernails so hard a hangnail pulled away from the skin. "Well, I'm sure all was forgiven between the two of you." The edge of my finger was tender, smarting under my touch. "Do you have any nail clippers?"
Malene shook her head. "I'm afraid that I don't."
"I need one." I knew I had some in my purse. I searched it but couldn't find any. Then I spotted my brown bag, the alternate bag that I didn't use often. It was the same one that I had taken to Harlo's the other night. Maybe I had dropped one in there. As soon as I opened the bag, my heart seized. Oh my word.
"What is it?" Malene asked.
I dipped my hand in and brought out Knight's journal. I totally forgot that I had this in here. It's Knight's journal, from the day he died. Maybe there's a clue inside to tell us what may have happened, who really wanted him dead. Malene crossed to me.
"Well, what are you waiting for? Open it up."
I unwound the leather cord from around the book and peeled back the cover. Inside, the pages had been hollowed out, and stuffed into the rectangular space was a wad of cash. I pulled it out. Malene's eyes grew wide.
"Well, well, well," she said. "Think somebody's going to want that?"
I nodded. I'm guessing they would, if they knew it was here. What should I do with it? She tapped a finger to her lips.
"Put it away and let me think."
I placed the money back in the journal and slid the book onto the bookcase, hiding it among my collection of paperbacks. I guess that'll do for now. Do you think someone knew about that cash?
Malene nodded. "My guess is that cash is what got Knight killed."
I swallowed a knot in the back of my throat. And now I'm the one with it. She nodded.
"You sure are. Better be careful or else you'll be next."
Chapter 16. I made sure every bolt was locked before I went to bed that night. I tossed and turned, unable to get a restful sleep. And when I did sleep, Knight Owens appeared in my dream, asking why I had his money and why I'd hurt him. It was horrible, y'all. By the time 4 o'clock hit, I knew I'd never get any rest. So I got up and started my day by brewing a full pot of coffee and eating a slice of the chocolate pie that Malene had brought over. Yes, I could eat chocolate at 4 a.m. I don't think there's anything strange about that. All my stirrings woke up Lady, who padded into the kitchen, yawning and blinking.
"Clem, you're up too early. How's a dog supposed to get any sleep with you banging around in here?"
I shrugged. Sorry, I wasn't trying to wake you, but I couldn't lie in bed any longer. She waddled over to her water bowl and took a long drink. Lady licked her lips before slumping down on her belly.
"What's bothering you?"
Oh, other than the fact that I've got close to 20 grand hiding in my living room, I don't know what.
20 grand?
Yep.
Somebody's gonna want that.
She studied the worry on my face.
You think someone might try to hurt you for it?
I think not only that, but that someone killed Knight for the money. Only now they don't have it. A thought hit me, sparking bright in my head. That's why the lights were on at Harlo's last night. I bet that's what it was. Someone was looking for the journal. I bet they went to Knight's house searching too. I wonder if whoever it was didn't find it at Knight's and decided to go to Harlo's. Does that mean they'll return to Knight's since they didn't find it?
You are giving me such a headache with all this talking things through. Maybe you should go through them one at a time.
Okay, I said slowly. I found money that is clearly Knight's. Someone probably knew about it and wanted to take it. They killed him, but I wound up with the money. Now that person will be searching for it. They would have hit Knight's house first. When it wasn't there, they would have returned to the last scene of the crime, Harlo's. That's why it had been picked over last night. I'm sure of it. I was pacing now, the caffeine and chocolate doing their work on my body. Ladies' gaze ping-ponged as I strutted back and forth. That means, I continued, that probably whoever is searching will return to Knight's house to check one more time, thinking that they've missed something, which of course they have. It stands to reason then that I should be ready for them. I should be ready to capture whoever it is, because that's our killer. I clapped with glee, so proud of myself for figuring all of this out. Here was the thing. I could go by myself. I could sit outside of Knight's house and wait for whoever it was and tackle them to the ground once they arrived. But that didn't seem like a very smart idea. I chewed my fingernail. For this, I required backup. There was no telling who I'd find myself against. Payne, maybe? He was tall and strong and could break me in half in seconds if he wanted to. No, I needed more bodies on the ground, and I knew exactly who to ask. Only it was now just 5 a.m. I couldn't do any asking until at least 10, which meant that I had 5 hours to kill. What could I do in 5 hours? Easy. I could keep myself busy by visiting Julie Bender and seeing if she needed any help in her kitchen. Right after Julie's husband died, I would assist her, going in to knead dough and restock shelves. There was something therapeutic about kneading dough. Any anger, resentment, and frustration that I had built up could be worked out while pounding my knuckles into a mass of yeast and flour. Really, it was relaxing. When I showed up that morning, offering my services, Julie seemed surprised but had no problem filling a cup with coffee for me and escorting me to the kitchen. "I could use cinnamon rolls," she said. "The recipe is taped to the cabinet." I smiled at her. Her thick, dark hair was tied back, keeping the curls from her face and neck. Her lips split into a wide smile. "Girl, you got a man on your mind?" I scoffed. "No men, just other stuff." She pulled up a stool. "Shop doesn't open for half an hour. Want to talk about it?" "While I beat dough, it's probably best that I don't." She said, sipping coffee. "This wouldn't happen to be about John, now would it?" I stared at her, surprised. Why would it have to do with him? Julie spoke while I prepared the yeast. "I don't know. Maybe because I've seen y'all together a few times and he's a good-looking single man and you're a good-looking single woman. Seems like there might be some sparks there." I measured out the flour and sifted it into a bowl. Just because there are sparks doesn't mean anything. She got a whimsical look in her eyes. "You know, when I first met my Clint, I couldn't stand him." "Are you kidding? Y'all seemed like the perfect couple." "Now you're kidding me. We fought like cats and dogs when we met, and even while we dated. I swear that I broke up with that man at least 3 times before he proposed. But I kept coming back to him. Do you know why?" "Tell me." She laid her coffee down and laced her fingers. "Because I knew that deep down I cared for him. What was keeping us apart was me and my issues. I was afraid, see? Afraid to let him love me." "I don't love John," I said pointedly. "Now, I'm not saying you do. You barely know him. But what I can say is that sometimes we keep ourselves from finding happiness." The yeast was ready, and I dumped it into her industrial-sized, heavy-duty mixer along with the flour. I switched it on and dusted the powder from my hands. What if you know something about a person? Something that could either break them or free them? She scowled. "Are you telling me that you know something about that man? Something that's important?" I cringed in reply. Julie's voice rose. Clementine Cook, if you know something that will help John remember who he is, you better say it. You better tell that man, because he needs to know. He hasn't a clue about who he is. And if you can unlock his memory, you have a duty to help him. It's not that simple, Julie. She crossed her arms and frowned. Explain to me what isn't that simple. So I did. I told her about how I had met Rufus years back, and I'd been attracted to him, and how he'd ensnared me, knocking me out, and how, when I came to, he was about to steal my powers. I finished the story with how I escaped and ran away from magic after that. She eyed me with shock, her jaw turning slack. You mean to tell me that the same man who sometimes comes in here and tells the children stories did that to you? I slumped into a chair. Worse, he seems different, right? Changed. Oh my word, Clementine, I had no idea. Julie exhaled a shot of air. And you think that darkness is still inside him? I don't know. That's the problem. My words came out pleading. For what? That I prayed he was different, not the same person? You don't know how much guilt I'm carrying around knowing this, but I can't tell him who he is. Not until I know for sure that he won't return to those ways. Julie pulled up a cane-backed chair and placed it beside me. I can't say that I've ever had a decision like this to face, holding the fate of someone in my hands. I don't hold his fate. She raised her palm to silence me. Yes, you do. You can tell this man who he is, and let him decide for himself what truly lies in his heart. Or you can keep doing what you're doing, which is keep it from him, denying John the truth of his identity. When she put it that way, it made me seem like a horrible person. I dropped my face into my hands. It's not like this is an easy decision. I know it isn't. She squeezed my hand. There is nothing about your past and your present with him that is easy. I understand that, and I don't envy the position that you're in. Should you tell him and fear that he'll attempt to steal your powers again? Or do you deny him and leave a man, who seems to me like a good person, without the truth of who he is? You don't know if he already regrets his past. What if he's been searching for you all these years to apologize and make amends for what he did? What if he would have done that weeks ago and the two of you could have moved on? Then again, you wouldn't have had the chance to see who he is now and watch him bloom into this kind person right before your eyes. When she put it that way, I was even more confused than when I started. But Julie was right. If I'd already told Rufus, then I would never have gotten to know him. I would have written him off. So, have I made the right decision? I'm so confused. At some point, you'll have to tell him. From what you've said, I can understand withholding the information, but you'll have to let him know. You're not being fair to him otherwise. I will, when I think he's really changed. She pursed her lips and cocked her head. And do you think that will ever happen, or are you using it as an excuse to stay safe? My stomach nodded. I don't know. Maybe I am using it as an excuse. You need to take a good, hard look at yourself, Clementine, and know your own truth about this. I won't judge you either way. I understand that this isn't easy, but I also don't think it's easy on him either. That man needs to be freed. What he chooses to do with the knowledge is up to him and him alone. But all I can say is that from what I've seen, John, or whatever his name truly is, seems to be a decent human being. I know, I grudgingly agreed. I know. Julie popped up from her chair and pointed to the mixer. Looks like your dough is done. Now, girl, make me some cinnamon rolls while I open up the shop. I laughed as Julie headed out from the kitchen, leaving me alone. As I set the dough aside to rise, I wondered if what Julie said was true, that I was simply making another excuse for not telling Rufus the truth. I wasn't. I would tell him, but when I knew the time was right, I would tell him then and not a moment sooner. Chapter 17. I found Malene, Norma Ray, and Erlene at the library a few hours later, quilting squares in their laps.
Well, look who the cat dragged in,
Norma Ray said.
We heard all about your little misadventure at Lynn's last night. Are you finally ready to believe my theory? That night has been sucked into the cosmos?
Not yet, I said politely. But I did come with a plan, an idea for us. Erlene glanced at me over the rim of her glasses. And what plan would that be? We need to head over to Knight's house tonight. I think someone is looking for that money. Erlene and Norma Ray shot Malene confused looks. Malene glanced at me, her cheeks pink.
I hadn't gotten to that part yet.
Then what have y'all been talking about?
Willard Gandy,
Malene said, embarrassed. Are you kidding?
I'm telling you, that man is up to something. He's still coming home in the middle of the afternoon. It makes no sense.
I sighed and dropped my purse onto the floor. I honestly do not understand your interest in that man. Norma Ray and Erlene exchanged another look with Malene. She scowled back.
Y'all two stay out of this. But the fact is, I have to know what he's up to.
If you know, will that help you focus on what's going on with Knight? Malene pushed her glasses up her nose.
It will certainly help. I'm sure it has something to do with aliens,
Norma Ray said. Aliens? I asked. What makes you say that?
Because all the best conspiracy theories have to do with aliens. One time I watched this show and an entire town, over the course of one night, was abducted by aliens. They probably have Willard under mind control, and every day he has to return to his house so that they can do their brain experiments.
No wonder you've never been married, Erlene said. She pulled a flask from her purse. You need to take a shot of this. That'll help you get some reality back in your life. Norma Ray gasped.
Alcohol? In the middle of the day?
It's NyQuil, Erlene said. I would never drink whiskey before supper. But you would drink NyQuil, I said, not bothering to hide my sarcasm. Erlene shrugged. Nothing wrong with a little NyQuil if you're feeling down. I pinned my gaze on Malene. What happened? Last night you were all ripe and ready to break and enter Lynn's house, and now you don't want to help me stake out Knight's place. What changed? Willard yelled at her this morning, Erlene said. Saw her snooping around and scolded her. Made her mad, so now she's got to figure out his mystery first. So I actually needed these women to help me. I needed them to watch with me. The more eyes we had on Knight's place, the better. I sighed. Man, did I hate even suggesting this. But what other choice did I have? Tell you what, I'll help you figure out what's going on with Willard, and if we can, then you help me tonight at Knight's. Malene pretended to think this over. I knew there was really nothing for her to consider. She would accept my offer. Well, she said after chewing it over. Literally, she sat and chewed her cud for a moment.
When you put it that way, how can I resist?
What had I gotten myself into? Okay, so how do we do this? Erlene spoke. If you go right up to Willard Gandy and ask him what's going on, he'll turn you away first thing, before you even know it.
I agree,
Norma Ray said.
He gets one whiff that Malene is involved, and the whole plan is over before it even started.
Which means that I need to be a decoy, I said. Great. If I didn't play my cards right, by the end of the day, I'd have Willard Gandy as an enemy instead of a friend. What should we do? Malene rubbed her chin, her eyes sparkling.
You know what we did last night?
Dread washed through my veins, cold as an ice pop. Entering Lynn's house without her knowing it? We're not doing that here. Malene shook her head.
No, we won't. We're going to take a modified approach.
What approach would that be? She smiled.
We ring the doorbell.
Once we had the plan in place and had agreed on the time to meet, I left to talk to Liam and see how the renovation was going. After that, I needed to head over to Architectural Scavengers to meet up with the lady who was going to recoat and seal the iron tub that I'd bought. When I reached the house, Harlo was there, spritzing the place with lavender. Liam and his men, who were framing a wall that they had demolished, were staring at her in confusion. Liam lifted his brows at me. I smiled widely as if to say that I didn't have anything to do with it. "Hey, Harlo, how's it going?" She stopped squirting oil. "It's great," she beamed. "Just wonderful. I thought I'd come over and check on the guys, see how they're doing, and add a little calm to their day." "Smells like it's certainly working." "I hope so. Listen, I was wondering if you stopped by last night." She laid the bottle on the table and looked at me in confusion. "No, why?" "Well, I was driving by and noticed some lights were on. I knew that Liam wouldn't have done it, so I came up to look and found that someone had left all the cabinets wide open. You were in here cleaning the insides yesterday, so I wondered if maybe it had been you." I knew what her answer would be, but it never hurt to ask and make sure that my suspicions were correct. "No, it wasn't me." She paused to drum her fingers on the kitchen counter. "You say that someone opened all the cabinet doors?" I nodded, as if they were looking for something. Worry flashed in her eyes. "But we're the only ones with keys, aren't we?" "As far as I know." She nibbled her bottom lip a moment before exclaiming, "Well, it must have just been Night's spirit playing a trick on us is all. No big deal. He simply wants us to know that he's here. That's all it is." I seriously doubted that. "You're probably right. Well, I've got a few measurements to take and I'll be out of your hair." I measured the windows for drapes and also a spot in the kitchen to see what size table needed to fit into the breakfast nook. Then I packed up my things and headed over to Architectural Scavengers to see about refinishing the bathtub. After I was done there, it was time for me to head back to my house for the afternoon rendezvous with Malene and her incessant need to know everything that Willard Gandy was up to at all times. When I arrived at my house, I fed Lady, who was none too pleased that I'd left her at home.
You usually take me with you. If it hadn't been for that squirrel outside who keeps making fun of me, I wouldn't have had any entertainment."
"Sorry," I said. "You can come with me in just a minute. We'll be going across the street." A square of dog food fell from her mouth back into the bowl.
"Oh, great! If I see that squirrel, I am going to get him. He just doesn't know it yet, but he better watch out because I'm on the prowl."
"Okay, great." I patted her head and was a little worried about her enthusiasm, but decided to let it go. "Finish up your lunch and we'll head over." From the bottom of my purse, my cell phone rang. I fished it out and saw that Malene was calling. "Hey there," I said.
"Clem, you've got to get over here."
I moved from the kitchen to the living room and peered out the window, looking for Malene. "What? Why?"
"Because Willard just got home. He won't be there for very long, so I need you here now, so that we can get this done."
I raked my fingers down my face. "Can't it wait 1 minute? I just got home."
"No, it can't wait," Malene said. "Come on now."
I hung up and called Lady. "Let's go, we're on." She patted from the kitchen, water dripping from the sides of her mouth.
"Oh, goody, I'm on. I get to do what doggies do and go outside."
I clipped her leash onto her collar and we headed across the street. The plan was simple, really. I would ring the doorbell and keep Willard busy, pulling him down the front steps. Malene would be hiding in the bushes. When the time was right, she'd sneak into his house to see what the hubbub was all about. Then she'd slip out the back and return to her place before Willard ever had an idea that she was there to begin with. Perfect plan, right? As we crossed the street, Lady pulled on her leash, veering to the right. "What are you doing?"
"That squirrel,"
she said, panting.
"Don't you see him? He's taunting me. I'm going to eat you,"
she yelled. "Not so loud. Someone might hear you." I did indeed see a squirrel in a nearby apple tree chattering at Lady. Looked like my dog had a mortal enemy. Join the club. Not that Rufus was my mortal enemy anymore, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I dragged Lady across the road, and before I knew it, we were standing in front of Willard's. I peered into the bushes to see if Malene was hiding inside. "I'm here," she whispered. "Go on." I tried to get a good look at her and could just make out two beady eyes staring out from behind all the green. "Okay," I whispered. Lady padded up to the bush.
Is that Malene? Malene, what are you doing hiding in there?
"Get, Lady," Malene spat. "I'm on an important reconnaissance mission." I rang the doorbell and Willard answered, hair askew. "Hey, Clem, everything okay?" Oh my goodness. I had no really good plan on what to do. Well, I had a plan, but it was pretty wimpy. "Hey, Willard, I hope I'm not bothering you." "Not at all," he said hurriedly. Clearly, I was bothering him. "Well, I was looking at the apple trees out here, and I think one of them might have a disease. I thought you could take a look at it for me." "Sure," he said. "Show me what you've got." I led him down the steps and all the way to the sidewalk, beside a strip of green where the trees stood. "It's this one down here," I said, pointing to a tree that looked exactly like all the others. Lord, Willard Gandy was either going to think I had lost my marbles, or he would suspect something was up when he looked at this tree. But as I led him over, I did manage to find a yellow streak in the bark. Is that disease? That's what it looks like. Meanwhile, I turned my head just enough to watch from the corner of my eye as Malene slipped from the bushes and headed up the plank staircase. Willard started to turn in that direction, but I linked my arm through his and dragged him closer to the tree. I pointed at the discolored bark. "See that? Right there. Is the tree going to make it? I just hate to think that something bad will happen to one of our pretty apple trees on the street. I mean, if one of them gets infected and it spreads to the others, we could lose all of them." "Please, please hurry, Malene." Because the more I looked at the streak, the more I realized that it wasn't diseased at all. Willard bent down and squinted at the yellowish-brown smear. "Uh-huh," he said, scratching his head. "Do you think it's fatal?" I sounded like such an idiot. I could nearly slap myself. "Because if it is, I just don't think I can handle the emotional turmoil." Willard straightened. "Well, Clem, I've got some good news for you." "Great! What is it?" "It appears that the tree will live. It's only—" Just then, Lady started barking her head off. The hold that I had on her leash was loose. Too loose. The next thing I knew, she was gone, darting toward a squirrel. That same blasted squirrel that had been torturing my dog stood on Willard's porch, smack dab in the middle of it. The animal chattered at Lady as she rushed up the steps. "Lady, no!" The squirrel darted right, stopped, moved left, stopped, then faced itself toward Willard's open front door and ran right on inside the house, where Malene was. Willard sprinted toward the house. "Get out of there!" he yelled. That man could move faster than I ever thought. But it was wrong. Bad. There was no way for me to warn Malene and tell her to get out of the house. The only thing that I could do was follow. So I charged after Willard, who was running after Lady, who was chasing the squirrel, all of us barging up the stairs and straight into the house. I burst through the open front door into the living room to see Lady barking and snarling at the squirrel, who had swung its way onto the mantel and was chittering at Lady, taunting her. On the other side of the living room sat a box. Inside the box came a scratching sound, and next to the cardboard sat Malene, petting a gray kitten. Willard took one look at Malene and jabbed a finger at her. "This is all your fault. I should have known. You dragged Clementine into your little ruse with a silly story about a tree with bird poop on it." Malene batted her lashes at him. "Why, Willard Gandy, why didn't you tell me that you were nursing kittens?" "Because it's none of your darn business. Now get out, all of you, and take that squirrel with you." 2 minutes later, with the help of a net, we were standing on Willard's porch. "And stay out," he yelled before slamming the door shut behind us. I cringed. Think he's mad? Malene slowly nodded. He's gone nuclear. I sighed. Think he'll ever forgive us? Maybe so. She paused, thinking. Know what will help this situation? You mean my bruised ego? That's the one. A chocolate sundae. My eyebrows arched. You can make one? She pulled me toward her house. Come on, nothing like a little food therapy. Next thing I knew, I was leading Lady toward Malene's to use food to cure my bruised ego. Chapter 18. We had a Sunday, and I asked Malene why she didn't leave Willard's house after she discovered the kittens. You know, like we'd planned, and she told me that it was impossible to abandon all that cuteness. Well, I understood that. The first time that I met Lady, she was only a puppy, and it was, hand to God, love at first sight. It still is, even though now she has a mouth on her. Well, I told Malene, I hope it was worth it, because now Willard Gandy won't trust either of us. She shrugged. Nothing new there, but I tell you what, I'll explain to him that I'm the one who forced you into it. He's more likely to forgive you. Our beef goes way back, but you and him, I'll make sure it all turns out okay. I thanked her before washing up my dishes and walking Lady back to the house. We had decided to meet at Knight's home after supper, but first I had to find out where Knight lived, which meant some more investigating. I pulled his journal from the bookcase, but there was no clue in there. In town, there were a few people who knew where everyone lived, and one of them was Julie Bender. As a coffee shop owner, Julie talked to everyone in town, so I called her. It's Clem, I said when she answered. Hey, Clem, did you call looking for John? I bristled. No, why would I do that? Because he's standing right in front of me looking quite dashing in leather pants and a dark shirt. I think that's his spell hunting uniform. Is that a euphemism for something else? I nearly choked on a gob of saliva that slid down the back of my throat. What? Are you suggesting that I'm calling spell hunting something that it isn't? Aren't you? No! I nearly screamed. I am not. Anyway, I thought you were on my side. The more I talk to him, the more I realize I think he's changed. Okay, whatever. He's not standing right in front of you, is he? Where he can see you? No, he's off to the side. I do have some tact. I sighed. Thank goodness. So, I did not call to discuss John. I need to know where Knight Owens lived. Why do you need to know that? She said, sounding suspicious. Because I want to stalk the house? Not a good answer. I had the feeling Julie would be 1000% against that idea. Because I think I might have something of his and I need to return it. What do you have? Nothing important. Because Payne is here too, and I can let him know if you have something for the family. No, I said quickly. I don't want him to know about it. It's sensitive. Can you please just tell me? She exhaled a shot of air. Is this going to get you into trouble? No, I just need to know where he lived, like I said. Fine. He lived on Cherry Street. It was the house painted blue with yellow shutters. Blue house, yellow shutters, I murmured. Great, I've got it. Thanks, Julie. Clem, whatever you're doing, be careful. Don't get yourself hurt. I won't, I said. Promise. When I hung up, a sour feeling crept over my stomach. I had a feeling that no matter how hard I tried to make that promise to Julie, I wouldn't be able to keep it. Malene, Earlene, and Norma Ray arrived at my house in black clothes and with smears of dark shoe polish on their cheekbones. I leaned forward. The lines cracked at the edges. Is that paint? Malene was out of shoe polish, Earlene said, so she suggested paint. Malene pursed her lips. It was the best alternative that I had. Earlene shot her a pointed look. I hope it doesn't burn my delicate skin. Norma Ray squinted as she stepped into my living room.
It's so dark in here. How can you see?
First, it was not dark. The sun hadn't even completely set yet. I had one lamp lit, and maybe it was a little dim, but it wasn't pitch. The problem was, Norma Ray refused to get glasses. She saw so-so during the day, but I had the feeling that nighttime was a different story. Erlene clucked. If you wore glasses, you'd see just fine.
I can see good enough, Norma Ray said. It's just dark is all.
Are we ready to get going? I asked. Malene jingled her keys. I'll drive. We arrived on Cherry Street just before dusk to make sure that we had the right house. A few houses down on the right, I spotted it. There it is, I said at the same time that Erlene pointed to the left side of the street and exclaimed, Found it! I glanced in Erlene's direction. Directly across the street from the blue house with yellow shutters that I had found sat a twin home. You've got to be kidding me, I said. Well, this is a pickle. Erlene pulled a pair of night vision goggles from her purse and strapped them on. What do we do now? Malene pulled over. Erlene, did you bring enough goggles for the entire class? Oh, I think so. Next thing I knew, Erlene had passed me my very own pair. Okay, I'm only going to say one time how suspicious we'll look sitting in here wearing night vision goggles. Anyone who walks by and sees us is going to call the police. That's the least of our problems, Malene said. Which house do we watch?
We watch them both, Norma Ray said. There are 4 of us, so 2 sets of eyes on each house.
Well, we can't watch them sitting in the car with our night vision goggles on, I snipped. We'll be spotted. Well, my knees won't let me sit in the bushes, Erlene said.
If I push you down, they will,
Norma Ray added, turning around with a smile. I wanted to scream. We had 2 houses, 4 pairs of night goggles, and 3 grumpy old women. We sat in silence for a moment before Malene poked her finger in the air.
I've got it. I know exactly what to do. I'll drive on down the street a little bit and come back so that we're not right on top of the houses. Then we don't put the glasses on until dark, but we'll need to be out of the cars. If someone suspicious does approach either home, we'll have to be prepared to see what's going on, which means that we can't be in here. So we'll be hiding in bushes, Erlene said unhappily. I just knew that I shouldn't have fixed my hair today. I'll fix it back for you, Norma Ray said. Did you bring a set of curlers in that purse of yours?
I did, but I can't use them because of my arthritis, Erlene said. And this was my team to catch the bad guy. Boy, was I in trouble. Malene continued.
Clementine and I will take the house on the right, while Erlene, you and Norma Ray will take the house on the left. We'll each set up station a little behind the houses, so that we're out of sight. Erlene, did you bring the walkie-talkies?
Erlene riffled through her bag until she retrieved 2 black rectangular boxes. I've got them. How do you have everything in your purse? I asked. She winked at me. It's a secret. Of course it was. Good. Malene drove down the street. I'm going to turn around, and as soon as it's dark enough, we head out and get to our stations. She drove the car into position and killed the engine. We sat with the air off, waiting until the sky turned dark.
It's hot in here,
Norma Ray complained. Open a window, Malene said.
It won't open.
That's because I've got to turn the car on. Malene cranked the engine. Now roll it down. As soon as Norma's window was down, Malene cut the engine again. It is hot in here, Erlene said. Malene's eyes lit up the rearview mirror. Let me guess, now you want to roll down your window. I did give you the night vision goggles, Erlene said in a snappy voice. Malene huffed. Why don't I just turn the car back on and we can sit with the air running? I think that's a great idea, Erlene said. Mumbling in frustration, Malene cranked the engine, and Norma rolled her window back up. I was really enjoying the breeze, she mumbled. Malene's voice filled with grit. If anyone says one more darn word about the air, I'm gonna kick all of you out. Surprisingly, no one said one word. We all sat quietly listening to the hum of the air and feeling the cool artificial breeze on our faces. I don't have enough cold on me, Erlene griped. That's it. Malene shut off the engine. We'll sit here and roast. Luckily, like 10 minutes later, a smattering of stars lit up the sky, signaling that it was time to get into position. Goggles on, everyone, Erlene said, if they'll stay on over the sweat on your forehead. It's not my fault y'all annoyed me so much that I had to turn off the engine, Malene snapped. Now let's get out and set up. Try not to look suspicious. I stared at the giant set of goggles in my hand. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. Like, really. I mean, if no one sees us, we'll be okay. But if anyone takes one peek at us, it'll be obvious that we're up to no good. Just tell them we're playing a new type of Pokemon Go, Malene said. I looked at her in surprise. You know that game? Her bottom lip jutted out in pride. Of course I do. You don't think I'm just a boring old woman who spends all her free time quilting, do you? I plead the fifth, I replied, suggesting that I didn't have to legally answer that question. Get in front of me, chicken, Malene said. Let's go. I led her over to the blue house on the right side of the street, while Erlene and Norma Ray, walkie-talkie in hand, crossed and took the other cottage. Now, I realized that all four of us could have watched from the car, but we would only have been able to see the front of the houses, not the back. Malene and I settled behind a hedge. The air was thick with humidity. Sweat sprinkled my forearm. I swiped it off, only for new blots of perspiration to appear. The scent of a honeysuckle vine behind us trickled up my nose, and since it had been years since I'd tasted one of the sweet flowers, I plucked off a flower and pulled out the stem. With the help of my goggles, I saw the tiny drop of sweetness dangling from the end, and I sucked it off. The sugary flavor burst on my tongue. I smiled and took a deep breath, inhaling even more of the sweetness. A thought occurred to me. Malene, were your son and daughter about the same age? Her gaze zipped from the house to me. What's that? I shrugged. Well, I knew that Sadie had dated your son. Was your daughter about his age too? Malene shook her head. No, he was a late-in-life baby. There was a good 20 years difference in them. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, having a baby when you're older. At least not after you've already done it once. So then your grandchild is closer in age to your son? Yes, but you and I both know that he disappeared. I doubt I'll ever see him again. I patted her shoulder. Well, I'll be your family for you. Malene's lips trembled. When she spoke, her voice broke. Will you? Of course. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled with static. Malene? Norma Ray shouted. I'm not kidding. She shouted. Not only could I hear Norma Ray over the walkie-talkie, but I could hear her speaking across the street as well. So much for being covert. Malene hit the button on the walkie-talkie. What is it? I just remembered that Dancing with the Stars is on. I've got to get home to watch it. They've got that man who was on The Bachelor dancing. Which one? The cute one, Norma Ray said. The one that you like, too. Malene sat up straighter. The one with the blonde hair who was the fireman? That's the one. Let's go. Malene rose and pulled off her glasses. Sorry, Clem, but I've got to get. The girls and me have been waiting months for this to come on. I yanked off my own goggles. Are you kidding me? She shook her head. I wish I was, but I'm not. But don't you worry. I'll be back as soon as it's over, which will be in about an hour. You'll be fine on your own, and I doubt that anyone will be snooping around this early anyway. I rose, started walking after her. You're seriously just going to leave? She cringed. I'm sorry, but I'll return. Norma Ray and Erlene sprinted across the street. "Let's go," Erlene said. The next thing I knew, the women were in the car and speeding off, leaving me standing in the dust. I closed my eyes and exhaled, curling my hands into fists. Well, since I didn't have a ride, it looked like I had to stay right where I was. So I crossed back to the house and settled in the bushes, hoping no bugs would crawl on me. I'd only been there a few minutes when someone stepped out of the shadows, arriving from the rear. It was a man, I could tell that much. He looked around and headed up the back stairs. It was go time. Chapter 19. The man stalked up the back stairs, swinging his head around, looking like he didn't want anyone to see him. That makes two of us, buddy. He pulled something from his pocket. It was long and narrow. Realizing that my night vision goggles were sitting in my lap instead of on my head, I yanked them on and sucked air. Payne Owens had a flat-tip screwdriver in one hand. He jammed it into the doorknob's lock and started jiggling it. If that didn't scream break-in, I didn't know what would. I held my breath and watched as the lock broke with a loud pop. Payne glanced around again. I ducked lower in the bushes and got jabbed in the ear by a leaf. I grunted. Payne stopped moving and stared in my direction. "Do not blow this, Clem." He waited a moment before pushing the door open and going inside. Now, what to do? Obviously, Payne would not be breaking into his own house. I had a couple of choices. Call Earl Granger and tell him what was going on. But doing that meant making noise, which would probably scare Payne away. The other choice I had was to confront him myself, but not inside. It was wiser to wait until Payne stepped out into the open. A low beam of a flashlight flared in a window, and sounds of rummaging through drawers drifted outside. My heart rate spiked. I heard Payne sigh with satisfaction, and then it sounded like he was picking his way back out of the house. I could feel my power charging, my magic swirling about me. I darted to the rear door and stood at the bottom of the stairs, which I actually realized might not have been the best place to be. Wasn't having the higher ground always the smarter choice? Well, there was no time for smarter choices. There was only time to act. Payne charged through the back door, and as I started to speak, another voice interrupted me. "Care to explain what you're doing in there?" I whirled around to find Rufus, of all people, standing behind me. How annoying. This was my win. I saw Payne first and had every right to interrogate him. "What are you doing here?" I said, fury pouring from my voice. "I am your backup," he replied, his dark gaze leveled on Payne. I scoffed. "I don't need backup." "Malene thought you did. She called me." "She called you? She has your number?" He hiked a shoulder. "We're very close." "So I gather," I mumbled. "But you can leave. I don't need help." "Do either of you care to tell me what's going on?" Payne interrupted. "I'm in a hurry here." I pivoted to see him smoothing his hair with one palm. "First, you can stop right there." He peered at me. "Clem, is that you?" "Yes." "Why are you wearing goggles? They really aren't a good look on you. Personally," he said, his voice like satin, "I think you'd look better in silk." Rufus sidled up next to me. "Do you care to tell us what you were doing in that house?" "Do you mind?" I said. "I'm the one who is doing the talking." He lifted his palms in surrender. "Thank you. Payne, what are you doing in Knight's house?" Rufus cleared his throat. "Breaking in, obviously." "I thought you said I could talk," I snapped. "I'm only pointing out the obvious. He was breaking in. He has a screwdriver in his hand and used it to pop the lock. I mean, if you're going to interrogate him with night vision goggles on, you should at least get it right." I yanked the goggles off my head. "There, now is everybody happy? I'm not wearing the goggles anymore. Are both of you satisfied?" "Yes," they said in unison. "Great! Now can we please get back to what's important? Payne, what are you doing breaking into your brother's house?" Payne fumbled with the buttons of his shirt and winked at me. I think it was his attempt at seduction, which honestly made me want to vomit on his shoes. If you must know. I do, otherwise I'll be calling the police. The stars illuminated his face enough for me to see malice sparkling in his eyes. Well, there's no reason to do that when I'm only looking for what's mine. And what's that? He puts his hand behind his back and pulled something from his waistband. The family Bible. It's been in the Owens family for years. I wanted to get it before my mother swooped in and took it back, or worse, Lynn snatched it and harbored it in that Gothic house of hers. Likely story. Who breaks into someone's house for a family Bible? My guess was that the book was like the journal and had money stored inside it. I shot Rufus a skeptical look, but his expression remained neutral. Opening my palm, I said, "Hand it over." Without a word of argument, Payne laid the tome in my hands with reverence. When I peeled back the cover and flipped through the thin, brittle pages, I realized that, yes, it was the family Bible. I felt like an idiot. But let's face it, from what I'd heard about Payne, he wasn't exactly someone to trust. His gaze seared into me. You think I'm bad because of what happened to my dead wife, don't you? I've heard some rumors. Yes, Rufus answered. We don't trust you. I shot Rufus an annoyed look. How do you know about the rumors? He shrugged. Word gets around. I'm so frustrated that you're here. Not looking at me, he replied, I'm not going anywhere. Can I please have my Bible back? Payne asked. I'm not interested in getting in the middle of a lover's quarrel. Whoa, that is not what this is, I corrected. The last thing that is happening here is a lover's quarrel. Rufus's head dipped toward the ground. I handed the Bible back to Payne. He stared at it a moment. For the record, I had nothing to do with my deceased wife's death. Yes, I had a lover on the side, but when the house burned with my wife in it, at that moment, I decided to change my ways. I crossed my arms in disgust. Is that why you blew the money on cars and vacations? Okay, he backtracked. Maybe it was after I spent all the money that I realized that I needed to change. His eyes became wet. One day I looked in the mirror and realized that I didn't like who I was, that I needed to be better. The Bible is worth money, isn't it? Payne's gaze dropped. Maybe. I shook my head. Of course that's why you want it. But if you don't even believe that Knight is dead, why are you here? Because, sweetheart, this is the only thing of value I'll be able to get. Whatever money is in his accounts, we'll split, or my mom will get, but I promise you. He stepped down until he stood only inches from me, and the scent of his polo cologne wafted up my nose. That wherever Knight is, his money is too. There, Payne was wrong. So he didn't believe there was money to be found, which meant that I could strike Payne off the list of suspects who'd gone to Harlo's and riffled through the cabinets. Harlo, Payne, and Lynn were not my suspects in this death and disappearance. So who was it? Who had killed Knight? Payne brushed past Rufus and me. If you're really convinced that you saw Knight with a knife sticking out of his gut and that someone stole his dead body, then you should be looking at my mother. My brows lifted at that. Why should I be looking at her? He glanced over his shoulder. Because word on the street is that Mama wanted her money back, and she and Knight had gotten into a fight about it. With that, Payne disappeared into the night. That went well, Rufus said. I whirled on him, frustration practically sparking on my fingertips. Why are you here? We already covered that, he said smoothly. I can take care of myself. I'm aware of that, and seeing as how you don't want me here, I'll kindly take my leave. He stalked away, but Rufus wasn't getting off that easily. I don't need you coming to my rescue. He paused, his back tensing. I'm not trying to come to your rescue. That's the second time. The first was when Shane Prater pulled a gun on me. His expression morphed into disgust. And what would have happened if I hadn't been there? You could have been killed. I was doing just fine, then and now. He lifted his hands in surrender. Then I'll leave you alone, if that's what you want. But you can go on denying that you're not a spell hunter, that you barely have magic, and that you don't care about those who care about you.
I do care about people.
Just not me.
His words were a whip of lightning that raced down my back, jolting me all the way to my fingertips.
Whatever your beef is with me, get it out, he said.
I crossed my arms, sulking. I don't have a problem with you. He snickered.
Of course you don't. But if this is how you repay me for trying to free you of your magical constipation, then I don't want to have anything to do with you either.
He started off again, and every piece of me screamed not to let him go. If you want me to get it out, then fight me. This was what I needed, to really face off against Rufus and win, to release my aggression and anger and beat him in a showdown.
You're being ridiculous,
he replied, his back to me. No, I'm not. If you want to get it all done and over with, then fight me. He slowly pivoted to face me.
You don't know what you're saying.
Confidence coursed through my veins. I felt good, strong, taking on this challenge. I wouldn't cower and be defeated by my fear. I would face it head on. I do know what I'm saying. This will help you too. It might bring back some of your memory, release some of your own magic. His gaze darted to the ground. He sighed slowly before lifting eyes full of anguish to meet mine.
If you're sure.
I curled my hands to fists. I'm sure. Let's go. Chapter 20. I had gone and lost my dang mind. What was I doing telling Rufus that I was going to fight him? Where was the sense in that? There was no sense. That's what it was. I had absolutely no sense. But I felt that fighting him would get some of my tension out. And like I had said, it might help him remember who he was. And if he did, well, then I'd finally know what lived in the real Rufus Mayes' heart. Was he the man that I remembered? Or was he more like John? The kind, generous-hearted person who dropped whatever he was doing to run halfway across town to sit with me in the bushes. Even though we didn't sit in the bushes. I mean, at least not literally. But here we were now, stalking off, away from the houses to a park not far from Cherry Street. What if someone sees the magic? I asked.
They'll think it's soundless fireworks,
he said in a clipped voice. You're angry.
I think this is childish, but if it helps you get over your past and realize that not everyone with magic is here to hurt you, then I'll do it.
Thank you. He grunted in response. It didn't exactly sound like you're welcome. In fact, it didn't sound anything like it. A few street lamps shone down on the park, which had a baseball diamond on one end and a public swimming pool and tennis court on the other. We moved to the baseball side of the field. Rufus stopped.
You'll want to stay where you are.
I did as he said and waited until he walked about 10 paces and turned to face me. We studied one another as the humidity thickened. I could practically feel it making my hair frizzier by the minute. Humidity was not a good look on me. So what do we do? I asked. Rufus shook his head, laughing.
This was your idea. Do you want to walk up to me and blow me into next week? Or do you want to attempt to actually focus the living spells within you?
You know, I really should have thought this through before I made the challenge. Rufus probably had a sleeve of spells waiting up his arms. All I had was a spear that, maybe or not, I could summon. I suppose, I answered after considering it, that I would like to actually focus on whatever it is that is locked up inside me. He nodded.
You'll get no direction from me.
I don't want any direction from you, I said sharply.
Then we're agreed,
he said quietly.
I'll let you begin.
Me? I didn't even know what to do, but I couldn't demand that Rufus fight me and then not have a plan. Okay, I said. Let me think.
I closed my eyes and tried to summon my magic the way I had with the spear. It whirled and spun inside me, coiling and writhing like a snake unfurling in my stomach. My eyes popped open and I threw out my hand. A small spark of light flicked from my palm and fell to the ground, hitting the earth with a sizzle. "That's terribly disappointing," Rufus said. "You would have done better to walk up to me with your magic charged. At least then you could have blown me across the grass."
"You don't have to make fun of me," I snarled. He tisked.
"I'm not making fun, only pointing out the truth."
"You are making fun of me," I growled. His gaze sharpened to a point that lodged in the back of my spine, making me shudder.
"The last thing I'm doing is making fun of you. These are the facts. You don't know how to use your magic, and you're using the past as a shield against yourself and me. Let the shield down, and you'll figure out how to become a better witch."
"I don't want to be a witch," I shouted.
"You are a witch. There is nothing that you can do about it."
I curled my hands and brought them to my face, screaming. "You're only saying that!" He stalked up to me, fury flaming in his eyes.
"Do you know how many people would kill to be able to hunt spells and do what you can do? Thousands, and yet you squander your gift, using it only to hurt people. And that's because you never had the chance to learn it properly. You are immature, Clementine Cook. God knows why I care about you."
His words were a punch to my chest. Anger surged in me, and I glared at him. "Get back to your spot."
"Oh?"
He lifted a brow.
"Is this on now? You're going to figure out how to use your magic against me? Is that right?"
"Yes," I ground out. He raised his hands and stepped back, keeping his gaze on me.
"Then do it. Hit me with everything you have."
Once again, I closed my eyes. I'd started to feel my magic when something hit me in the shoulder. My eyes flared open. A small light blue ball was smearing down my clavicle, oozing onto my arm. My jaw dropped, and I stared at Rufus. "What did you do?" He smirked.
"It's a shield, and will stop you from using your power. During that time, I can work any spell on you that I choose."
My heart rate ratcheted up. "You can do what?" He let one hand fall lazily to his hip.
"Like I said, you'll essentially be powerless. Unless you break free from the spell, I can use any spell on you that I want. But you'd better move quickly. It's acting fast."
He wasn't lying. The blue ooze was seeping over my chest, and I could feel it locking away my power, pushing it back. This was my worst dream, that Rufus could do whatever he wanted to me. "That's cheating," I snapped. He smirked. Somehow, he made a smirk appear sexy. Was that a thing and I never noticed it before? That men could smirk, and with one curl of their lips, their entire demeanor became like 1,000 times more appealing. He spread his hands wide in innocence.
"All's fair in love and war. Better stop talking and start fighting your way out."
As the spell crept over my chest, spilling like water toward my navel, a burst of anger flooded me. How dare Rufus do this? How dare he incapacitate me? It was just like before. I closed my eyes, ground my teeth, and saw, with my mind's eye, the spear that I'd thrust before. The manifestation of my magic. Look, I know that I should have been trying to do more than simply spew out the same spell, but I didn't know what else to do. This wasn't the time to start improvising and come up with some new fandangled way of churning my power. No, this called for tried and true. Too bad that I hadn't summoned the spear since the other night. There was no way to know if it was a consistent manifestation of my magic. I dived deep into myself. Even as I felt the shield spreading down to my waist, I dug hard into my magic. Even as I felt it being hidden away, tucking behind folds of my psyche, I reached for it, grasping at air until I found a strand. I yanked hard, pulling with everything that I had. My eyes opened wide, and in my palm something hummed. The spear. I felt like a warrior,
standing tall, aiming the object at my own chest to break the spell. The tip hit the icy-like mass covering me, shattering the cast. It dripped like gobs of light to the ground, sinking into the earth. Rufus's eyes smiled. "Now, throw the spear at me." I hesitated. "This is what you wanted," he said. "To fight me. Do it." I lifted the spear and launched it into the air. Rufus pulled a red orb from thin air. He tossed it at the spear, and my spear dissolved. "You'll have to do better than that," he said. Infuriated that he could so easily beat my spear, I conjured another. I threw this one at him, and again Rufus destroyed it. "Try harder," he said in a sing-song, mocking voice. "I'm going to beat you," I snapped. "It doesn't look like it." I conjured another and another. Every time Rufus destroyed them as if they were made of nothing more than paper. Angry, I created them faster, harder, stronger, trying to beat him at his own game. He took a step forward. "You have to work harder to defeat me." They were the same words that he'd said to me so long ago. They echoed in my mind, sending me hurtling down a dark path. I withered, felt myself falling into oblivion. "Don't leave me now," Rufus prodded. "You have to fight, Clementine." My head snapped up, and I conjured a spear of all black, the darkest magic that lived in the well of my gut. I arched my arm back and released it. Rufus created his shield, but my spear pierced it and lodged itself in his shoulder. He grunted and fell to his knees. "No!" I rushed forward. "I didn't mean to hurt you." I wrapped my arms around him. He grimaced and touched his shoulder. "Remind me never to go against you in a one-on-one battle. I wasn't expecting that." "I'm so sorry. Is it bad?" Rufus inspected his shoulder, touching it gently. He winced. "It's a little tender, that's all. Nothing that ice won't fix." He gave me a wobbly smile. "If I'd known that all I had to do was be wounded in order to get you to put your arms around me, I would have done it sooner." I swatted at him playfully before standing up. "You are a cad. Do you know that?" He rose and straightened. "Ah, you're finally learning how to use words that I do. Cad, good word choice." "You irritate me." "And you intrigue me." A breeze kicked up, lifting the hair on my neck and slapping it in my face. I spit out a wad of strands. Rufus chuckled and brushed them off my skin. His fingers lingered on my flesh, and goosebumps rose on the back of my neck. "Well, did you get it out of your system? Your anger?" I exhaled and checked, probing around my feelings. "You know what? I think I did. I think that now I can move forward." He smiled. "Good. I'm glad to hear that. So if I show up sometime after Malene has called and declared that you might be in danger, your response will be—" I rolled my eyes. "To let you annoy me instead of verbally attacking you." "Sounds like a plan." We laughed as we headed back toward Rufus's Range Rover. "You know," I said, "considering that I put everything I had into that throw, I'm surprised you weren't hurt worse." I quickly added, "Not that I wanted you to be, I didn't." Rufus opened the door and I slid onto the seat. "I had a shield on me. Otherwise, I would have been hurt much worse." I cringed. "Oh, I'm sorry. How bad do you think it would have been?" He considered the question as his fingers curled over the lip of the door. Finally, he said, "I'm not sure if I should tell you." "Tell me." He exhaled. "That spell packed enough power that if I hadn't had up the shield, you would have killed me." As I sat, stunned, mouth gaping, Rufus gave a shrug and then shut the door. Chapter 21. Needless to say, I was pretty shaken up by the time Rufus got me home. I apologized about 1,000 times, but he kept telling me not to worry. He knew to be prepared. "Because I have so much pent-up rage, or because I have issues?" I asked. He dragged his gaze from the windshield to mine. "Because I knew that you'd need to use up some of your anger." "I'm sorry that I used it on you." And I meant it. I was. I felt like I knew this man now, in some ways. He hadn't thrown one spell to fight me. All he'd done was block when he possessed spells that could have wounded me as I had done to him. But he hadn't even tried to do me harm. After he parted, Rufus walked me to the front door. I gave him a kiss on the cheek. My lips hummed as they grazed over his skin. I apologized again. "You didn't kill me," he said. "It wasn't for lack of trying. Maybe next time I'll actually put up a fight." I chuckled. I doubt there will be a next time. We said goodnight, and as I reached for the doorknob, Lady started barking. I frowned. That's not like her. She usually knows when it's me and doesn't bark. Rufus's brow furrowed. "You think everything's okay?" "I don't know. Let me see." I opened the front door and sucked air. The place was a mess. The TV was on and papers lay everywhere. The ottoman lay overturned, its top cushions scattered across the floor. Drawers were open, their contents spilled on the rug. From the back of the house, Lady called,
Clem, get me out of here!
"Wait," Rufus said, stepping in front of me. "Let me go first." For once, I didn't argue. Rufus slowly picked his way through my house, hunting in each room and the bathrooms before returning to me holding Lady. "I found her in the bedroom closet," he said. "What happened?" I asked. Lady shook from head to tail. Her entire body quivered as I took her into my arms. I hugged her close, and it was a moment before she answered.
Someone broke in. I tried to attack 'em, Clem. I went for their ankles like I'm supposed to, but they grabbed me by the collar and stuffed me in the closet. I barked the whole time, but no one came.
I frowned. I'm guessing that had to do with the fact that Malene and probably all the other neighbors are too busy watching that guy on Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, I was watching it too,
Lady said, nodding toward the TV.
See? It's on.
You did that? Lady glanced at me bashfully.
I've taught myself how to work the remote.
Aren't you smart? She pressed her nose to my arm.
I like to think so.
I gestured to the mess. Can you tell me who did this? Who broke in?
I can tell you some, she said. They were all dressed in black, and I recognized the scent. I had smelled it before.
Was it a man? Rufus asked. Lady nodded.
Yes, it was a man.
I stared at Rufus. What man could it have been? We just saw Payne, unless he broke in here before he broke into Knight's house. Rufus nodded. It's a possibility. Why don't you call the police and get someone out here? I stepped through the house and over to the bookcase, where I had stashed the journal. Ironically, the books on the shelf were the only thing that had gone untouched. Whoever had wrecked my place hadn't realized that what they were searching for was right in front of their nose. Exhaling with relief, I fished my phone from my pocket. I'm calling the police right now. Earl Granger arrived a short time later. I was so glad that it was him and not Tooney Slugs. Heck, Slugs probably would have taken one look at my house and declared that a tornado struck it. Is anything missing? Earl asked. Not that I've noticed. He scribbled something onto a pad of paper. No money or jewelry gone? I keep it locked up, so no. Earl was slightly balding and had a round, friendly face. He was the type of guy who fit right in at a summer barbecue. I could picture him standing over the grill, tongs in one hand and a beer in the other. He scratched his head. Do you know why someone would have broken in? What was I supposed to tell him? Should I bother explaining that, yes, I knew why? I had Knight's journal with 20 grand in it? What would Earl do with it? Make it evidence? Who was supposed to get it now that Knight was dead? There was tension between the triplets, and heck, even Payne had said that their mother wanted the money back. Had Knight's own mama gone and hurt him? Like, would she have done that? I wanted to scratch my eyes out. Who could I trust in that family? My first thoughts went to Harlo, but even she was batty. Do I know why someone would have broken in? No, I don't. Earl scratched his head but said nothing. But I have a feeling it was a man, I added quickly. He squinted at me. What gives you that idea? Oh no, here it came. If I told him it was a neighbor, he'd want to interview them. If I told him it was my dog... I saw him, Rufus said, saving me. I got a quick look at someone in the neighborhood leaving, wearing all black. I didn't put two and two together until later, after Clementine came home and called me. Then I came over and realized what I'd seen. Uh-huh. About how tall was the suspect? Rufus's gaze cut to Lady, who sat on the couch. She met his gaze and stretched out, throwing her paws over her head. He was tall, Rufus said, but from the distance that I saw him, it's impossible for me to say exactly how tall. Hair color? Once again, too dark. I also couldn't make out any distinguishable facial features. That's too bad. Earl directed his attention back to me. If you discover that anything is missing, let us know. I nibbled my fingernail, trying to figure out if I should say what I was thinking. Deciding that I had nothing to lose, I went for it. I suspect it might have been Payne Owens. Rufus exhaled a low whistle. I glanced at him, and he shook his head. It had to be Payne, right? Who else could have broken in? What makes you suspect him? Earl said. I cleared my throat, working up my courage. I saw him leaving his brother's house after using a screwdriver to bust the lock. When I confronted him, he showed me the family Bible and said he could get some money for it because he's broke. Earl tapped his pen to his pad. That would be a compelling argument. So you think money was his motive here, too? I slowly nodded. I could feel Rufus beside me thinking that I was going after the wrong guy, but was I? I mean, Payne made the most sense as a suspect. For one, we'd already caught him breaking and entering one house tonight. And two, he was a man, and Lady said a man had done the deed. How did the perp get in? Earl asked. I took him to the back door and showed him the glass that had been broken. Lady had showed it to us after we arrived. Earl said. He didn't use a screwdriver this time. Crap, I hadn't thought about that. Officer Granger was right. Why would Payne use that tool at one house and not another? It was the only fly in the ointment, but boy, was it a big one. He folded his notebook and tucked it into his pocket. Either way, we'll ask him about it, see what he has to say. In the meantime, you discover anything missing, you call me, okay? He handed me his business card. Thank you. Earl nodded to me and shook Rufus's hand. Good seeing y'all. Be careful, okay? I don't think whoever did this will return tonight, but you might want to sleep someplace else, just in case. As Earl was leaving, Malene, in her housecoat and slippers, strode up the steps. Clem, what in the world happened? I glanced at the mess in my house and back to her. Can I sleep at your place tonight? She nodded. Get your things. Rufus pressed a hand to my shoulder. I'll come back tomorrow and help you clean up. I packed a bag, being sure to take the journal with me, and escorted Lady over to Malene's. I wouldn't sleep well tonight, but at least I had what the potential thief had wanted, and that made all the difference. Chapter 22. I didn't sleep well that night, which was no surprise. Malene offered me what comfort she could, making me a warm cup of hot chocolate, with milk, not water, which helped loosen me up a bit. We didn't talk much about the break-in, though I dreaded the next morning when I had to clean. Rufus, true to his word, appeared first thing to sort through the mess. Surprisingly, it didn't take very long to clean up, and even though I didn't want to push my luck, I used the gold hammer on the broken window to fix it. I held my breath, wondering what might break after implementing its power, but was surprised when nothing crashed down, like a lighting fixture. But we swept and dusted. As we did, I noticed that the knot that had lodged itself in my chest, The spot that had been created from anger and rage at Rufus had loosened. It wasn't a hard mass. In its place was a soft spot, an untied knot, unfurling and opening. I had officially softened to him, and I think it showed. "You're smiling a lot today," he murmured, "considering." "Oh?" I cocked a brow. Should I not be smiling? "Your house was broken into." "But nothing was stolen." "Do you know what they were looking for?" I exhaled. "Oh my gosh, I haven't told you." His eyes narrowed. "Haven't told me what?" I pulled the journal from my purse and showed it to him. "This. Open it." He whistled. "That is a lot of money." 20 grand, I said. He lifted his gaze from the cash and looked at me, his eyes full of anger. "Why didn't you tell Officer Granger about it?" My voice hardened. "Why are you mad at me?" "Because you're in danger. If someone knows you have this, and they do, your life is at risk." "But if I had told Granger about it, then he would have taken the money. Who knows what would have happened to it then? It might have wound up getting lost in the evidence room." He scowled. "I assume by the word lost you mean stolen." I lifted my nose in the air. "I wasn't going to say that." "You just did." Rufus rubbed his eyes and sighed. "You realize this was probably the motive as to why someone killed Knight." "Yes, that's why I'm holding on to it. I don't want the killer to get it. When the time is right, I'll give it to who needs it, but not before." He folded his arms and glowered. "And you've deemed yourself the person in the best position to determine that?" Way to make me feel small, Rufus. You make it sound as if I'm being self-righteous, as if I'm playing God or something. You're not playing at being God, but you are putting yourself in danger, as I've said, and also keeping someone from having what is rightfully theirs. Like I said, I plan to give it back. When? He prodded. As soon as we find Knight's body and, like I said, the killer is ferreted out, and not 1 minute before. Rufus rose from the ottoman, where he'd been sitting, and studied me. "I just hope you don't wind up getting hurt in the process." I shot him a wide, if worried, grin. "How can I get hurt when you show up everywhere I go?" Rufus tisked. "I actually do have a job, Clementine. Hunting spells takes a lot of time, as you know." "I'll be fine." "I hope so." After that, Rufus left. I watched him get into his vehicle and drive away, wondering if I was making the right decision. Lady padded up.
You know you should have handed that money over, right?
I glared at her. "You know, I liked it better when you couldn't speak." Lady cocked her head.
Well, you're stuck with me now, so get used to it.
I laughed and picked her up, pressing my nose to the back of her neck. "Time to get going. There's a lot more to do today."
Oh, there is?
"Yep, come on. We've got an old lady to interrogate." "You're going to talk to Martha Owens?" Erlene said, working her needle through a swatch of fabric. Lady and I sat in the library, watching as Norma Ray, Erlene, and Malene sewed their quilt squares together. Dogs were not officially allowed into the place, but I had stuck her in my purse and managed to sneak her past the head librarian without being noticed. "I was planning on talking to her," I said. "She might have an idea as to who killed Knight."
Whose body is still missing,
Norma Ray said smartly. "You know, there's something I forgot to tell you," I said. Norma's eyes flared with interest.
What could that be?
I clicked my tongue. "Harlo seems to think that your theory is correct, that Knight ended up being sucked into the house." Norma Ray cackled with delight. She rubbed her hands together.
I knew it. You just wait and see. My bet's on the fact that we never find a body.
"We're going to find Knight," Malene bit back. "There's no way around that. If the man is dead, there's a body to be had." "Exactly why I want to speak with Martha," I said. "And what if she's the person who broke into your house last night?" Malene asked. Erlene and Norma Ray gasped. Erlene fingered her gray hair. "What on earth?" You were burgled? You didn't tell them? I said to Malene. She grinned. I thought you'd like to do the honors. So I did, explaining what happened after they ditched me for Dancing with the Stars, including the part where I saw Payne at nights and how I told Earl Granger that I thought he might have broken into my house.
Well, it's a good thing we called that handsome John to help you, Norma Ray mused. Sounds like if it wasn't for him, you could have been in a lot of trouble.
No, I argued. I would have been fine. But anyway, I want to talk to Martha about it. There's something I have that might belong to her. You want to speak with Martha, but you think it was Payne who broke into your house? Erlene asked, studying me skeptically. Or was I imagining that she was looking at me that way? Did she doubt me? Like the Owens family did when I declared that I had seen the knife sticking from night? Who else could have broken in? I said. I'd just caught him entering nights. Unless Payne had an alibi, he could have been at mine first.
And when you spoke to him, did you get the feeling that he had killed his brother?
Norma Ray prodded. What is this? I asked. The Spanish Inquisition?
Well, you told us that you mentioned Payne to Earl Granger, so you must think that he is guilty of murder.
I rubbed my eyes. This was all so complicated. None of it made sense. When I talked to him, I didn't get that feeling, no. My original thought was that whoever was looking for the money had killed Knight, but I didn't think Payne was a killer. Maybe my theory was wrong. I didn't know anymore. All I knew was that Lady said it had been a man in my house, and that meant it had to have been Payne. I yanked the journal from my purse. Someone is looking for this. Lady stepped back as Norma Ray reached for the journal. When she opened it, Norma and Erlene gasped. Look at that, Erlene added.
I've never seen so much dough,
Norma Ray said. That's what Payne was after. I'm sure of it. But after talking to him, I don't think he killed Knight. I think he loved his brother. Norma Ray ran her fingers over the smooth bills.
Do you think anyone would notice if perhaps I snatched a few off the top?
I took the journal from her before anyone else got an idea of taking any of the money. Yes, I do. This money belongs to someone in the family, but I don't know who yet. You know, Erlene said. Some folks are saying the whole thing is a big prank. I rolled my eyes. It's not a prank. So you want to talk to old Martha, huh? Malene said. See if she had anything to do with it. She was in that room when it happened. And you want us to tell you where to find her, she added. That would be nice. You're stirring up a fire ant bed doing that. Erlene squinted as she threaded her needle. That woman might appear nice, but I'm telling you right now that the last thing she is nice. She's a spitfire, a beast. She's not a quiet old lady who'll make you cookies and offer them to you on a piece of lace. Okay, I said, getting annoyed with how Erlene was droning on and on. I get it, she's not friendly. She's a Doberman pinscher of a woman. I still need to talk to her. She gifted Knight some money and wanted it back. That was part of the issue Lynn had with him. He was squandering the money she'd given him.
Well, you have a good time chatting with her, Norma Ray said. Just don't mention our names or she'll think we're spying on her.
I glanced down at Lady, who looked up at me, a question in her eyes. I hate to ask, but why would Martha think that y'all would spy on her? Because we used to. Malene said gruffly, pushing up her glasses. We all used to spy on each other. Martha would say she had the best spell for the spelling contest, but really, she'd be standing outside our windows at night, watching the three of us while we conjured up spells that we had hunted, trying to make them into new ones or seeing what happened if we split the old spells in half. You can split spells in half? I questioned. Yes, they are like living things. You never quite know exactly what'll happen if you try to change them, she said proudly. Sometimes you end up being delightfully surprised. So y'all would spy on each other, I said. She nodded. Yes, so if you tell her that you're friends with us, my guess is that she'll either kick you out or she'll put something in your tea," Erlene finished. My eyes widened. Lady slinked over to me and pressed her body against my leg.
That doesn't sound good, Clem.
It doesn't sound good at all. Now I was nervous about going over to Martha's. Should I even do it? What sort of thing will she put in my tea? The women exchanged a long look. Erlene finally spoke. "Well, the last time that I went to see her, she put something in my drink that made my head shrink." Okay, that was clearly a big deal. She shrunk your head? How long did it last? About a week. Sweat sprouted from my forehead. Maybe I shouldn't go there after all. Malene pointed out the window. "Oh, look, here's your chance, Clem. Martha's walking to the post office. If you catch her now, she won't be able to put anything in your drink." I picked up Lady and rose. Good deal. I can talk to her out in the open. She wouldn't dare do anything bad to me in public. I shouldered my purse and prepared to leave. That was when Norma Ray spoke.
"If she does something to you now, you won't know about it until later."
I froze. "I'm sorry?"
"Oh, I'm sure Martha can find a spell that'll work much, much later after you're already home."
Bile surged up the back of my throat. "Don't worry, though," Malene added. "Just remember not to mention us, and you'll be fine." Still feeling a bit nervous, I said my goodbyes and made my way from the library, the whole time praying that Martha Owens wouldn't turn me into a frog. Chapter 23. "Martha!" I called. I strode through the parking lot. The air was muggy, warm. A breeze wafted through, but there was no relief in it. Sweat sprouted on my brow and under my armpits as I made my way over to her. "Clementine," she said pleasantly. "How are you, dear?" "Well," I tried to keep my nerves at bay. "I was wondering if you had some time to talk to me about what happened tonight." She cast her gaze to the ground. "They still don't know where he is." Was her concern all an act? The way that Malene and the quilting ladies made Martha sound, she wasn't one to be trusted. I squeezed her arm. "I'm hoping that they will soon. I know that Toonie Slugs doesn't think something bad happened tonight, but I know what I saw." Her gaze flashed to the library window. Martha peered into it. "Who is that staring at us?" I quickly turned to see Malene and the gang watching us. What were they doing? They weren't supposed to look so obvious. Were they trying to tip her off? I jumped into Martha's line of vision. "I don't know," I said quickly. "Looks like some ladies who have nothing better to do than spy on us." "That looks like Malene Fredericks and some of her friends." "Nope, I don't think it is." I pulled Martha away from the window. Apparently, talking to her where Malene and them could see wouldn't work out after all. "Is there some place that we can go and talk? There are some things that I need to discuss with you." Martha tried to look over my shoulder, but I lifted up Lady and put her in Martha's face. "Oh, look, she's giving you kisses. Lady likes you." That grabbed Martha's attention. She laughed and stroked Lady's head. "Yes, we can go to my house. Are you parked nearby?" "I'm just over there." Martha pointed to a gold Cadillac. "Follow me. I have cookies to nibble on." A streak of worry shot all the way to my belly button. "Oh, that sounds great," I said feebly. "I can't wait." Next thing I knew, I sat on Martha's floral print couch, complete with lace draped over the back, with a plate of shortbread resting on the table in front of me. Martha appeared with a teapot on a tray. "Tea? Wow, this just got worse and worse." "Sure, thank you." Martha handed me a cup. It had already been poured. Awesome. No telling what else besides tea could be in it. "Milk or sugar?" "Both, please." She doctored my cup and then sat back, her own in her lap. She studied me, her eyes sparkling with interest. Was she waiting for me to sip first? I started talking. I wish that I had answers about what happened to your son. Martha nodded sadly. Harlo thinks he's in the walls. She made an airy gesture. I don't know about that. I think like Tooney Slugs does, that he disappeared, faked the whole thing. I don't know. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. After all, you're the only person who saw what you did. My throat shriveled. I cleared it, but it still felt pinched. I knew the tea would help, but I wasn't drinking it. I know that no one else saw what I did, but I do believe there was foul play. She tucked a long strand of gray hair behind her ear. The emerald ring she wore caught the light. I think that my son has a flair for the dramatic and had some things that he wished to avoid. Like paying you back the money? Martha stiffened. She studied me serenely and sipped her tea. You know about that? I know some of it. She nodded. My son needed money. For some reason, I didn't do a good job of teaching my children how to deal with their funds. Knight was the worst, always coming to me for cash. Finally, I gave him a lump sum. Seems Lynn was pretty angry about it. She'll be fine. There's no need to worry about her. Given the state of Lynn's house, I thought there was need to concern. I lifted my tea and slurped, pretending to sip. But then you asked for the money back? Martha sucked her cheeks. I did. I found out that Knight was spending it foolishly, so I demanded that he return what remained. But he wouldn't do it, would he? Martha twisted her ring around her finger. We argued about it, yes. In fact, just before we worked the cleansing spell, at the house, before you arrived, we had an argument. Lynn and Payne both saw it. I'm not proud that we argued, but it is what it is. Can I ask you something? She nodded. Of course. If Knight faked his own death and disappearance, where is he now? Where did he go? Martha stared into her cup. That I don't know. But I do know that he took my money with him and that he vanished into thin air. But he didn't, I wanted to say. I have the money. Here was the thing. The money rightfully belonged to Martha, but would she have killed her son to get the rest of it back? Why are you asking all these questions? She said, her voice dripping with suspicion. Is it because you think one of his family members killed him, or is it for another reason? I just want answers to what I saw. Well, out of everyone in that place, Knight was emotionally closest to Harlo. If anyone knows the truth, it would be her. If they were so close, there's no way that she would have hurt him. Martha hiked a shoulder to her ear. If you believe he truly is dead, then you should think about this. Harlo would have known where that money was because Knight would have told her, and she might have wanted it for herself. A shiver of dread raced down my spine. I thought of Harlo, how she had been cleaning the next day. Cleaning so furiously, opening and shutting cabinets. I thought of how she quickly accepted that Knight must have been sucked into the house. I thought of her abrupt change in demeanor. How had I missed this? Was it staring at me the entire time, and I just dismissed my thoughts, focusing instead on those who seemed to make the most sense? Harlo hadn't been in the house at the time of the cleansing. But that didn't mean that she wasn't responsible for the ghostly sounds. After all, she had wanted the ceremony. She had the opportunity. During the entire event, I hadn't known where she was. For all I knew, she could have been standing by the back door and snuck into the kitchen. It was conceivable that she could have stabbed Knight in the gut by reaching around him. No, it wouldn't have been easy, but it was absolutely possible. But how did she make Knight disappear? Rufus did say that since we could find spells and harvest them, it was possible that people could regain some of their magic, simply because of the magical proximity. I rose quickly, knowing exactly where I needed to go next. Lady, who had been lying at my feet, lifted her head. Come on, girl, we need to get going. Martha gave me a satisfied smirk. Going to talk to your friend? The tone in her voice irked me. It was so self-righteous. Yes, I'm going to talk to Harlo. If I find anything out, I'll let you know. You didn't finish your tea, dear. That's okay. You can finish it for me. With that, I left Martha's house and headed to speak to Harlo. I reached the house while Liam and his crew were on a lunch break. I called Harlo on the way over, asking for her to meet me at the house because I had some ideas that I wanted to go over with her. When I arrived, she was already there. In fact, she was crying. I found her in the bathroom, sitting on the tub. Shards of mirror lay at her feet. What happened? She raised her hands.
It was crooked, so I adjusted it and the whole thing fell down. Now I'll have 7 years bad luck.
I smiled. Don't you worry. I've got something that'll fix that. She sniffled and wiped her nose.
You do?
I sure do. I'll be right back. I rushed out to my truck and returned with the golden hammer. I brandished it before her. This will fix the problem. It might also break her oven, but I decided to omit that information.
What is it?
I puffed out my chest with pride. It is a magical hammer that can fix pretty much anything. Now, I've never tried it on a broken person, and I get the feeling it won't work on one. However, on inorganic materials, it does wonders. Harlo leaned back. The mirror's frame lay on the floor, shards of silver hanging limply from its edge. I gave it one light tap, and the next thing I knew, the slivers and slices of mirror had been shoved back into place, and the entire piece sat happily back on the wall. Harlo's jaw dropped.
Oh my word, that is magical.
Yup, but I can't use it too much or else something will break. So I try to only call on its powers sparingly. Harlo's eyes filled with lust. She reached for it before stopping herself.
That must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I laughed nervously and shoved the hammer in my back pocket. It's priceless. I don't know how much it would go for on the black market, but probably a lot. But like I said, it fixes things but also breaks them, so it's not exactly the best device to have around. You definitely don't want to overuse it. Which reminded me, I had used it to fix my window, and now I'd used it on the mirror, which meant my karmic debt would be due any minute now. So anyway, I talked to Martha. Harlo lifted an eyebrow.
Oh?
A pile of sawdust lay at my feet. I brushed it away with the toe of my boot. You probably don't know, but my house was broken into last night. Her jaw fell.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought Payne had done it.
Why would he do that?
I folded my hands and sighed. I think that someone is looking for something that belonged to Knight. Some money. Harlo arched a brow, giving me an innocent look.
Oh?
For some reason, whoever is searching, they think I might have it. Would you know anything about that? Harlo shook her head.
No, I don't.
Were you outside during the entire cleansing?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear or see anything suspicious? She thought about it, her eyes narrowing. Was she actually thinking or pretending to think about it?
No, not at all.
Maybe time for a different approach. Martha told me that you and Knight were very close.
We were. I miss him so much.
She lifted her hands.
But he's here now, in the house.
Right. Did you know about the money that Martha gave him? Harlo flipped her silky hair over one shoulder.
We all did. It wasn't a secret.
Did he tell you that she wanted it back and that he was hiding it? Harlo's eyes narrowed. She stared at me for a moment.
Clem, are you accusing me of something?
No, I said quickly. Not at all. But someone did break into my house. Why? I wonder if they were thinking that I had something of value.
I don't like the way this conversation is going.
She folded her arms.
From now on, why don't I deal with Liam if something comes up about the house?
I stared into her cold eyes. If that's the way you want things.
I didn't have anything to do with what happened here the other night. And I didn't have anything to do with someone breaking into your house.
She motioned toward the door. Now I think it's time for you to leave." What had I done? I'd never in my life ticked off a client to the point that they didn't want to work with me anymore. What had gotten into me? This wasn't like me. It wasn't something that I would do. When we were outside, Lady said,
"Well, that didn't turn out like you wanted."
"I know. What else can go wrong today?" I hoisted my purse higher on my shoulder. A loud snap sounded, and next thing I knew, the strap had broken and the contents, pens, tampons, pads of paper, had splayed across the grass. Question answered. That could go wrong. Now I just had to start making things go right. Chapter 24. I called Earl Granger, who said that Payne Owens had an alibi for the previous night. "What about what I told you, that he had been at Knight's house?" "He said he had a key, that his brother had given it to him." "That's a lie," I argued. "I saw him use a screwdriver, saw it with my own eyes." The officer sighed. "Clem, the truth is, no one lives in that house currently. No one reported the break-in. You saw what you saw, but there wasn't a report filed. There's really nothing I can do, and his alibi was rock solid." I thanked Officer Granger and hung up. There was still so much that bothered me, mainly about Harlo. Her attitude shift seemed a little off. Sure, I know, I never should have gone in, guns blazing. But if she had been innocent, wouldn't she simply have said so and not gotten all worked up about it? Yes, that's what I think too. So no, I wasn't crazy to think there was something off about her reaction. Which meant that I needed to look harder into Harlo, really try to figure out what she knew. Which also meant that I would have to watch her, tonight. I spent a couple of hours cleaning my house and straightening up, ticking off the minutes in my head. About an hour before darkness would fall, I started picking out dark clothes to wear. Lady padded into my room.
"Just what are you doing?"
"I'm going out this evening. I'm going to Harlo's current house to see if she's hiding something."
"Like a dead body in her closet?"
"That would be something to hide." Lady tutted.
"Clem, you're gonna wind up getting yourself in trouble."
"Never," I said with a twist of the lips. The phone rang.
"I'll get it,"
Lady said. She made her way to my phone, which was stashed in my still broken purse. "No, you won't," I said, beating her to it. "The last thing I need is for you to start answering my calls." She slumped to the ground.
"Party pooper."
I swiped to answer. "This is Clem." "It's John." Rufus. Just the sound of his deep, sultry voice sent a fissure of lust zinging straight to my girly parts. Okay, I guess it was time I went ahead and started admitting things to myself. "Hey," I said, making my voice husky. "I was wondering if you'd like to do a little hunting tonight?" "Sounds tempting. Where?" "I'm looking at a new place. This one's outside town. I don't know if it'll pan out, but I'm hoping." This might be good. If I spent an hour or so hunting with Rufus, then I could be back to spy on Harlo by the time the clock struck around 8 p.m. Might be a good choice. "When? I need to be back early for something." "We can leave now if you like, though it might be easier to see them as soon as the sun sets." "I'll take now. Can we stop by a drive-thru and get some dinner?" "I know one better. There's a pizza truck on the way." "I like the way you think." 30 minutes later, we sat in his truck, waiting on our pizza to be made. We opted for a simple cheese, tomato, and basil. I stared at the pizza truck, which sat outside someone's house on a 2-lane road. "How'd you find out about this place?" Rufus eased back onto his chair. "It pays to be a spell hunter. I do a lot of driving, looking for fields to explore. Of course, Malene and her friends have given a lot of advice, too." "Shocker," I said sarcastically. Rufus smiled. It was like seeing the heavens break open. I know, I had a problem when it came to him. He laughed. Malene does have a lot of opinions, but she's been right about where to find spells pretty much 100% of the time. Did you ever give Sykes Laffoon the mimic spell? He winked. I did find 2 of them. I'm holding on to one. Just in case.
Just in case what?
Just in case, just in case.
I laughed. That makes no sense. Rufus replied, but I didn't hear him because a car rumbled past. I instantly recognized it as Harlo's. She was driving, but it was the passenger that caught my attention. The man who sat beside her was curled up like a bear in a vehicle, as if he were too big for the cabin, which he was, because the man beside her was none other than Knight Owens. I grabbed Rufus's arm. Knight Owens and Harlo just drove past. Let's go. Follow them. A guy carrying our pizza walked up to the passenger window. I grabbed it just as Rufus started the rover and threw it into reverse. Gravel slung out from the tires, and a cloud of dust mushroomed into the sky. I bet they're going to Harlo's. Hurry up.
Are you sure it was Knight you saw?
Yes. Then I started to piece it all together. Knight and Harlo had been in on it from the beginning. It was exactly as the other Owens had said, only I hadn't listened. Knight had faked his own death to get away with not having to pay the money back to his mother. I was sure that Julie Bender must have mentioned that I found something to Harlo. She told Knight and he broke in. That was why Lady had smelled a man in the house. It had been a man. It had been one that was supposed to be dead. And it had probably been Knight who went into Harlo's construction site and left all the lights on. He must not have thought that she had done a good job searching, so he returned to do the job himself. As we zipped back into town, the sun vanished below the horizon and darkness quickly approached. I was afraid we'd lose them, but Rufus kept up. The car zipped past Harlo's street. Where are they going? I murmured.
Let's find out,
Rufus said, keeping a modest distance from the vehicle. When they turned down Apple Orchard Way, my stomach twisted. They're going to my house. Harlo came to a stop a little ways down the road. Pull over on the other side of the street, I said. Rufus did as I asked. We watched as Harlo and Knight got out. They looked around cautiously, making sure no one was watching. Rufus and I ducked down, but we kept enough of our heads up to see what they were doing.
They're splitting up,
he said. Knight headed toward the rear while Harlo came up to the front porch. She fished around in my plants until she found my secret key. Darn it! Does everyone in this town keep an extra key on their porch? I said, annoyed.
Perhaps it would be wiser not to lock yourself out,
he said. I smirked. Perhaps I don't want to talk about it. And why didn't they use it last time instead of breaking a window?
Knight probably came alone, and he wasn't smart enough to figure out where it was hidden.
You're probably right. Once Harlo was in, I straightened. Okay, you take the rear with Knight, I'll get Harlo. He gestured for me to stop.
You're not going after her by yourself.
Did you not hear me? You're going in too. You can't take both of them by yourself.
I, at least, have had more practice with my magic.
I opened the door. It'll be fine. Come on. They're in my house. Rufus grumbled that he didn't like this idea. I flashed him a grin and told him to hurry. As he slinked off toward the back of the house, I entered the front door slowly. The lights were off and Lady was not barking. That had me worried. Light from the street lamps filtered through the blinds, making slices on the floor. My gaze pivoted toward a glowing pool and I stopped. A pair of feet stood smack in the middle of the room. You can stop right now, Clem, Harlo said. Dread washed down my body in a wave. My stomach cramped, and I did my best to exhale slowly. Harlo flipped on a light, and there she stood with Lady in one hand and the golden hammer in the other. She smirked. You really shouldn't have shown me this little hammer. There's no doubt that I'll get a pretty penny for it. You and Knight were in on it from the beginning, I said. Speaking of, where was Rufus? Where was Knight?
What was taking Rufus so long? Harlo nodded. He's my best friend. His mother would have done anything to get that money back. And yes, Julie Bender did tell me that you had something. I'm taking that too. Where is it, Clem? Where's the journal with the money in it? If I don't tell you? Harlo smirked. It doesn't matter. I'm going to kill you anyway. At that, Lady's ears perked up. My little dog had been watching us intently, her gaze volleying as if Harlo and I were in a tennis match. But when Harlo mentioned killing me, Lady yelled,
Oh, heck no! You ain't gonna hurt my Clem!
The look of shock on Harlo's face would have been amusing under different circumstances. She squealed and Lady clamped down on her hand, biting the devil out of her. Harlo tossed Lady into the air. Luckily, I caught her in my arm. With my free hand, I called on my magic, summoning a spear. The magic appeared, the weapon blazing heat against my flesh. Don't move or I'll throw it, I said. Harlo's face blanched. She swallowed audibly. Put my hammer down. She did as I said, placing it on a table. Now turn around slowly. Within seconds, I used the spear like a rope and tied Harlo up. Don't move, I commanded, or the next spear won't be used as nicely. As soon as I was done, I moved toward the kitchen. Where was Rufus? Where was Knight? Stop it, Knight yelled. I have a gun. Finally, I knew where they were. I heard sounds of a struggle and then glass breaking. I raced to the kitchen and flipped on the light. My heart thudded to a stop. 2 men stood in my kitchen. Between them lay a broken mason jar. But that wasn't what made my heart skip. It was that I was staring at 2 Rufuses. 2 of them. The mimic spell, I whispered. It got out. Which was the real Rufus and which one was Knight? I called on the spear again and pointed it at them. Who is who? The Rufus on the left extended his hands. Clem, you know that I'm the real John. That is the phony. Can't you tell? The other Rufus spoke. Don't listen to him, Clem. I'm the real one. This reminded me of that really old movie with David Bowie, Labyrinth. When Jennifer Connelly's character stood in front of the doors and one guard only tells the truth, but the other is lying, and she has to figure out which is which. A headache bloomed behind my eyes. I stared at the Rufus on the left. Fine then, I'll shoot you and we'll find out if you're the real one. No, he said. Clementine, I promise that I'm the real John. He pointed to the other one. That's not. He attacked me and the jar broke. You know I'm telling you the truth. I turned to the other Rufus. What did we have for dinner? We didn't, he said. Sounded like the right Rufus to me. Pizza, the other one said quickly. I pointed the spear at the Rufus on the right. Do it, Clementine. Hit me with the spear. Go ahead. I'm ready. He smirked. This time, just don't hit me too hard. Then I knew who was the real Rufus and who wasn't. I turned to the one on the left and launched the spear into the air. It shattered the mimic spell, hitting him in the shoulder. Knight Owens fell to the ground, gasping for air. Oh, it hurts! It hurts! Why'd you do that to me? I handed Rufus another magical spear so that he could wind it around Knight's wrists. Lady padded into the room.
Well, I feel like we accomplished a whole lot tonight.
I laughed and picked her up. I think we did too. Rufus ran his fingers through his hair. I'll call the police. I snuggled Lady against my chest. I think that's a great idea. Chapter 25. The police arrested Harlo and Knight for breaking and entering, plus insurance fraud. Apparently, after Knight's fake death, Harlo attempted to cash in the policy. But since there wasn't a body, the insurance company was hedging. That was why Harlo and Knight decided to steal my hammer. They had mentioned that Knight had a flair for the dramatic, and his old theater days had come in handy. According to them, Knight had made it look like he had been stabbed using an old stage knife and fake blood. The only problem in his plan was that I was the only one who had seen his body. He vanished by simply getting up and walking out of the room. Harlo had been the person making the ghostly sounds by using a recording on her phone. Turned out that in this case, Toonie Slugs had been right all along. There was never a dead person, never a murder. But now there were 2 criminals charged with breaking and entering and fraud, which was a big deal. I handed the journal to Earl Granger. I found this at the scene of the original crime. I believe it's money that Knight had received from his mother. She wants it back. Earl nodded. Thank you for giving it to us. It's the right thing to do. He tapped the journal against his palm. Probably what he was looking for when he broke in originally? Yes, I admitted. Sorry I didn't give it to you earlier. I shivered. Those 2 were about to add murder to their list of crimes. He squeezed my shoulder. We'll make sure they get the maximum penalty. Thank you. He walked off, and Lady, who was in my arms, spoke.
I sure hope they do.
I frowned at her. Why didn't you bark at Harlo when she broke into the house? Lady scratched a paw behind her ear.
I suppose because I recognized her. No, I didn't know what she was doing in the house, but she used a key, and she smelled familiar. I didn't think she was going to do anything bad.
Until she said that she was going to kill me, you mean?
Yeah, that tipped me off.
Lady glanced around, taking in the scene full of red and blue flashing lights.
But aren't you forgetting something important?
What's that?
What are you going to do now that Harlo's going to jail? About her house, I mean.
I can answer that, Martha Owens said, striding up. I'm sorry about earlier today, I said, when I left your house so abruptly. She dismissed me with a heavily jeweled hand. Nothing to fret over. I'm just glad you discovered the truth. I knew that Knight hadn't died. He just didn't want to pay me back is all. But since you're now in a pickle, I may be able to help you out. How's that? Martha smiled at me. Meet me at the house tomorrow morning, and I'll tell you my plan then. Baffled, I simply said, sounds good. As Martha started to walk off, I called out, Earl Granger has your money. Her mouth quirked into a smirk. I had a feeling you knew something about what was owed to me. I'm glad you made the right decision. I almost felt bad for keeping the money from her. But at the same time, I couldn't simply give money away to a killer, now could I? As soon as she walked off, Rufus broke away from one of the officers he was speaking to and came over. Concern filled his eyes. Are you well? I smiled, amused at his turn of phrase. Yes, I'm fine. I'm more disappointed in myself for not guessing that Knight was faking than I am anything else. It was an elaborate trick, he said gently. Anyone would have been fooled. His family wasn't. He hiked a shoulder to his ear. His family knew him. You didn't. Plus, they all had a reason to want him dead. The money. I sighed, shook my head. It was mentioned a couple of times that Knight had a history of doing theater. I should have put more clues together. He ran his fingers down my arm, leaving a trail of blazing heat in their wake. You were doing what you thought was best. You can't always apologize for that. And in the end, both Harlo and Knight were willing to become murderers in order to get your hammer. All to get out of paying some money. I shook my head. It was so pointless. If he'd just paid the money back to begin with, then he wouldn't be going to jail now with so many charges. Rufus folded his arms. The moral of the story is, it's best to be truthful and do what's right from the start. Hearing Rufus say this, my mind flittered to what had happened earlier. You told me to throw the spear at you. His gaze dragged from the scene before us to land on mine. A jolt zipped straight to my heart, sending a shockwave running to my toes. I did tell you to do that. Knowing that you would be hurt. I hoped the mimic spell would shatter at that point, destroying the link that Knight had with me. Speaking of, I said, annoyance filling my voice, what happened to you? I was standing in my living room forever. Taking care of Harlo. I figured you'd have made it into my kitchen faster. I think your sense of time is off. I scoffed. My sense of time isn't off. If you remember, I had to walk around back. When I got there, I didn't see Knight. He must have already been inside. I was worried about you and didn't want you to be hurt, so I moved very slowly and quietly. Turned out, Knight saw me as soon as I entered and attacked. That's when the mimic spell fell out of my pack and broke, circling him. I patted his shoulder and couldn't help but notice how solid it was. Very solid. Quite solid. I almost squeezed it, but stopped myself. After all, I had some manners. He smiled at me coyly. It didn't matter to me who you hit with the spear. As opposed to Knight, who didn't want to be hurt at all. Rufus's smile vanished as a dark cloud covered his face. If I was going to be hurt by anyone, I'd rather it be you than someone else. His words stole my breath. I opened my mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words. He seemed to sense this and took my hand. He stared up at the night sky, his jaw flexing. There are things I want, but I worry about them. I don't know if anyone is waiting for me, wishing that I would return to my old life. It stops me from doing things that I want to do here, in particular. His gaze snapped to mine. It's stopping me from moving forward with you. He would have been hurt for me. He didn't care. He would have sacrificed himself in order for me to know the truth. Then, right there and then, I knew who he was in his heart. I knew that Rufus was changed, that he was a good man. I needed to tell him that I had the memory spell. It was time for him to know who he really was. Listen, there's something... Clementine, what's going on here? Malene crossed the street wearing her bathrobe, a grim look on her face. I couldn't tell him now, not with Malene here. I tore away from him and glanced at her. Well, Malene, it's a long story. She took one look at me, Rufus, and Lady and said, "Y'all come over and have some hot cocoa. Tell me all about it." Without even waiting for me to reply, Malene had us both by the arm and was dragging us across the street and destroying my plan to tell Rufus the truth. Chapter 26. So no, I didn't get to tell Rufus the truth about who he was or give him the memory spell that night. In fact, I called him the next day, wanting to make a time to meet, but he was going out of town. Looking for new spots to search. Apparently, the wizard mafia was keeping him busy. Since this wasn't the sort of information that I could tell Rufus over the phone, I asked him to call me when he returned to town. Oh, how my heart ached. It ached that he was leaving. It ached that I ached for him. Y'all, this was not the sort of thing that I expected to happen. I did not expect to fall for Rufus and want to tell him how I felt. But how could I not fall for him, seeing all the good that he was doing in my life? After I spoke to him, I packed up Lady and headed over to Harlo's ex-house. There, I found Martha and Lynn waiting for me. Lynn held Gina, Harlo's dog. "Hey, y'all," I said. "How are you doing?" "Well," Martha said proudly, "I was just about to ask Lynn what she thought of her new house." Lynn's eyes widened. "My new house?" Martha cackled. "Yup, that's right. I thought it would be a good fit for you. What do you think?" Her mouth dropped. "It's so nice. Better than what you've got now," her mother said. "But you don't have to do this for me," Lynn said. And suddenly, I saw that Lynn wasn't just jealous of Knight for no reason. She was angry that he'd squandered the gift his mother had given him. "I know that I didn't give you any money," Martha said. "For that, I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you. Let me help you." Martha opened her arms. Lynn hesitated before letting her mother enfold her. "I'm sorry that I've been mean." Martha sniffled. "I'm sorry that I didn't help you sooner." My heart cracked a bit, and I softened to both women. They were damaged, hardened by circumstance, but in the end, they'd come together. It was a pleasure to see. After they finished making up, I rubbed my hands together. "Girl, come with me," I said to Lynn. "I've got a whole bunch of plans for this house, and I want you to see them." After spending 2 hours with Lynn, I realized she was actually pretty nice and had felt like her mother loved Knight more than her, which was why she'd given him such a hard time when I first met her. I was riding this high, this wave of happiness, when I drove Lady home. I had the windows cranked all the way down, and Lady had her face out the window, her tongue lolling to one side, barking at every dog we passed. "You've got a dog's life," I said. She dropped her paws from the window and snuggled up next to me.
"And you've got a human's life."
I laughed. "I sure do." When we reached the house, Malene was standing outside. She called out to us, "I've got sandwiches and Mississippi mud pie for dessert. Y'all come on over." She didn't have to ask me twice. I hoisted Lady under my arm and headed over. The house was cool inside, and I pulled my hair up, letting the artificial air sweep over the back of my neck. Lady plopped down on the floor, stretching out across the cool floorboards. "Y'all make yourselves at home." I had never spent much time inspecting Malene's decorations, so I moved to her built-in bookshelves and studied her framed pictures. I saw one of a young man with dark hair. Must have been her son, the one that went missing. Pity rumbled in the back of my throat. The sound of clinking kitchen utensils came from the kitchen. "Do you like mayonnaise?" Malene called. "I'm from the South. What do you think?" "Just making sure." I ran my fingers over her pictures. Several of Malene when she was younger. Boy, she had been a knockout with thick curls, big cheeks, and a bow-tie mouth. A smile flitted on my lips as I kept looking until I came to another picture. I stopped, my breath catching in the back of my throat. Humming, Malene entered the room and settled a tray down on the coffee table with a clatter. "Clem, I'm so glad all that business with the Owens is over. Now you can get back to real life." I turned toward her, holding a picture frame. Malene's mouth dipped into a frown. "Oh, I see." I showed her the picture. "Why do you have a photo of my mother and father here?" Malene cleared her throat. "Clem, there's something I need to tell you." I tried not to be angry, to feel frustrated and betrayed. Malene was about to tell me something that I could only guess at. "Yes, what is it?" I asked. She lowered her glasses and rested them on the table. Then she pulled off the bun on top of her head, revealing that it had been a wig and that her real hair was short, coiffed into a wave, gray and fabulous. "Finally, I can get out of these clothes." She yanked off her housecoat. Beneath it, she wore a red shirt and black capris. "What have you done to Malene? And please don't tell me that you're going to remove your face." "No, darling," she purred, "but I had to make myself look a little different so that you wouldn't know who I was." My voice trembled. "Who are you?" "Clem, I'm your grandmother. It's about time you found out." The picture slipped from my hand and fell to the rug. "Now," she said, "would you like to have some lunch?" Oh, wow. My life had just gotten a lot more complicated. This has been Renovation Spell, Magical Renovation Mysteries, Book 2, written by Amy Boyles, narrated by Isabella Tugman. Copyright 2020 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Production copyright by Ladybug Books, LLC. Thank you for listening.